Alright, so from where we had left off prior, the PCs were in Aberdeen, Washington State. That's supposedly where Dusty had locked on to a coin or a bullet that he had given the group at some point in time. You guys are aware that you have some of those objects on you too, so theoretically Hunter could track you down if that worries you at all, but I don't think any of you are paranoid.
Not yet. Actually, if Hunter's tracking me down, I'm probably good with it. If I don't want to be found, I'll dump the bullets.
And some of you do have those objects which mask that detection to a certain amount, but I'm assuming that you guys do not normally wear those and are wearing them just when you had specified to me, like prior to an adventure or something.
What's it take to mask your presence?
Or there was trinkets that were created by Casey, Jeb's contact, that somehow was able to spatially mask people's presence. That was primarily for, they believed that they would have to run into more incidences with Mormo.
That made me paranoid.
Mormo is the...
supposedly some sort of
Fallen angel.
That is
and
Rainbow Division is trying to keep contained on the other side of the boundaries of dimensions, just inside of New York.
That's why they're so...
Heavy buttresses and everything else are holding back. From what you would understand, working there with the amount of time and given your background, you would be aware that there is some sort of... I wouldn't say... They would say evil army. Some sort of undead, demons, weird things on the other side. And they'd tried to break through it one time before, and it seemed like they were very likely going to happen until the buttresses had been reinforced and power was temporarily provided from B's relay, and they were able to get systems up and running. B and David and Darius North worked on implementing a better solution for the power situation, and then they moved it.
So they found the
they
found the weak spot and fixed it.
No, they put up some shims and some reinforcements to the tunnel that was collapsing, and right now they're kind of sitting on the opposite side of it, waiting for it to all break down. The feeling they got from Rainbow Division was, how can you really evacuate New York City in this kind of an incident without causing panic or just shutting down such a major hub? So, for the most part, it's been related to gang activities and sicknesses in the region, and there's curfews that still are into effect regarding people being on the streets later on at night. And there's been a lot of disappearances too, but a lot of those people happen to go out later on in the night. And even when I had mentioned at Obduro, occasionally when you guys kind of slip past curfew, every once in a while you see something odd. Like you had been at your warehouse past curfew, and you saw something odd.
The crab monkey thing?
I'm not sure if you saw that.
He did.
He did. He
But
described
he
it
told
to
me
you.
about it.
But he could be delusional. Most of the PCs have various psychoses that they've developed from other scary events or just unhinged. I mean, the professor still has a fear of anything that looks deadly. Hunter still has minor issues dealing with. He feels that there's an overwatching presence always watching him because apparently he is aware of a cosmic entity that, in fact, is always watching. But frankly, given its relative position in life to him, it probably does not give two shits about what Hunter Wagner is up to. But that's where the PCs are currently right now. They had gone to a bus stop inside, was it a bus station inside of it, and you found in a lower locker, like I-7, all of her belongings, it looked like, or all of his belongings. I keep saying her, but she is playing a male character.
Yeah. She should fix that.
We
should fix that.
Steve's playing a female.
I know, but he does much. Actually, I get surprised when Steve plays a male character. It's just the way it is. I mean, he's the guy who's always brought the female character to the game.
Yep, he's one of those guys. So this is where you're right now. Hunter is kind of in.
Night. That'll be interesting. Is what you're saying?
He's going to go in drag as a guy.
Hunter is in driving Miss Daisy mode. He'll take you around where you need to go.
Okay.
Where are we at? Aberdeen?
Aberdeen.
Weren't we trying to?
It's a port city, a little bit.
We're looking over the port.
It's a port city a little bit south of Seattle.
Didn't Hunter open up a gate so we could look over the bay?
Hold space so we can look down the bay.
Looking at the bay, from pretty high up when he attempted to do this, I'm assuming, where are you guys attempting to do that
Did we
at?
do this in an alley?
Yeah.
We went outside someplace.
It's a very nice community here. It's very upstanding. There's not a lot of dark, shady back alleys, but there are places where you could go behind like a
trees or just some
like
natural-
a small park or even like
Yeah.
some apparently not being immediately used barn or warehouses.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we'll do then. That's what we'll have him do. That's what he did do.
You do look a little bit out of sight because I mean, I don't want to say that
Thank you very much. Can I get some ketchup?
I don't want to say the town looks a little bit yippy. Is it yippy?
Yuppie.
Yuppie.
Young
There you
urban
go.
professional. Yeah,
Yuppie.
that's what it means. Young
Yeah.
urban professional. So.
But you guys do stand out a little bit. I mean, Hunter here is wearing a full long trench coat with a map case and the various other things that you guys are wearing and/or what the hell is it having on your person?
Will you tell me when I actually get to be there?
What are you? Oh yeah, I remember that now. Because you're doing other stuff. So, finding the location, ultimately he'll open up a folded space up through the air to the location above the... it's understandable. He opens up a folded location above the bay. You guys taking a look? Yep, that'd be possible. You guys can see that there is a fairly large bay. There's a lot of large I wouldn't say large yachts, but kind of mid-sized, appropriately sized yachts. What was it? Medium to large yachts. There's fisheries here. You can also see that there are industrial ships and a few cargo vessels, not nearly the amount that you'd see in Seattle. There's also what appears to be a large cruise ship, and then you'd also see many like speedboats and other things like that. But a lot of those seem to be kind of in a row, and occasionally there's some on houses on the inner alcove. And the bay here is kind of a closed, round bay, and there's a little bit of tapering right before it hits the ocean. So there's a narrow channel coming into this bay, and the bay is fairly large. So it gives you a nice kind of reprieve from the ocean.
Is he able to kind of focus in on any of the boats in particular or something like that?
He tells you that he can't get within probably about 300 meters of kind of the bay area before the effect starts to just kind of evaporate on him. The other times that he's had something similar, which he would equate to, is he knows that that material that he tried to transport shit through in Stonehaven had a similar effect, where it wasn't like something was canceling it out, but it seemed like it was just kind of evaporating. So you could use a spyglass from here if you have binoculars or something, but otherwise his effect won't penetrate any deeper without collapsing in on itself.
Can I use the monocle and scan it?
Yeah. I got binoculars, 6x binoculars. So
With the monocle, the area, I would say... You can give me a perception check.
By 4.
By 4? There are a few scattering bright spots, but those might be people. It doesn't look anything like overtly out of the way. You could spend some time looking through this folded space and circle the perimeter of the bay, which is, I'd probably say, about a 3/4 of a mile in length. At least the majority of where the effect is coming from. And you could possibly find more information regarding that, but casual observing, no.
How long does he have it open?
He can hold it open for as long as you want him to.
okay, is there anything that looks like it's leaving
So you can
the
give me
area?
perception areas. It was your perception, and you said it was 6 times?
Yeah. So that's by 8.
You didn't. It was in missed by 8. It was made it by 8.
Made by 8.
Okay. You can see that there's one industrial ship, probably kind of like a I would say a little bit smaller than the Star of Meritus, but it's a large cargo vessel that is coming in. It should be in within the next 20 to 30 minutes. There's also, you would say, 2 fishing boats. One of them's kind of a smaller fishing trolley, maybe like 3-4 people. Another one's probably a larger kind of lobster
They're coming in or heading out.
They're going to be heading out.
They're heading
And
out.
that probably has like a crew of 15 or more.
The lobster boat?
Yep, the lobster boat. Otherwise, there are small vessels that are out and about in the bay, but they don't look like they're going outside to sea or doing anything.
I'll point out those 3 because those are the ones that seem to be coming and going.
Was it
Everything else-
observation or perception you asked for?
I would also say with the 8, it does look like there's a fair amount of people on the dock for whatever reason.
What role did you ask for that he just made?
He made a perception. He's using the folded space and he's using binoculars.
Is it visual?
It is a visual. But this is with the unaided eye.
No, I've got a 6x binoculars total as well. I did it by 12.
Is it on your person or are you grabbing it from bags or things
One
like
of my
that?
bags.
Okay. Taking a look, and you made it by what?
12.
By 12. You would say that there are people kind of moving up and about, but the amount of people that are kind of getting ready seem to be parking and are getting ready to board this larger cruise ship that is in the region. With a 12, I would say it doesn't look like they're... It looks like they're boarding rather than deboarding.
And they haven't started boarding yet, correct?
No, it looks like they currently are in the process of boarding, but it's a slow, casual thing, and it seems like people are trickling in. It's just from above, you notice that there was more people on the dock than there probably should be, because they're kind of like lollygagging around. But then again, it didn't seem odd. You didn't connect it with the cruise ship right away. Ultimately, they'll park farther on down, and there's people up and around the docks.
So there is this kind of unexplained number of people on a dock.
That's what you had noticed with the 12. She got more specific information. And mind you, even with a 6x scope at your range, it's kind of hard to see. And it'd probably be higher up than 300 meters. Excuse me. I would probably say it's close to about 700 meters up.
Can you move this around, or does you have to redo it each time?
You can actively change this effect, and as I had told, Chris, it could take some time, and you guys could slowly kind of watch the perimeter. It's just this is what you guys got from spending probably about 20-30 minutes looking.
Could we try to figure out what the effect is centered on that's stopping this thing from moving closer? Triangulation.
With your monocle, it doesn't seem like there's any noticeable boundaries to the effect. It would take them some time.
I'd hate to get on that cruise ship and find out
That it's a fucking mothership, yeah.
it's just a ship. But I have a feeling we need to be on that cruise ship. What do you guys think?
These Weight Watchers folk are shifty.
You know, it's great cover. You could stuff the professor in a trunk, or you could drug him and bring him on board, or you could simply put a gun in his ribs and make him walk. All these things are viable ways to get him on board. I don't know why they want him on board. I don't know exactly who's taking them and where they want to go. They got here in a blink of an eye like we did, so why aren't they going to their final destination that way?
Let's see what the name of that ship is.
Can I
We probably need to go down the docks and for that.
can I try to message Puddin with Scarlet?
I think you had tried that earlier, and Scarlet can track the scent. It's pretty, I wouldn't say, it's somewhat vague. There's a lot of people that Puddin isn't accustomed to, and given kind of Washington State weather, she thinks that she could track it, but it would be on foot. She wouldn't be able to track it through a folded space.
How far away is this dock?
It's not too far away from the bus station. I would probably say maybe about a half a mile, maybe less. I mean, if you guys were at a higher vantage point, you could see it from the bus station.
I suggest we put boots on the ground there.
Who also has a bullet with the teleportation syndrome?
Hunter said that he gave most of the people here. I'm not sure if he gave Trevor one at some point.
What if?
Yep,
Because we can drop things through folded space, right?
you can.
So what if we drop a bullet on all 3 locations,
Okay.
and then if they're not, if Scarlet doesn't pick up the scent of Puddin, we teleport to the next one, and we just bunny hop to those
Sure.
locations, and then we could scry again on more spots and just keep on bunny hopping until we find the right ship.
Sounds good. Give it a try.
So, what are you having Hunter do?
We're going to try to drop bullets in some of those locations with the teleportation sigil.
Okay, above the area effect.
Yep. And then
So, what areas do you want to hit, roughly? I mean, you're going to be dropping... No, it should be minor. Theoretically, somebody could. 700 meters is enough for a bullet to reach terminal velocity, I believe. Mm-hmm. So you could inadvertently hurt someone.
Yep.
Although, unlike the movies, the meteors from space are not targeting the junk car on the road.
Yep, it's random. It's very likely that it hits absolutely nothing. It goes in the water, it goes on the dock. There could be that 1 in a million shot where you're like, oh, that 7-year-old kid needs to get out. He needs to get out of the way. Dunk down. Mind you, that might not necessarily kill him, but a few grams of metal hitting him.
Is the cruise ship is loading though, right?
From what B said, I suppose now that he was a collaborator with B, it looks like it's loading, but it's probably going to be loading for the remainder of the day.
Why don't we just move down there now? I mean, we could try that. Unless it's one of these two fishing boats that headed out. Everything else is headed inbound or hasn't left yet. It isn't going to leave for a while.
Well, you've been looking for 20 minutes. There could be something 20 more minutes from now that just starts to leave.
Yeah.
But how fresh was the scent that we got from the...
Scarlett said that it probably was about 6 to 7 hours old. So that would make from your forensics prior, the time of disappearance somewhere about 12 hours ago, which you don't know how they covered that kind of ground from New York State to Washington State.
That almost sounds like Chantry, doesn't it?
Theoretically, there was no teleportation effects that you guys were aware of, but the Chantry is not necessarily a teleportation effect. You simply go into an area of space that's normally disconnected. Yeah, somebody could...
Well, here's the other thing is, if I had enough oomph behind me...
Because you could theoretically use fold space instead
Yep,
of teleport
and
to go through
from
that.
what Hunter could tell, he couldn't find anything that he was familiar with. So, no fold space effects or teleport effects that he is aware of. There could be some strange variant that he doesn't normally know how to detect. Because you know that the Order has spells, and then apparently the Bastites have their own version of spells, and there could be some sort of strange way that does not work like fold space.
Hey, they could have their own dark Chantry. You know?
Well, hell, you guys have come across things like that before where, even the Steely Stones, some sort of very ancient cult had set up Steely Stones to teleport from here to there, and so yeah. There's most likely bad magical
and
people
if it's a custom teleportation sigil, we won't recognize it, will we?
You notice the magic was being done.
Because
you might be able to pick up the magical residue. However,
Erhard said that, or is that Erhard? Said that you can make custom non-standard.
He
teleport
had said
sigils
that you can make non-standard that make it much more difficult to connect to anything or even detect anything other than this immediate next one. And the teleportation didn't necessarily have to happen at her home. They could have physically drugged her somewhere, or him. So yeah, to clarify, he didn't find any effects at her residency that would suggest that she was teleported somewhere or folded through space. At least the variants he's familiar with. He's been able to detect weird things that aren't necessarily spell-like like that, like the Migo vessel supposedly could just hop through space. And he was able to detect that. So it's no. Hunter is definitely not a font of mystical knowledge.
But Agnes is. Angus.
He's not here.
I know he's not.
And he's
I think we
a
called him.
specialist. Remember.
Angus is more of a specialist. He dabbles in hypertech and alchemy, and supposedly, from what you've been told, teleportations aren't even his major niche. He finds them much more, despite what Hunter shows you, he finds them to be more controllable than his other types of magic, because you draw a sigil, you plan ahead of time, you determine where you want these backup locations at, you bring a sigil with you have sigils on you. So it's not as at havoc. However, Hunter's like, sigil, go. He's getting better now that he can create fairy fire
Burned
effects.
himself to bones once.
He didn't burn himself. He just... Not everything that was part of his being went to where it was meant to. So it's kind of think of the Spaceballs teleporter accident, I'm looking at my own ass.
God, I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's sad too because Hunter would often teleport from a room, like you guys teleported from in a river to like 15
bay.
feet off
the
on the
bank.
bay.
Into
So
the
he's
other
like,
bank.
I'm just gonna walk the ship, and then President Scrooge goes from this room to the next room. And he's like, "There, I didn't even need to use the teleporter." So yeah, it's funny for me.
Do we do the teleportation thing and try to triangulate? Or do we want to walk down the ship?
We can walk down the ship, and how far is the ship from us?
I'd say less than half a mile.
We'll go to the half mile.
If-
see if we can pick up.
If you guys had better
If we don't
elevation,
get-
you'd be able to see the bay from here.
Let's walk down there.
Yeah, it's a half mile.
See if she can track the scent. If they went this way, she might be able
Okay.
or,
As I said before, Scarlet has a strong feeling that she can track it if you guys go slow. It's just she can't track it through space. She has to physically find out where somebody's body had been moved. Now, she didn't.
She did not get a scent at the bus station, right?
She picked up a scent at the bus station. That's where you guys started to go in, and you started tracking from there. She'll find 2 trails. She has a better scent for the professor because she doesn't smell pudding so much as the professor here. And she would find that there are 2 trails leading off from here. One is a little bit older than the other one. The newer one is heading off towards the bay.
Let's head to the bay then. Yeah.
There's
Being stupid.
2 trails here,
It's not long.
one of which is newer.
Yeah.
One of which is newer.
Came and left.
So immediately out, I would probably say kind of southern to the city, there's another trail that starts to head south of the bus station on foot, and there's one that starts to head out to the bay. The one at the bay seems to be fresher.
I know the inclination is to go to the bay right away, but everything in me says we should follow the older trail to see what happened first, because perhaps the thing going out to the bay is charmed or something, and we could get a clue by following an old trail that
We'll take the
leads
old
away.
trail.
All right. Scarlet has a little bit harder time following the trail, but it's not bad. You're looking at like a -1 here, comparatively. All right.
It's not good. She had to use luck.
So, continuing forward, ultimately she kind of meanders outside of town. You're kind of in a suburban area, but all the manors here kind of have a lot of, what is it? It looks like in kind of upscale area, and kind of all the country homes here have like a lot of room around them, like maybe 40 kilometers, not 40 kilometers, excuse me, 40 acres or so, where it's not huge, but it's very, there's enough room to do stuff on. What is it? Coming off of a main drag coming into this region, it looks as though there is. What do you guys see? You would find what appears to be a country home, 2-story, white, blue shutters. The trail seems to lead off towards a back. I wouldn't say side barn, more of a small workshop that's off near the back, and there is a boat access from here onto the bay, and the trail will lead to that location. You can see that there currently is a gardener up front. Obviously, he's not paying attention to you initially, but Scarlet believes the trail leads back past the house.
Put on my monocle and take a glance around the area.
Look at the gardener in particular with my goggles on.
Looking at the gardener, nothing that would scream out of the ordinary. There's not any kind of resonances from this distance, at least. I'm assuming you guys are out near the road. The house doesn't look unusual from what you can tell. The area is kind of low, so it does give you a little bit better contrast against magical objects. You guys show out like all hell if you look over at anyone. So anyone else wearing a pair of goggles will be like, "There's the freaks over there." But so far, no, nothing here.
I'll look at it with life sights, or I don't know if that duplicates what these people have, but
From what you can tell, no, the gardener has a good life sign. Nothing. You can give me I would say a diagnosis or a physiology human. A lot of default from first aid.
Physiology human is what I heard.
Well, you don't have this effect running, so
Never mind. Sorry.
you're limited to. He's like, I'm seeing orange. You're like, I don't know what that
I
means.
made first aid by 3. That's not probably not enough.
He seems healthy. I mean, you don't necessarily have a lot of.
I see that he's not 100%.
No, he's not way more than you would expect.
Yeah.
He kind of looks, probably top 70%.
Like the people, I couldn't figure out what was going on with him when I first used it at the ball that turned into that madness thing.
Yeah.
I looked at them when I saw something wrong and didn't know what it was.
Nothing looks weird at this distance. The grass seems to be fairly well manicured. It obviously gets watered a fair amount. Occasionally you will see a light, nothing unusual, but there is a light. It seems as though there might be somebody living that occasionally passes by one of the front windows.
First floor, second floor?
I would say initially when you see this first floor off to the right side of the house. It appears to be a study, you guys correlating with him. It seems to be a woman, maybe 30s, mid-30s. Might be a maid.
What do we do?
Go up the walk? Do we bully ourselves up?
The country home is surrounded by a little bit of wood. I mean, not a whole lot, but you could theoretically get around. The only problem that you would have against it is because you're a whole monster squad, as opposed to just one random dude. And I would say that your attire would be appropriate for here, but other people's in the team would scream kind of like they're not from around here. I'd like to bring up Hunter's trench coat and map case, because that always looks weird. I don't know of a situation where that would look not weird, other than like adventurers coming off a boat in Cairo.
And ask questions about the missing professor, etc., and let you guys crawl the grounds.
All right.
And I'll just talk to the gardener, say I'd like to speak to the missus of the house, my friend's missing, give a half-truth story, etc., etc. I'm going to have my...
Take your time to prepare your story so you get a +3 on your roll.
I'm looking for a colleague of mine. He's in the investigation business. He went missing. He was last seen near here, and actually I have reports that he was seen on the grounds of her house. All right, I'm going to go with it. You guys are going to disappear and come into the back way woods type thing? Do any of you read Morse code?
I don't. I was going to spend that point.
You're also awesome.
Hey, they took my points away.
You don't necessarily need a separate point.
He's not even here.
If you remember,
He drove me here.
he didn't drive you here.
No, literally. From Big Lake, I got driven here by him.
Oh yeah, I'm aware of that. However, he needed to finish some things at his lab.
Well, that's right. He refused to join the adventure. This is your own fault.
He said it'd take an hour or two, then I rolled, and was like, okay, it'll take 4 hours.
Yep. And plus, he's a slow eater, so he might be taking a lunch. You eat during the course of the day.
You've got slow eater too?
He does. I've been not calling on him.
Oh my god.
So, just so you know, the definition
The two of them start talking, and all of a sudden,
the description,
hours have gone by.
the description of slow eater is it takes you 4 times as long to eat food. So normally 30 minutes becomes 2 hours. So through the course of the day, you're losing about 4 hours worth of work, just because you're like.
Wouldn't it
eating a
really be
sandwich.
6 hours because you have breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
At 10 points, it says 4.5 hours. That's what I'm going
Would
with.
that if you curate food?
It doesn't matter.
It
guys
doesn't
just
matter.
sit
You have something you can describe what it is, either a nervous stomach,
talk. I would make it
a
you
psychological
talk during your
impairment
meal.
where you can't shove things in your mouth very quickly,
distracted.
or whatever have you.
He can't watch other people. He can't.
Yeah, it's whatever it is. For 10 points, you take your fucking sweet time eating food. It's not a bad disad, other than if you have like a timetable.
That's a horrible disadvantage. It should be like 100 points. He has a fools to take it.
Nope.
All right.
I mean, sorry.
I think you even suggested I take that. Like,
Good,
right
good.
again. So,
I seriously doubt it, because I have a daughter that does that in real life and it annoys me, so I
Well,
just
slowly-
I'm not buying that.
My daughter's a slow eater too.
So, what are you guys doing?
I separate from these guys, hopefully before the gardener recognizes that we're a team.
And time is passing on. I would say probably about an hour and 20 minutes have passed. You guys are walking on foot through town. You spend time looking at the
I don't
harbor.
look as freaky as
so on and so
as
forth,
Hunter
so he'll
does.
eventually
I'll
tap in
strip
here.
off whatever I got that is, obviously.
Okay.
Or I'll bucket it and And I'll accompany you because I wear suits.
No, we got people that need to investigate. If you want to go up there and BS, you can BS.
Well,
Look, I need people to go in the back door
All right,
and
we'll
look.
go. Thought you wanted to go solo with you. It's all right.
Fine.
I don't mind going solo on the
Back
front
door?
door.
Not a problem.
We'll
Back
go.
door.
We slip away and back or
Chris
to the woods.
and Chris, CNC slip away.
I have
Oh,
no
we're
problem.
gonna do the woods around, aren't we? Or
Like I said, there's limited wood. It's not really a full woods, but there's at least probably about 30, maybe 40 meters worth of like kind of lightly forested area, which you could move through. I mean, if anyone gets out there with a scrutiny, they're going to see like some guys hiding in the forest. Theoretically, you could stealth it out, which I can roll for that. You guys are attempting to move around back as she's doing this, or after she engages, or how?
After she engages, we're going to do it.
we use
so
it.
as soon
Yeah.
as she goes
Use her
in,
for
we're going.
cover. To just gonna engage the gardeners on one side, left or right. When she walks up and engages, you'll look at her. We'll be on the other side of him.
Okay.
I have a question. Have I ever... do I know anybody that's used deflect harm to cast it, like either make it either make it where you don't see the occupants on the inside?
Invisibility.
Very similar.
Not from what you've seen. The only thing is you do remember that Michael Larson was very adept at it. He was able to create a field that essentially stopped 3 purebloods while you guys were fighting him. There were some instances where their attacks penetrated through, but you'd imagine that they're hitting sufficient DR prior to getting to you guys, otherwise it might be a lot more vicious.
Needed, huh? Chili.
Tater tots?
I think it was the onions.
I had the chili, and I don't think it's the chili.
You think it's a chili?
No, I don't think it was chili. It could have been the tater tots, though. I get that from, like, tater tots. All right, so heading up, you can initially see that there is a gardener out front trimming the bushes.
Can I talk to him
He doesn't
first?
look... he looks like he might be from around the area. It's hard to tell. Individual's short, probably about 5'5", otherwise looks fairly chipper, a little bit huckleberry, if you will, but otherwise he has a fairly nice disposition about him and honest-faced. He'll kind of clean up a little bit and straighten his... as he kind of looks over at you. Can I help you?
Issues.
Yes.
Yes, evidently today. It's only when I come here.
My friend
At
has
home,
gone
I want
missing. He was seen in this area about between 3 and 12 hours ago.
So, oh my goodness, that's horrible.
Have you seen a man that looks like this? I described the professor.
You can give me a diplomacy or a fast talk or interrogation.
No idea.
Diplomacy it. It was 11. I did it by 4. By 4.
He does, kind of lightly grab you by the hand and tells you that, he'll try to find it, try to find whoever you're looking for. Let's get in, get you out of this heat, and he'll call the local police here and try to find this missing person.
I pull out my Obduro investigation badge. I tell him, actually, I'm a private investigator, much like he is. So,
Well, he's a gardener.
Yeah, no, I understand. I
Here's my
understand you're a
gardener
gardener.
badge.
I'm just saying that I'm taking all the proper precautions. I haven't decided if this is a
Right.
missing
He
person's
calms down a
case
little
yet.
bit. Initially, he was treating you a little bit like a Southern belle, kind of bringing you in. You're not sure. For body language, it doesn't feel like he was being in any way deceptive.
Yeah.
However, it feels as though he was willing to risk you in and have somebody fan you and offer you tea.
No. I'll be using my Bostonian accent.
Okay, kind of unclassifying. It was unclassing it a bit. So
Yeah.
Okay.
East, northeast, like John Kerry, whatever. Yep.
All right.
John Kerry.
John Kerry. Flush the Johns. Yeah, it's John Kerry. He talks like this, right?
Well, I
When I
suppose.
went to Harvard.
What are you trying to do with the accent? Like, what is it? You could blend in a little bit more, but is there something that you're trying to go for specifically? Or are you trying
Yes,
to
I'm
appear
from
less?
out of town. I'm
Okay.
from out of town. I'm here
Right.
investigating. And
All right.
I'm probably, if anything, slightly upper class, not lower class.
Okay.
Not like Matt Damon and
Right.
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck.
He does change his demeanor a little bit when he sees that you kind of softly approach him originally, and now that he realizes that you're not just some damsel in distress, he'll back
Yep.
off a little bit. He says that he hasn't seen anyone that looks like that, but the professor, looks a lot like the people from around here.
Okay.
has a fairly nice wardrobe, short-cut hair. I mean, you're looking for somebody that's 5'10"-ish and short blonde hair, a nice, probably a nice suit.
I'll ask if the lady of the house is around.
He'll say...
Perhaps one of the maids.
He'll say that the Mr. and Mrs. are currently out. He says that they're going to be on vacation for about 2 weeks here. Is there a message you can leave with?
Well, I noticed somebody was working upstairs, looked like a woman, and I was...
Oh, he says that's, he'll say that's, what have you?
Ingrid.
Nicole, she's the maid.
Can I speak of her, please?
Yeah, he can.
Okay.
He'll come into the door, and you kind of see him head over into the, he doesn't yell or at any point in time to kind of convey his message. He seems to approach her and then comes back out. Okay. She seems to come out. She's somewhat attractive, kind of short brunette hair. Otherwise looks a little bit unkempt just because it looks like she's been cleaning some boxes with a lot of dust in it, so...
I'll ask her if she's seen anybody. Young man, probably in his 30s, short blonde hair, 5'10", wearing a nice suit, brown belt.
She says that she doesn't know for certain. She doesn't think so, but she says that the, what is it, Mr. Stone's, what is it, Mr. Stone's friends were over late last night. That might have been one of them, but she's not for certain.
Tell me about Mr. Stone's friends, please.
She tells you that they're part of the Church of Amberdeen, not Aberdeen, Amberdeen. And they're fellow, not clergy members, but, what the hell is it, practitioners? Is that somebody that goes to a church?
Yep.
Yes. He says that, she says, there's a Dr. Jerome Osborne, a Leonard, a Leonard Riley, and then she believes the other one was named Tony Weber, and she thinks that he's a local novelist.
They're all members.
She believes so. She's at least sure for Dr. Osborne and, what is it, Riley. She doesn't have much... She doesn't talk to them too often. She says that she has talked to Mr. Webster before.
You say that we're here. Where were they at? In the house?
She says that they were over late last night, probably around 5 p.m.-ish when she was finishing up. Presumably they left. She leaves prior to them, around 6 to 7.
And they were in the house, you say, or were they in one of the outbuildings?
They were at the house.
Can you give me descriptions of them, please?
Yeah, she'll give you a description.
I take lots of time getting the descriptions, etc., etc. I ask if she knows where they live in town.
She can tell you where Tony lives.
Okay.
She believes that Dr. Osborne is from in Seattle, and she's not sure about Riley.
Basically, I turn into a delay fish. Does that gentleman leave ever, or no? The gardener?
Oh, yeah. No, it would seem as though he looks as though he wants to leave, but just out of courtesy, he's not leaving.
I don't let him leave as far as, like, dismissing him or anything. I'm like, every once in a while I do turn to him and ask him
He
a
seems like
question.
he's overly polite. He doesn't seem to be... I suppose he doesn't seem to think anything odd of your questions.
Okay. Basically, I try to keep him involved in conversations so my friends have more time out there in the outbuildings. And then I'll ask them about the Church of Amberdeen. What do they know about it? Its tenants and things like that.
The maid doesn't know too much, other than it has a wide assortment of individuals, a lot of doctors, lots of famous individuals, and I suppose...
Scientology!
What is it?
Don't say it too much. This thing's
Writers.
broadcast in the public. We didn't say that. We meant scientists.
I don't care.
Writers and other high society types. She says that, from what she understands, it doesn't operate like a normal church. The gardener would tell you that they're currently... What is it? the Mr. and Mrs. are currently going on a cruise. He believes the ship's called the Symphony. And apparently they're going to be going up and down up to the Alaskan coast and coming back as part of a retreat. And they do this every 3 months or so.
With the church and a bunch of church people?
You would say, yeah. He thinks it's restricted to church members and their guests.
Nice.
Otherwise, he's met a lot of people with inside the church, and they all seem to be fairly intelligent, if not a little bit aloof. And he says he doesn't mean to say it too much, but he kind of get the gist that he says that all of them are a bit eccentric.
Yep.
But he says they're high society types, so he expects as much from them.
Yep. Okay. I keep asking them questions. Okay. I ask them if there's a church building here, things like that. But basically, I'm going to give them a chance to roleplay. Okay.
They'll tell you that their headquarters apparently is based out of California. I don't have the information specifically on the sheet, but you two, you can tell that he's probably not doing as great of a job as you are stealthing in this particular situation, but it just might be how he entered. Otherwise, you guys seem to be getting around the back just fine. It doesn't seem like the guard or anyone else noticed you. There could theoretically be someone else in the house, but you haven't seen any life signs. Glass does block life signs to a certain amount, so if somebody was standing very far back in the room, you wouldn't notice them, as opposed to them being near the window.
Whereas you can see right through walls?
Depending on the size of the life force, if there's a large life force, you can see it on the other side of 3 feet of wood.
So glass blocks more than, say, common construction materials at this time?
No, what I'm saying is it's relative. If there was a person with a normal amount of life force standing farther back in the room, past a window, he would not be able to see it very well. If they're behind a thin wooden door, he wouldn't be able to see anything. If there was some sort of horrible monster on the other side, he's like, something's on the other side of this concrete.
Something I shouldn't be able to see.
I'll do auto hypnosis before we go in.
Okay.
7 by 9.
Okay. You get a +3.
Okay. And then I'll do mind barrier on top of that. Straight up.
Okay.
And then guardian of the mind. By 3.
Okay.
So still a +3 on top of that.
But you had the +3s, I'll take into account the other effects.
Yep.
So as you guys are moving back towards the back area, you can see that there is a boat access, and there probably would be kind of like I want to say maybe close to a 28-foot sailboat out back here. It's not the hugest you've seen out in the harbor, but
Where does Scarlet lead to?
she did. Tracking it passes by the building. She would have to get closer into the back to pick up the trail from there. As in, you guys are. The trail leads here.
She do it by herself?
She can go off.
It's possible, but she would be, the cat would be walking straight through the lawn, which they might not care.
Why don't you, when we're at the side of the house, or when we know it's between us and the house, she walks towards the house until she picks it up and follows it in the backyard.
I'll tell Scarlet to, if she sees anything, or
You do see, okay.
to report back as soon as possible if she picks up anything of the professor would put.
You can see a good amount of the lot they have here. Like I said, it's not that much woods. Somebody looking over might not notice you in here, especially if you're being stealthy. But if you're looking for something, you can see the house and that kind of workshop structure out back. As you continue on, the cat does kind of, Scarlet comes back towards the front and passes by. It does seem like the gardener notices the cat and kind of looks over, and then it seems like B kind of distracts him and engages him with another question. And the cat just walks towards the back. It seems as though she meanders a bit back towards the storm cellar, a storm door in the back, and then ultimately heads back over to a locked workshop in which Scarlet kind of grabs for the doorknob and then just kind of stops out front and kind of walks around.
Okay. I'll try to call her back. See if she, just by using messenger, I guess, to call her back.
Okay.
By 8.
Yep.
So then I'll ask her what she sensed over there.
She says that some of the trail leads into the basement. There's a little bit of trail to the basement with the cat as well, but the majority of it she got is coming from the workshop towards the storm cellar, and then heading back towards the bus.
The bus.
Bus station?
Oh, bus station.
So we'll go. Pete wants us to go in here, right?
We'll move past the house enough so that we're out of line of sight. And I'm assuming there's a front and back, not a side and back.
Yeah, you'd kind of starting to be coming up to the bay.
So that, and then we'll cut across the yard to the workhouse.
Okay. As I said before, it doesn't look like anyone necessarily can see you, but...
And we do what when we say this before we go, I go, okay, now we walk like we belong here. So we stand up and we walk out of the woods and we just...
Okay. You haven't seen anyone. Ultimately, you come up to the workhouse. It seems to have fairly thick walls. It seems to be very good construction. It's definitely not an original structure. It's not as old as the house.
Check the door.
Seems to be a solid metal door, very good construction. There seems to be a lock in the doorknob itself.
I don't have lock picking, but
Get rid of the doorknob. Matter of manipulation gloves.
Okay.
7, 12. Read by 2.
You guys can give me a perception check.
by 8.
By 10.
By 10. Ultimately, you break down the door handle. It takes a little bit longer than normal. It must be some sort of alloy. You would notice that both of you would notice that there's electrical sparks that come from the doorknob, and there's odd pieces of what you say are hypertech within the door frame itself. And then so far you haven't heard anything, and it looks like you can jimmy the door open past here, but there's an odd blinking light coming from the second story of the study room.
We just triggered an alarm. Well, kick it open, let's go.
Okay, kick it open.
Kicking it open, you can see what appears to be probably about 25 square feet of workspace, along with what appears to be, an extended coupe.
Car, you mean?
Yep, like was it 1928?
Look at it, see if it's the same tread that was at Professor's
Can you give me a
house.
tracking or a forensics?
By 9.
By 9?
Tracking by 2.
You're not quite sure. You do have photographic memory, so it could be. It's about the weight class of vehicle you would expect. It's kind of the right width. You're not sure about the tread specifically. You're pretty confident this probably is the vehicle. I mean, you kind of push back up and down. It seems like it has very thick shocks on it. But as you're kind of checking the treads, you do also notice that the rear exhaust isn't hooked up to anything.
Okay.
It goes into the bottom of the vehicle and then it just tapers off.
Pop the hood.
Trying to pop the hood, you can give me a lock picking.
Oh,
I'll look-
really?
I'll look inside the...
I don't have lock. It's like, who locks their hood?
Me.
When you come up to essentially, there's to get into the car, it seems like the hood itself is locked, and there's probably about 7 or 8 individual pieces that are holding the hood shut. It does not seem to be standard construction. With a Ford, you would imagine there's like a little bolt thing here, and you can just pop it
I'm
off.
guessing this is a hypertech creation.
You think?
Yeah. So I get down and take a peek under, around one of the front wheels to look up underneath.
It looks like the wheels roll, but the wheels aren't hooked up to
Axle.
an axle that would actually propel it. These things don't hook. The wheels themselves aren't powered, so there's some other means for this vehicle to move forward and back.
The front normally doesn't. So I go. You tell me that when I see the
When
rear,
you look at the back, there's nothing powering the wheels, meaning the movement of the vehicle must, unless they have like a sail that comes up the back, it's not actually moving the wheels. Something else is moving the wheels.
Is there a electric coil or any type of motor built into the hub of each wheel?
Magic
I
God.
can see.
I go.
However, you'd see that the bottom it is unusually well sealed, the bottom. I mean, you can't see a lot of the kind of like oil lines and other things like that. There's kind of a metal
Plate. It looks
plate.
like it's welded around or bolted around or
yeah,
something like that.
like
so
odd.
like it's got a hypertech engine, that suitcase that's set inside.
Look inside
You
the
imagine
cab.
that you could get into the vehicle, but it looks odd. Looking into the vehicle, I mean, there's your standard. What the hell is? They wouldn't even have a radio, I don't think, in this one. A standard interior, very nice leather. Nothing unusual. It looks like maybe a 3-4 speed.
Check the trunk. See if there's any.
It seems like there is not a lock for the trunk, and most likely locks from inside the vehicle.
Oh, try the handle.
Door handle?
The door handle for the vehicle is locked. There
Lock
does seem to
picking?
be you can give me a lock picking roll.
I could use a car
By 3.
By 3. As you're playing along with the lock, I mean, you look into it, and there's no tumbler system inside the lock. You continue to just kind of jerry-rig with it for a while. I mean, you can try to force it.
What about the window? Glass?
Maybe glass.
How about the engine compartment? Can you try and lockpick that, or is it the same way?
As I said before, the lockpick would be to get into this lock here, because unless you want to try to use a pry bar and get up in front. Mind you, it still looks like it's made out of what have you, handling material.
and there's a
it's just, I'm assuming you guys are not trying to like smash and grab.
There's a cellar to this too, right?
To here, no. There's a large workshop space that is just past this vehicle.
I'll have Scarlet to keep on sniffing around for Professor input.
There's a strong scent in the car. It seems to leave and heads towards the
House?
the house,
Sewer, or the root cellar.
the root cellar, and then the trail picked up shortly thereafter, heading towards the bus station.
Alright, how about we come back to the car
I'll
later?
take the bullet that Hunter gave us,
Okay.
and I'll find a spot underneath the car,
Okay.
and then I'll try to.
Wedge it in someplace?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's nice.
Yeah, you can find that small.
Good idea. Can we slip out? Anything else in here?
Looking around, there's a lot of kind of tool sets for, you'd almost say like radio equipment repair and other things of that. But this looks like, I suppose, a little bit like 42nd Infantry equipment. I mean, somebody looking would be like, yeah, that's a soldering iron, right?
Yeah.
But no, it's not. Some of these items look like they're mundane, but any kind of scrutiny, they do appear to be hypertech. I mean, there's nothing... Okay.
I'll look out the window to see if anybody's coming.
There's no windows to this workshop space.
Look out the door,
Are you
watch.
stealing things?
Yes.
Somebody's coming.
No,
I'll tell you to hurry. We need to make it to the cellar.
I did. I take the things that look like actual devices. So I don't look for the mundane tools, but I look for the other. Like if I spend a moment, look at it and go, hypertech.
Yeah,
Hypertech.
you can determine whether or not it's hypertech.
Hypertech. And I just
But
when
it would
I-
take some time to actually see what they figure out what they do.
that's also I know. It's
What's
hypertech
odd
now.
about this particular hypertech is it looks like... Have you ever seen Johnny Five, the original Johnny Five?
You mean the
Short circuit.
Short Circuit?
Yeah. I was thinking of Johnny Quest when you said
Yeah,
that.
excuse me, Short Circuit.
Yeah.
A lot of this stuff looks like you could purchase it from like a Radio Shack or an Axeman or even Southwestern Bell, but it's obviously being used by somebody that has a much more advanced understanding of how they can be used.
It's too bad we probably have to kill this guy.
Not worried about that right now. We just need to hurry and find him.
How many miscellaneous tools do I find?
I'd probably say 7,
7? Alright.
Sure, you dropped
and that's
the black
tools
one.
and or objects.
So it's 7 hypertech.
What appear to be hypertech objects.
So why do we call you the thief?
I'm not a thief.
I believe he's... yeah, sure.
Think about it. I might be able to break in, but when it comes down to stolen items, I'm not the one that's been stealing a lot lately. I'm in crooked deals.
You know,
You may have disads, I think, that are still applicable, but...
No, I actually don't.
Really? Because the other one did. The previous character sheet, I think, did.
Hey, if I find out that this guy's up and out,
Maybe you bought it off.
I'll probably bring this stuff back.
Give
or
me
I'll,
your
Oh,
finished
no.
character sheet.
Oh no. Oh, the klepto?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it, but I've resisted the urge every.
I've rolled on that, and there's some things I need to update you on.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
That's it. Just note, if I find out that Mr. Church is actually a decent guy, or he's been... So this is the church's house, right?
No, Mr. Stone.
Mr. Stone? I read Church. Stone. I think I got
Don't even
Stone.
ask him if it's a decent
There's a
guy.
Dr. Osborne, a Lenny,
Mr.
Leonard Riley,
Yeah.
and then a Tony Webster.
Yeah, I got all that. Or Weber.
Weber.
I got Mr. Stone's house, so if I find out that Mr. Stone is actually a decent guy, after I identify this stuff and figure out how it all works, I'll bring it back.
You would say that this individual, while not necessarily the most advanced technology you have found, definitely does have experience using modern technology for advanced purposes. Kind of a lot of the crap that you've been trying to do as of late.
And hey, maybe I can use this stuff to make my stuff easier, so...
Maybe.
I mean,
Beef.
Feels good to say that, sort of thing, right?
pure cure.
Yeah. And now Barton's realized, it's like, wait a second here.
It's not
Wait
thievery,
a
it's
second. The
loot.
first time you just stole the most stuff, but everyone else stole that stuff too.
All right. Otherwise, what are you guys heading? What are you
Go
doing
into the
from
cellar.
there? Going to the cellar.
It's got to be
He's
about
still up
9.
there in front. Yeah, but it's getting there. So heading to the cellar. It does seem like there's a simple lock. It doesn't look like the previous locks. It's not built in or
Pick
anything.
it. Alright. Roll 7, beat it by 5. By 5.
Okay. Heading in, it seems to be fairly dark down there.
Alright. How dark?
You would be better off than normal, but it's still kind of dark. I'm just making you aware that if you're walking into a dark situation, you might be at a penalty to vision.
Was the other room dark at all?
I would say you guys left the door open, so it was adequate
Well,
lighting.
I opened up one of my portable holes. I'll probably have a flashlight out from there.
Okay.
And as the root cellar's probably going to be dark.
Sure,
so
you could have
I'll
pulled out a
see.
flashlight when you're looking at the objects that were on the...
Yeah.
Coming into the basement now, there's various tables and other folded up materials, and it looks like this is a large sub-basement. I wouldn't say sub-basement, but it seems to be a separate basement from most likely the rest of the building. And it does look like there is probably a pump house in the bottom of here. There most likely is a boiler. It seems like there is some standard tools and other things of that nature, but everything seems to be fairly clean. Scarlet would tell that there is a scent of ammonia and chlorine in this room. Otherwise, it seems fairly clean. There's a surprising lack of dust. Nothing huge. Probably a little bit higher than the surrounding region, but nothing in here that stands out by itself.
I talked to you, and I talked to Pudding. And if you translate that,
Scarlet.
or Scarlet, I started to go, can you smell any of either the professor or Pudding's blood?
Not really, no.
My fear is they did some kind of ritual, something here, and they spilled blood.
Take it with you and sit outside.
We're currently at a park.
Oh, yeah.
So what we search it, we find anything.
I'll throw up a little bit more fairy fire. I'll use my staff and I'll put fairy fire on it just to give it more light, so I can use it as a...
I'll use what limited I have with my life.
We
sight.
might retroactively do something here depending on what Steve does, but actually, can you go grab Steve? Based on your guys' searches,
What do you have down for my search number?
I have a 14 for search.
16 for search.
Is it? Because your perception on your character sheet was 14.
16 on my audit character?
Yep, the one you sent me.
16.
I have it right here.
I have it right here, the one I sent you.
Alright. We'll compare.
He has search based on
Perception.
perception with 2 points in it.
So accounts for
Where are we here?
So that's the whole point of the next thing.
Yeah, you must have sent me a weird one.
That's probably the one. I don't know
That's
which
like,
one
oh
I
no.
sent it
Oh no. You can't do that.
Jeb Smith?
And of course, this is black as well. It's like the removal.
Me?
Huh?
Smith? No.
No, this is...
He's also
There's a discrepancy between the
Well,
two.
it's scanning for a virus right now, but it is in fact 14 on the one that I have.
No, my perception's 16.
Okay.
I can even show you on the hard copy.
Just give me the updated version of that.
Okay.
Are you at 480?
All right.
It's fun. But you get this. You get the dwarf.
He's got decks. especially
Looking
his
around,
deck.
you can see that there are, I suppose, some cleaning chemicals down here. Scarlet can tell that there is a little bit of a mask scent of the professor somewhere around here, and she smelled it outside too, and it might have been actually heading back to the dock. Or is it at least the boat in the back? But she didn't recognize the smell right away because it smelled like clean skin and ammonia and chlorine.
Does she still sense puddings out there?
She's not sure.
So I think we need to
You
check
gotta
out that
ask the
27
price.
foot sail.
They go 50 cents on
That's what you're
up.
saying?
It could be possible, but she doesn't get a very strong
Cards
scent
are in the
there.
case. The boxes
She
in the
now
back,
imagines that the
they're
object she was
like-
smelling, at least the people that came to contact with her equipment or the professor's equipment might be where the smell's coming from, and she's not specifically sure where the professor is. So it might be her jacket, her other various things that she picked up. Oh, so it's been probably about, I want to say, 20 minutes or so. Your dialogue and asking questions are becoming a bit strained. You can give me a public speaking or an acting.
I'm gonna look to see if I have public speaking. I doubt I do.
I mean, you've already kind of delved into your really kind of bullshit questions, and now you're just grasping.
Okay.
Or depending, maybe you roll by 10, maybe you got this full backlot of questions and things that could be pertinent.
I will
Was his
ask
hair...
what room these people used. Dr. Jerome Osborne, Leo Riley, and Tony Weber.
They have guest rooms here for when they occasionally come over.
Oh, so it wasn't like they came and they were in one room and then left or anything. They were in their own room.
She imagines that they were talking and smoking in the study, but they do sometimes occasionally stay here, at least, what have you, Dr. Osborne, who's from Seattle.
These three gentlemen closely resemble descriptions I've had of people that were with my fellow investigator. Could you show me to the study just to look around? I won't touch anything. I'd just like to see if there's
She
anything.
thinks that's all right. She'll kind of somewhat look questioningly over at the gardener, and the gardener will okay.
Basically, I'll say, I don't think that they're directly involved in anything unless it's, against their will. I just want to make sure that these three gentlemen would be fine. We could find overturned lamps or something.
The gardener is more than willing. You get a feeling that the maid is a bit more reserved, but the gardener's already kind of on board based on your appearance, you're a woman, and
Okay. All right.
surely you're up to no harm.
All right, I'll go off to these rooms. Or
The gardener will, and the maid will come with you.
Okay. I look through the rooms, see if they left anything out. Like, here's the plans. When you get here, make sure you come here.
Not going to see. The only thing is, kind of looking out, you are aware of where the group is, and these two aren't back yet. Coming into the house now, you can give me a perception check.
Hearing?
Yes, hearing.
I did it by 2.
It seems like as you come in and spend probably about 3 or 4 minutes inside the study, you will hear what sounds to be kind of a soft bang come from below. It doesn't seem like the maid noticed, but the gardener has. And he seems to be now kind of looking down the corridor, but not like...
I'll stop and say, did you hear something?
He says, I think that damn squirrel got in the basement again. You know what? You'll be fine here. He'll go check it out.
All right. We'll see you when you return, then. I say he's a little bit down the hallway, just a little bit louder, and I shut up.
You guys can give me perception checks. Hearing based.
But it was actually like 50% normal.
By 2.
By 9.
You don't hear this at all. By 9 you can hear, well, I'm sure you find whatever squirrel you're looking for in the basement.
I grab like we gotta go. So as we leave, we go up to the cellar door, make sure we lock it.
Yep.
And we sort of go around.
All right. So from here, you guys can give me. Shit. You'll see that as you're leaving the basement, the cellar section, you'll end up hearing. Yeah, I'm aware. What is it? You guys will end up hearing a back door shut, probably about 25 feet from where you are right now. It has to be around the corner, and this is as you're leaving the basement.
Can we get to the other side?
I don't want Dusty about how to get here.
If we run versus they're probably walking?
Walking, there's no way that this individual is not going to come around the corner by the time you reach the forest, or the workshop would be clearly in his view. You need to go near the front of the house. So you're not sure. I mean, even at a jog, you might be caught at this point.
Just trying to visualize it, so, I mean, the best we can do is run like hell, I suppose, right?
Ultimately, you heard it, then Jeb told you about it, and it seems like the individual was fairly close, so you had probably about 15 seconds to grab your shit, and then, of course, you're not, like, storming out of the house. Otherwise, that would make a lot of noise in itself, but...
Is the air thick right now with moisture?
Somewhat, I would say.
Could I'll try to make a wall of rain disappear and then just sort of downpour around us.
Around you?
No, like around the house, so...
Okay, you can give me, what is it?
Water manip.
Yeah, water manipulation. I think that's...
Paradox.
It's actually an amulet he has.
I don't get paradox. By 8.
By 8? Yeah, you can start to bring down.
Wait. So by using an amulet, he doesn't build up paradox.
How certain magical artifacts work is they would break before he would accumulate paradox. Technically speaking, the amulet could accumulate paradox, but in that instance, the amulet would break. Or suffer the ill effects of that rather than him. The same thing with the staff. The staff would end up taking a little bit of the brunt prior to anything else happening. So, from there, you end up hearing somebody probably, I don't know, it sounds a little bit like it could be the gardener say, huh. And then you hear a kind of a door shut.
We'll make our way to where the rest of the group is, and once we get there, I'll try to call up the street.
So you're booking it, or you're stealthing, or what are you trying to do?
Well, how bad is the rain coming down at?
Not much. I'm assuming you did that corner of the room, or is it that corner of the building? It's coming down enough where it's noticeable. But if somebody's looking from like 50 feet away, they're like, what the hell is that? Looks like there's like a hose on in the attic.
We'll try to stealth out.
We'll huff to the quick step whether. Oh, look at that rain! We'll
So I'm just imagining
jog to
running
the woods, and then once we get in the woods, we turn back into kind of half stealth.
There's a spot here. So I have my computer come back. I'm going to grab you by your ankles and swing you around. But I mean, if Bob's here and say I have to do or something.
All right. As you guys head back, what is it? Ultimately, you guys kind of change different paths. Like you kind of book it this way, you guys book it there. You're already gone by the time that you realize that you're not going the same direction. You ultimately, you end up heading kind of more out straight away from the building. You kind of head towards the front. You guys can give me perception checks.
Perception by 7.
By 7?
By 6.
By 6. Both of you would see that as the gardener has come around. Doesn't seem to be the gardener from what I can tell. He looks at the back. What have you? The back doors, the storm doors, the root cellar doors. I'd probably say they're open. You guys were not necessarily trying to make any noise. So he does look a bit surprised.
I did lock it as I left.
Were you locking it as you? Because as you were exiting, like as you guys were on the staircase, this is when you heard the noise.
What B was saying?
So, as you guys were leaving the basement, this is when the individual got to the back door.
Oh, okay.
So I'm assuming, I mean, you could have tried to shut it, but that would have made noise. So I'm assuming you just left it.
Okay.
Because otherwise, by then, shutting it quietly, then locking it, that's probably another 5-6 seconds, and he's already out here. You guys are off in the forest. It does seem as though he notices him kind of jaunt back into the forest a little bit, and he does seem kind of a little bit, at first surprised, and then a little bit like, who is this guy? Was he digging around the house? But it doesn't look like he's noticed you at all. So it does look like he kind of shuts the door and promptly pulls up his britches, heads back into the building.
Yeah, no, you handled your last.
I guess we'll just kind of disappear. So we'll puff out to the road and.
How's
We
New
don't have
York?
a car here, really, do we?
No, we just teleported to a farmhouse near here.
Super adventurous.
So, I guess kind of look for B, but start heading to a house or so across down the way.
Okay. All right, Steve's still on the phone, so ultimately you guys, I'm not sure what Steve will do here.
So it's going to be evening now.
Yep.
Okay.
I've been counting out how much time has been passing. You will find out that they...
So I'm calling B's lab first because that's the only thing I can actually contact. And from there,
Walter Riker would be able to get you in contact with B, who, depending on Steve getting out back out.
Like, it's a damn car.
I think he's getting dusty direction.
That might be it. I'll pause the recording for that time. Alright. So, from what ultimately... You heard what sounded like strange, almost like there was rain, but it was only coming out from the back area. And then you end up hearing the gardener kind of come back in, step in, grab something, and then kind of looking down the hallway a little bit. It looks like he grabs a jacket and walks outside again. He comes in probably about 20 seconds later. He does have a distressed look on his face. Kind of looks over at you. He says, are both you ladies all right? I think somebody was trying to break into the cellar. I saw a scruffy-looking individual run off into the woods.
I kind of lean and look out the window that would lead to the woods. Did you see what they look like aside from scruffy hair color? What kind of clothes were they wearing?
He said he only saw one. You think there's more of them?
I thought you said there was more than one.
No, he said he saw a scruffy-looking guy.
What did he look like?
He'll give you a description that roughly looks like Jeb,
Okay.
but he doesn't say anything about Captain Thomas here.
Okay.
He says, I found the root cellar open. Looks like somebody picked the lock.
Was there anything taken?
I didn't check right away. I was making sure that you ladies were safe.
Are you sure that they picked the lock, or was the lock broken from the inside?
Why would they just run off like that? They were acting all strange.
Unless they were tied up in the basement.
What? It's crazy talk. You see, he picks up the receiver in the hallway.
Okay.
Operator, get me the Amberdeen police. Yep, I'll hold.
I'll wait.
He'll give the address for the location here. He gives a description. He says, I think somebody's trying to break into, Mr. Stone's place. This is the gardener here. He gives his name. He kind of looks like this. Scruffy looking. Looked like he was up to no good. You know, the type that you wouldn't want to find down a back alley.
I'll start drawing a picture.
Yeah.
It doesn't really
his
look like
description to the guy sounds like a scruffier, more, menacing Jeb. It's like, I kind of remember a scar, but I'm not sure if there was a scar or not. Maybe he had
I don't know how you
might
got
have a tattoo.
I'll try to draw a picture so you can show the police.
All right. Are you trying to, what do you...
Artistic ability.
Are you drawing something that looks like Jeb? Or
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, like, Not even really close, but you know, a
Did he
big
have a skinny
nose,
nose or
kind
did he
of,
have a fat nose?
kind of Turkish looking.
All right, sure. Implicate like the one Turkish orthopedic in town. He's like, I had nothing to do with this.
Way to go.
That's hilarious. Artistic ability.
I don't even have a beard. I was like, we don't know about you.
I did it before.
He says that's not quite it. The eyes aren't shifty enough.
Ooh, I draw beat your little eyes closer together.
Yep. Ultimately, what he's drawing you to is kind of a little more sinister version of Jeb.
Well, I make it look really sinister then with the eyebrows.
He feels you a little bit on that, but he's like, I think that's good. I think we're going too much on that.
Okay.
Otherwise, are you waiting here with him? He recommends that you stay here until the police arrive. You don't know; could be out there still.
I tell him that I'm actually going to leave and walk around. Is there a sidewalk that goes in that direction or not really?
He can, in his good honor, let you go outside the house knowing that there's those kinds of deviants outside.
You realize I'm a licensed private investigator, right?
He understands, but a lady of your caliber shouldn't have to resort to violence. Now, what are you guys doing outside? You're not too far off, but B hasn't left, and it's been like 5 minutes now.
Make a stun assist.
Do I know that I got spotted?
Like I said, with your perception, it looks like he was looking over at you. It could have been like, who the hell's that guy, or is there somebody over there? You would say it looks like you got spotted, but you're
Can we
not
address
sure.
the fact where his finger starts clicking?
At this point in time, you'd end up hearing Riker's voice, probably from your jacket pocket, say, B, are you there?
Oh.
And then they kind of look over at you like...
I answer it. Yes, I'm here.
The gardener seems to be completely astonished. The maid's like, is this... She clearly
It's a
doesn't
radio,
know.
I say.
He says, I didn't know they made him so small. Did you get that from the government?
Where the government gets them from?
Riker, at this point in time, was it assuming if you press the button back,
Yeah, I do.
he would probably say like, oh, yeah, get you later.
Okay. I tell them that we're the people that make them for the government when they want them this small.
He says, that's pretty suave there.
All right. Well, I'm going to go take a look for these gentlemen.
He'll come out there
I'll get
with you.
back on my radio. I'll be
You'll
like,
see he takes...
you're covering the North Woods, aren't you? Have you seen a shifty-looking guy? And I turn the volume down and I'm like, listening closer.
Unfortunately, this is a prototype device. It doesn't have a volume. It has like a set amount.
Oh, okay. I kind of cup it then, hold it by my ear.
Yep. Riker will say, yeah, we're checking out the North Woods. I haven't seen anything so far. We'll let you know if we spot anything.
Without pushing the button down, I just say, be on the lookout for a scruffy-looking individual that looks sinister, possibly Turkish.
You mean acting?
Possibly.
Made it by 5.
It seems like they're not even questioning it now. However, the gardener does pull off a rifle that was in the study. And says, I'm going to come out there with you.
Okay. You're going to look funny walking down the sidewalk with that.
He says, I'm well known here. Plus, there's a shifty deviant on the loose.
I assure you I'm armed, sir.
It's all right.
All right. I start walking down towards... I walk on the sidewalk a ways.
Okay.
Away from the woods if I can, but whatever.
Yep. He'll follow you. You're trying to brush him off, but it looks as though he's honor-driven to make sure that you come to no ill will.
All right, well, I'll try to get to where there's traffic. Sidewalk traffic.
It's us. We're down a ways, but
Yeah, you have visuals of the building, but...
I can't wait for this. That's him!
Well, in fairness, normal people don't react like that, but... I think that guy, 70% certain, let's shoot him. It's more of the PC.
Try to wing him in the leg.
Be like,
What are you looking for? Are you looking at anything on my sheet?
your last
If he's guilty, he shouldn't be running in the
Riker.
first place.
We'll wait.
So, he's following you.
I try to get to town. I go into a hotel.
After
and-
probably about, I would say 5 minutes of walking, he can see one of the patrol cruisers coming down.
We have a picture, I think.
He says that if you come talk with the police with him, he can't leave you here alone. But he really needs to talk to the patrol cruiser.
You should go talk to the police.
He says he's going to have to request that you come with him.
I don't want to talk to the police. They don't like private investigators.
He says, I'm sure they'll have no problem with you. You seem to be an upstanding private investigator.
Don't you wish you could just freaking teleport at this point?
Yeah, because that's going to solve shit.
Screw this guy.
Blind him with fairy magic and then run.
I go over to the cops with them.
I'm just waiting for the point where Jeff's like, got that guy. He was following you, right?
You will see that a patrol cruiser is coming down the block here. You guys are kind of off in a wooded area, but I mean, you're not... You're as nonchalant as your group can be sitting on a sidewalk far off away from here. Are you doing anything?
How far is the police cruiser?
Right now, I'd probably say you can see it from 2 blocks down. It has its lights on.
Curse him.
Yeah.
I tried to open the door. Not that that's ever happened before.
Sad, but...
Happened before. I tell Thomas that I've probably been spotted. It's probably better if you go up ahead and we'll meet
Hunter
at
is
the
with you at this point as well.
Alright.
We'll just walk like we have nothing going on, and if they stop, we'll deal.
Hate dealing. So much easier to deal with freaking baddies than just freaking normal civilians.
So you can always cap the baddie, whereas the normal civilians, like, you gotta walk with kid gloves.
Not all of you have sense of duty to innocence or humanity.
I don't.
Most of you do.
Not
Jeb
even-
could try to shoot a guy, maybe. I'm not sure. I'll have to double check his disads.
Damn it. Nope, I have no problem. I got sense of loyalty to the group.
He could curse a police car and have it
Yeah,
topple over and start on fire as he tries
Sense
to
of
write in
duty,
his
good
own
humans.
blood to tell his wife that he loves him.
Then I would heal him just to make him feel better.
Oh yeah, and then burn his body in some sort of ritual later on in the woods. Yeah.
Happened once.
So the patrol cruiser will actually slow down as it passes your group. One of the individuals, probably about 45, good build to him, clean shaven. You guys out of town?
Yeah, we were just
You
coming
can see
in.
that he does seem to have somebody with him in the vehicle. Looks like another police officer. They do turn off the light.
Came in on the bus and my cat got away, so I had to chase her all over this godforsaken place.
Can you give me
I
a
showed her
fast
my
talk?
cat.
Should have gone with, I heard word that my cat was in town, so I drove over.
Teleported in.
By 1.
1. Master of disguise here. So, been going around a few of the buildings here to catch your cat.
Was jumping across this nice little manicured lawn, so I chased her through that.
Oh, yeah. Maybe she ran into a storm drain or a storm cellar around here.
I don't know about that, but I caught her. Caught her in the woods behind that house.
Maybe another fast talk?
Yep. By 7.
He'll come out of the car at this point in time. They'll park the other two. The other individual will come out of the car as well. They do seem to be a little bit apprehensive because there's 3 of you here. So you found your cat. What's your cat's name?
Scarlet.
Scarlet. Where'd you get her? Seems to be a unique cat.
It is a unique cat. It's actually one of those prize cats. We were taking her up to Vancouver.
It's a pretty cold weather for a hairless cat.
For some odd reason, it loves cold weather.
Where are you from?
We're from the East Coast.
East Coast? This is the East Coast. So you're around these parts.
We're in the West Coast.
Oh, West Coast. Yep. Excuse me.
Look at the cop. Look back. Oh, what?
Yep. West Coast. Or was it, you're on the West Coast. What parts?
Near the greater New York area.
Greater New York area? No,
New York City.
you don't specifically you live in New York City? Oh. Been hearing that they've had some gang issues up there recently.
A little bit. We also work.
Wouldn't anything know about those gangs in the region, right?
No, we actually work with the police department out of New York.
Oh.
I'll give them the detective's name that we work with. Murphy, I think.
Are you giving him a real name
Yeah,
or
I'll give the real name.
Keith Johansson?
Keith Johansson, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we work with Keith Johansson. He's a detective out of whatever precinct there is right there.
You can be fast talk.
By 4?
Okay. Well, we've been having some issues in the recent area, just making sure, checking things out. Since you worked with the police before, you should be fairly familiar with the process. We just want to ask you a couple questions. You guys might know some characters in the region that kind of looking around, breaking into buildings.
Yeah, no problem. No, if you're doing your job, we're happy.
Oh, of course, I'm sure everything will check out. He'll open up the back door of the cruiser.
All right. I'll also write down the name, give it to him on a piece of paper. Like, you just might want to call this person right here.
Yeah, he says,
You're going to give us a ride back to town?
Can't make a call from here, of course. I mean, I don't got a phone in my cruiser.
Sure, we'll go with you.
Yeah. In this part, I'm now assuming the hunter is now in the back. They're kind of getting him in there.
Where did they go?
No, I need to drive.
All right.
No, we'll go with them.
All right.
Does Hunter need to drive? Does he have a quirk?
He will get distressed.
He's looking nervous back there. Hey, buddy, what's
I
making
won't
you
say-
nervous?
I won't say that he's going to say anything necessarily, but you do continue to move actually back towards the house that were at prior. It seems like he stays here. He tells his associate, his fellow cop, to go check in with the gardener. He asks you a few more questions, just kind of like, so what did you work with the police before? And
Yeah, we did missing persons cases out of New York.
persons out of New York, so you're a private investigator then. Or you're just related to a missing persons crime.
Consultants.
Consultant? So what do you,
They
blood
consult
work or footprinting?
whatever they want us to do.
Sketch artist?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure, you can give me fast talk.
Is it actually convict based on blood type?
By 3.
No, they can't determine. They can determine at this point in time if it's human blood, and I think they might be able to determine O positive and things of that nature. So they can get like, well, he was an O negative and this guy was an O negative, but no, they can't do any kind of. They can't actually check any kind of genetics. They don't even know what DNA looks like. I don't think they know what. They don't have any idea of DNA at the moment. So they're aware there's some sort of intercellular material that encodes for people's bodies.
The
They just don't know.
ribosomes.
Yeah, it might actually be the ribosomes at this time period. Otherwise, you'll end up seeing there's the fucking Three Stooges in the back of the patrol cruiser. You can see the deputy does come up and he politely kind of talks to the gardener and you.
Oh, have you seen anyone that looks like this?
This.
Oh, yeah. It's going to work out. I know it is.
The deputy will tell you, he says, that we currently have somebody we had just kind of walking down the road, all suspicious, like not too far from here. He kind of matches the description. He'll kind of point you over towards a patrol cruiser, and he says, without looking back himself, he says, that man on the third on the right, near the right passenger door. That looked like our man?
I hold up my cat when he sort of pops over. I'm like,
The gardener's like, I
never
think
seen-
that's him. I think that's a jacket.
I don't know. I'm looking.
Well, that's just a sketch you made on my description. I think that was him. He was shuffling off into the forest. I don't know about the other two. I didn't see them. She says, all right, we'll check it out. We'll check it out at the, what is it?
The precinct house.
Precinct. So just tell us if there's any other issues. Just otherwise
So you
go
get
about your
safe
day.
to walk again?
What's that?
Safe to walk the neighborhood?
He believes so.
All right.
The guy's a bit of a kookball out from out east. So we're going to check him out.
All right.
I feel like at the point that they reach the precinct, Dusty's just going to teleport out of there.
Most likely. Or like punch a cop in the throat and he's like, Jesus! I'm waiting because there's, I understand you guys are like the, what the hell is it? Kind of like MIB or even Torchwood, but there's points in times where you guys are like, I don't give a rat's ass that he's President Hoover. I punch him in his jam or his chops and run.
kick him in the jimmy.
We're saving the day here.
All right.
All right. So ultimately, the cop gets back into the cruiser with you, and you start heading back into Aberdeen.
I'll thank the gentleman for escorting me in and make the way back to
Should
town.
answer your call.
Have a call? Oh,
Well,
my-
Riker
my
called you
phone,
earlier.
yeah. I'll get back to Riker as I'm walking away.
Otherwise, you guys are driving into Aberdeen. You're not in cuffs or anything, but you are in the back.
So while he's driving us back to the thing, I'm like, oh, Scarlet, you tricky little kitty, you trying to get away from us while we're trying to take you to Vancouver.
Give me a fast talk.
Fast talk.
It's an acting at this point.
Yeah, I'd rather go with fast talk at this point in time.
Question: Does the Obduro group itself have pull with like the states that could go through? If I called
It's an international organization. Some people are aware of their existence.
Weren't you supposed to meet with your friend who had a cat in town? Have you seen them, police officer?
I want
By
to
one.
say that. Let me double check.
My name is Steve. By one?
Yeah. Margaret Thing, the Northwest Regional, was it the North American West Regional Director of Obduro, is in Vancouver, British Columbia, which is somewhat in the region. But otherwise, no, there's not an Obduro inside of Washington State. There's one in San Francisco. So is your acting by?
One.
By one? Okay.
What was her name?
Margaret Thane.
I'll have her down. So.
Yep. There's two North American directors of Obduro. You guys are underneath Nathan Dweller, who is your handler for Obduro. And as I had mentioned before, I think you had inquired. There's a few other ones, including Charles Anholt and where are we here? Charles
I
Anholt.
got Charles Anholt and Darren Azizius, Africa. I got
Yeah, Derek
Anholt in
Azizius
London.
is the African director.
Yeah.
Yep.
Those are the ones I got. So.
Yep. And you know that Eric, the African director, is above the regional directors in the States.
If they'll, well, I mean, this is, there isn't even the Miranda rights, is there? So.
I don't think so. I don't even think that your car doors are actually not lockable from the inside, or how would you? I think you could theoretically try to escape the vehicle.
Did he take you all the way to 35 feet and come down?
I did.
He came across 694.
Okay.
I actually got off on the I.
So what are you up to, Steve?
Answering your phone, over.
You get here word back from Riker. He says it sounded like she was talking to someone. I'm waiting to hear back.
I get on my phone.
All right. Riker will tell you that he's come into contact with what's his face here?
Brandon.
Barton.
Every time.
Barton.
Hey,
See, that's what happens with this group.
And he
They'll
can
take a
patch
name,
you.
somebody will get it wrong, and then somebody will grab that name and move it about 3 notches over where it was, and then shake it like a dog. And then I'll never remember what the hell it was supposed to be in the first place.
Yo,
There we go.
that happens to story arcs too. When I tell one guy.
Not ours. What are you talking about?
It's Barton. Okay. I was getting hooked on the Burton. See,
No you.
All right. How can I help you out, Bart?
Well, you should tell Hunter that he should transpose me from, I'll say I'm at the professor's house.
He's currently in the back of a patrol cruiser.
Do you know that there's a transpose unit on there? Do you know where you are?
I know where I'm at. I let you know I'm in Seattle.
How'd you guys get there?
How did we get here?
From Professor
He made fairy
Frank's,
fire.
yeah, from Professor Frank's stone in the garden, you had dialed in a location near here, and he folded space to get a view of an area. Then he created a fairy fire effect, and he essentially transposed here.
I tell you those words exactly. So do you know how to do that?
I don't know.
Do you have a feline familiar yet that can do fairy fire across range?
Nope.
Well, I'll see you in a few weeks. I have no means to get you here.
So I guess I'll go to the professor's house.
Okay.
Try to do the steely stuff.
All right. From your understanding, there's no other counter sigil at the location.
We've thrown some bullets out. I
So
have a bullet.
it's theoretically possible, but be aware that you could use a fold space effect to try to find the location that are roughly in.
There is a,
Get rid of
there's a
that
sigil
penalty,
that he
but
can
you already
try
had a
to
penalty
log
for not having counter sigil.
Don't I have a
behind
bullet
the bus
with the
station.
sigil on it that I could take and
No,
hold
there's the
off
one
of me and
that's
say, try to
actually
concentrate
inside
on
that car.
that?
So if he tries to hone into
Yeah,
a
but
sigil,
it's not really a sigil.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I think he'll probably full
There,
space just to see it.
I suppose what I'll equate to is there's a large penalty for not having it. You can shimmy it down by locking in the location. Oh, it's a microphone.
Oh, really?
Yep. So yeah, it's up to you and how confident you feel with your transpose effect. You could loosen up the area by burning quintessence or burning willpower, but you do know that a failed attempt could likely mistranspose you somewhere, but in severe cases it could rip you asunder.
Or you can wait for
Hunter.
Asunder!
Is there any way to like build up an effect?
Something like a good character shredding.
It's possible.
Should I be doing that?
At the location where you're trying to
Well, I
work
guess
with
first
this.
I'm going to try and find destroy life. I figure when I really catastrophic
You can get the address. It won't be that difficult. It'll
I'm not
probably
even worried
take you
about destroy
about
life. I'm just going to start disintegrating.
from B.
Do you have a gauntlet?
Did you move your laboratory to B's facility, or do you still have a separate warehouse in Brooklyn?
I have a warehouse in Brooklyn, but it's pretty much empty.
From there, if you're there,
So I would have. Yeah, I would have been.
it'll take an hour and 20 minutes to get to
My lab.
not to your lab, but the fair. Or is it the Professor Frank's? Yeah. B's lab is near Vermont, and what the hell is it?
Is that warehouse? My warehouse.
Yep.
Formerly our warehouse. Apparently my warehouse.
Yep, that's in Brooklyn. So the professor's house,
Was in Brooklyn.
her house, Obduro is in Brooklyn, and a lot of the PCs stay at Obduro. But the professor specifically has a manor that is far north of the city.
So I know where I'm going now, right?
Yes.
So I don't even have to go for house. In my warehouse, I'm setting out one of the rugs that Ricardo gave me.
Okay.
And then I'll start trying to fold space to figure out where it is.
Wasn't as
All
bad.
right.
Steve made it up to you. Every room is close.
Cliff notes: the PCs had found two trails using the cat to try to follow back. They went with the older path to try to find out how they captured what's her face,
Yep.
the professor. And they led back to a country home with a large workshop in the back and bayside access. B distracted the gardener and the maid and continued to talk to them while you kind of watched out front, down the block. These two snuck up near the back. They had sometime later on looked like they tried to cheese it from the building, and it seems like the gardener might have saw Jeb. At which point you guys went back and started to go down the block away from the building, just kind of walking nonchalantly as they determined how you were going to do. There was a patrol cruiser that slowly came up and stopped in front of the three of you, which Jeb told them that he lost his cat when he got off the bus somewhere. And it looks like he was floundering a little bit with his lie. Jeb. Long story short, there were some stories. You guys, Jeb had stated that you guys work with the police all the time. You're from out east. The cat ran everywhere, so you guys were running through people's backyards. And the officer and his partner asked you to just come straighten some things out downtown. They haven't cuffed you or anything. All three of you obliged and are now in the back of a patrol cruiser heading into Amberdeen.
Sorry. I agree. Okay. Wholeheartedly.
There was talk amongst the PCs about shooting innocent people.
Not for me. Not for me.
I'm just going to teleport away.
Yeah. You should have placed bets on that.
Otherwise, it looked like from there, you guys, before heading back into town, I should say, you moved up to the main building that they broke into while B was distracting, and the partner went out to the main building and was talking to B and the gardener, and it seems as though the gardener was kind of looking out towards the patrol, and then you kind of occasionally see him point towards Jeb, and the officers seems to be indicating it's like, don't point, just the officer never looked back. However, they got back in the patrol cruiser. They asked more about out back. Jeb said that you guys work with the police there. He gave him Keith Johansson, the murder investigator, his name from there. And also mentioned that you guys do whatever the police needs you to do from occasion. And they asked him, like, what do you do, like fingerprinting or forensics or tracking? He's like, yeah.
It's true.
So you got attitude with them.
Yeah. So that's where you are, and you guys can talk.
Yeah. We just gotta watch the language.
Well, you know it becomes available. Otherwise, what are you going to do?
Slowly building up the facts.
Good luck with that.
All right.
Will my
So
bullet help you or not?
I don't know.
So it's the three
So
of
the
us.
process is, once you have that one sigil down, you need to find out where she is. So you have to sense Steely from this location.
So where are they? They're at the other.
I'm in town. He's back out
pass
east.
by 6.
Back out here.
I know he's
Do I
back
get
out
a plus
east.
1 for the tats?
I'm walking towards the
Yes.
arena.
Pass by 7.
That's by 7. It takes you probably about 20 minutes or so to dial in the location.
9
She
pages.
tells you Washington, so you can kind of grab it there. You will notice that occasionally while you're spending time searching for this, you don't... I mean, you're somewhat familiar with it, but not as familiar as Hunter. You occasionally will get what feel to be pingbacks. As in, it seems like there are other sites or regions or other active transposers that do check out your location while this happened.
Did you fill that out at home?
Okay, if I feel that, I'm going to roll up
I
the
just need
map.
if you filled it up for you. Filled it up.
Mind you, you're trying to find a location across the United States.
Yeah.
So you're like, anything out there, and you'll hear like 1 or 2 people call back, and you're like, I don't know about that. I don't like the fact that I yell into a dark hall and there's like 3 people that answer.
I will fold up the rug and be like, fuckers, and then put like some sort of nails.
What's your
there.
language?
Okay, then I'm going to put nails on the floor. And other broken objects.
Fair enough. Yeah, sure. You know it'd be difficult just not having a sigil here.
Yep. Well, I'm going to make it extremely...
Otherwise, by the time you guys get to the police department in Aberdeen, you felt something actively scan the general region.
I had a technical question for you with your game.
Yes.
So I think we had about a week tough time pass, but I think I spent 3 of those days in the hypersleep.
Yep.
Or what the deep,
I think you spent another 4 days in that after that.
Maybe I only did it once, so then it was a little for a length of 4 times. So my question is I've got Will back for 1 day, equal 1 point for each day of sleep. But then in the real world, a week goes by, so do I get a point for that week?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. But
You get the accelerated rate.
okay. You see what I'm asking, right?
So other guys,
These full contestants.
Yes.
otherwise you guys are waiting downtown. Another 15 minutes will pass. You will find out you will get a detective Johansson on the line, and he'll patch you into the guy. Johansson will ask you why you're breaking into people's house, because apparently, from what he understands, they already have an ID of a gardener, then 2 eyewitnesses, and apparently they have a sketch of you that looks really sinister. I haven't seen it as of yet.
Have we? Just me, because I'm catching up. But did we actually break into a house, and that's how we got fingered? Like as we're walking out of the house,
You
we
just
broke
saw us
into?
leaving, but I was chasing my cat. If you asked the gardener, he would have saw that cat earlier.
So they did catch us breaking into a house.
We didn't break in. They just saw us in the woods.
He saw him running
He
away.
went up to distract him. He went to the woods.
You
around,
would see-
followed his trail.
Yeah.
Some
So
cat
we
in.
can tell them that no, we never broke into a
Yeah.
house. I don't know why we're being accused of breaking
Yeah.
into a house. We're on.
Johansson will tell you, or is it depending if you're talking to Johansson on the phone, he says that there's IDs saying that you were rushing away from a building where the lock was picked on the storm drain, or the storm cellar, and the doors were wide open.
Circumstantial evidence, it wasn't us. We didn't break into any house.
I swear that governor forgot he didn't close the door.
I mean, if we're talking to Johansson, I tell him we're investigating the kidnapping of one of our.
He's aware of that, but you
Yeah.
can't go to doctors' houses and just
But
randomly...
we never did that.
He says that he
we're
has
on
a-
the property nearby, but we never did that.
I think you have honesty, don't you?
But we didn't break into the house. I'm being
Yes,
honest in that
They
regard.
did.
Yes,
They
we did.
did?
We
Yes.
went to the
That's
shed.
what I was trying to
He
ask.
disintegrated the lock. Yes, so he disintegrated the lock. We went in.
good.
We found a
He
high-tech
broke
car.
it.
So we
He
did.
broke it.
Then I'm just sitting there quietly looking
Really?
at these two
I
saying,
might have
okay,
broke in, but did I
how are
steal
you
anything?
explaining this?
So Johansson will say that he can get you off... He'll talk to the police chief here, but as he had mentioned, you heard it from him, but you've heard it from other agencies too, to use a little bit more discretion in the future regarding these sorts of things. If you just approached them maybe during an investigation, they might have just let you in to the building. He says
You don't have to preach to me, Johansson.
These guys are taking a severe tongue lashing after listening to this phone call.
if you need some paperwork up, he can have something telegraphed over later today. But he says, does he want to know about this, or?
Just tell me, are we being locked up? Is that what's happening here? Are we being
We're not locked up
processed?
yet.
He says nothing's being processed right now, just because he's pulled in a little bit of sway. But he says that the gardener has, I suppose, they have all the evidence they feel they need to at least put Jeb into lockup for the night.
Bye. Lock up.
He says, from the understanding, the gardener didn't see the other two of you, and the only thing that you were pulled down is because you were following with him and you looked strange.
Not worried about lockup. Can leave anytime I want.
Well, I know, but I don't want them to take my stuff and put it into
You can leave.
processing.
I will
Yep.
stay overnight. If that
I'm
will
sure
make
that when they start checking things in one large map case with a rifle inside.
Why do you have a rifle? You don't even shoot things.
I did once upon a time.
Consider
Nostalgia, really?
It's my boinky. But actually, that's inside my
Okay.
tablecloth. So the only guns I'm carrying are under my shoulders. The rocket pistols.
Yep. Which, in
Plural?
fairness, you do have a permit for
And my
Obduro.
blade, and my blade axes.
That may be a bit odd.
I'm a lumberjack. A competitive lumberjack.
Oh, that was actually me. How fast can you cut through this tree? Done.
So anyways, going back to the predicament, is there like a cop sitting here from the local bureau?
Yeah,
It's
it
like
does look like the
listening
clean.
in on the other guy's conversation.
He is outside the room. It does look like he begrudgingly accepted it. The individual's 45. He does look fairly stern, but otherwise clean-shaven. He does look like he has an air of authority around him, but he begrudgingly handed off the phone.
All right. Well, I don't believe he and I are being charged with anything, correct?
From Johanna's understanding, no.
Okay.
From what he understands, the owner is out of town at the moment.
Okay.
Otherwise, they're going to fingerprint him and then...
Okay. So are you being so?
I'll go voluntarily
Okay.
until my name can be exonerated,
Okay.
or until I leave.
What about your cat?
My cat stays with me.
Okay. You sure you don't want Scarlett to come with us?
Do you know how to read Scarlet? I look at Scarlet. I'm like, Scarlet, we need to find Puddin' and the Professor. I'm gonna trust you with Hunter. Alright.
Careful, you might steal her.
I can't. It's not an option.
Alright, I'll stay inside.
All right.
Otherwise, Johansson he'll ask you again if there's something he needs to know about. Does he need to send a telegraph over?
You said you knew about our kidnapped part, correct?
If I go in,
He hasn't heard anything about that. He's only heard that you guys are in Washington State and one of you got fingered for breaking into...
We're doing an investigation because the professor has been kidnapped. Our lead was in the vicinity.
Look,
So we're investigating a missing persons.
Hunter, can I speak to you on the side real quick?
I don't know. I look at the cop.
The cop is outside of the room. You imagine that he could probably hear what you guys are saying, but it's unlikely he can hear what Johansson is saying.
Okay.
I'll go up to you and I whisper in your ear, I smelled chlorine and ammonia in the basement. Something was being masked down there.
Okay. So we need to go back and check it out. I whisper back to you. Okay.
But the trail goes back towards the bay. A different, cleaner smell.
Oh,
Okay.
I think you're the last person I didn't check character sheet for.
I gave it to you. You want to
Did
look
you
again?
send me?
Yeah, I gave it to you on. I gave it to you on.
Oh,
Sunday.
you physically gave me one. Yep.
Yeah.
I think follow the trail down by the bay to see where the
Well, an e-copy.
see where the mass trail goes.
Okay.
Probably we can't find Cody.
Yeah.
We cannot sense Cody.
Okay. So there's some bigger things afoot than the cult of Amberdeen.
Could be.
They're being framed.
Well, yes and no. They got
he
a
was
pretty
leading
exotic,
the
high-tech car. I believe that's how they got from the East Coast to the West Coast in a few hours.
Okay.
It flies, it teleports, it does whatever.
We can talk about it later after we're out of here. So,
So if you want me to stay, I'll stay. But in the meantime, also call Dweller. He'll speed up this process even quicker.
okay. We'll get hold of him first as soon as we walk out of here.
Sounds good. I'll sit here. Here, just take my belongings.
All right, we'll take them.
Yeah, there's stuff.
Otherwise,
in
as you come out, the officer will tell you if you're done on your talking to your big wigs over in the East Coast.
Yep.
He'll talk to the phone. You can kind of hear him talk a little bit. He gets to get a little bit of a smile on his face later on. So initially he's kind of begrudgingly, but then he hears something and kind of gets a smile on his face.
Yeah.
He says that he's going to hold you for questioning for the time period regarding this incident at the place. He says he doesn't have anything on either of you, but he does lean into you a little bit and does expect you to keep your nose clean out here in our small town.
Okay.
So I give them. Sure. I'll give them my.
He says you fill me with confidence.
I'll give them all
I'm
my
sure I won't have
belongings.
any problems with you in the future.
None that you'll be aware of.
I'll give them all my belongings, and I go, "Would you want my ID?" So you have it.
Don't you have honest face as a?
No.
He'll take your ID.
All right, I'll make sure it's the ID from the crazy
This
FBI
character was never
agent.
designed to be honest.
Put that on the top.
You have honest.
Well, I picked that up later in the game.
The officer will.
It was a second personality superimposed over my own.
The officer will look at both of you and say, some of that equipment was on him prior. Which of it was?
I'll give him my.
He let you know that
If he unrolls it, is he going to be able to find anything if he unrolls the rock?
you have to. No, not normally. You would have to
have to
fold
know what
it
you're
and then
looking
search into it.
Okay.
But it's gonna be like,
So if he just unfolds, he's going to be like, what do they have?
Hold
Tablecloth,
up.
and he's going to
Just
fold it
this.
out.
Okay.
Then
But
I'll
he also
I'll
has a
give him-
backpack and other things of that
Okay.
nature.
So you got a whole backpack and everything? I'd give it to the guy.
All right.
There you go, officer. We don't want any trouble there.
He'll take it. Otherwise, he ends up having it checked in. He says you're free to continue your investigation.
Yep. Missing persons.
However, he fully expects to be made aware of any kind of situation where you may need a warrant. You do have to talk to the local authorities here. You can't go above his head on all of these matters. You certainly can't break into people's homes without any kind of warrant.
I almost want to break out laughing.
That's
Do it all the time.
You don't want to tell him that. You're like, I do it alone.
Have a good day, sir.
Yep. He'll begrudgingly let you kind of leave the
they're probably
precinct.
I'll try to find a phone as soon as we get out to call up Dweller and bring him up to speed.
Yep. There's a phone here, but you're very aware that there are people. Theoretically, the operator could be listening on, but that's not normal policy.
So, I mean, we'll go to, like, across the street, try to find some place, get a phone.
You know that the bus station, probably about 4 blocks from here, had a phone?
All right, I'm willing to pay to get access to a phone, so
Yep.
if I need to throw a few...
Not necessary.
All right. So, but basically, I'll just get a hold of Dweller. If I can't get a hold of him, I'll call up our secretary to have her chase Dweller.
Yep.
And explain the situation to her. And then, does he have a phone at his lab, or wherever he's at?
Yeah, at their new warehouse.
We've been using one from there, so.
It was an existing building, so there's a good possibility they already had phones. So
I would probably say they go but to a nearby cafe.
Okay.
The Obduro warehouse had a phone.
I call
Your
up the
new one, I don't
call
know.
up the cafe.
Yep.
And I tell them I need to speak to the. Can I ask them if they can run an errand across the street to see if the owner of the warehouse?
They say that they saw him in here probably about 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
He was talking to somebody and then he left.
Okay. If you could go across the street, he'll pay you $50 if you can bring him back.
Oh, sure, of course.
All right.
You'll hear like 5 minutes later. I'm not sure. He must have left.
The warehouse?
Yeah, his car's not here.
All right. Well, I'll pay you the money when I get there. I appreciate you looking. I tell him
he'll say, "Who is this calling?"
I tell him my name, Hunter Wagner.
All right.
So when I'm back in the area, I'll pay you your money. So
Sure.
appreciate your time.
So this guy owes me $50, so I got that going for me.
It's still a time of honest innocence. A man's word is his bond.
You know if we're talking about NPCs, right?
I want my $2.
I'll call back the secretary.
Yep. You'll find out, I had mentioned prior that Lisa Morton's has been primarily working out of the office up outside of New York City.
Okay.
Just because there's been a lot of issues later on at night and Nathan Droller didn't feel comfortable.
Right.
So for the last month or two, I'd probably say the last month or two, the Obduro building inside of Brooklyn has been somewhat mothballed. As you guys will come and go occasionally from that location, but nobody's actually running there.
Okay. I'll tell her that we're trying to get a hold of Martin.
I didn't see anything.
And if she
right
can
now.
start chasing him down, where he can get a hold of us, tell him to go up to B's lab, and then use the ring.
She'll say if she can call you back at this number, she'll try to make a few contacts, and then
You won't be able to. So.
she says that she's been spending a lot of time over at Riker.
If you could send the messages over to Riker's lab, and there's means of communicating that he can reach us from Riker's lab.
All right.
So. All right.
So what happened to B?
I don't know. Where did she go?
You saw B was next to the gardener looking into the cop car. The gardener's like, that guy over there, and B's like,
He's like,
So is she back at
I'll
the
try my
place?
Hunter, are you there? Beep, 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 beep,
Quarter
beep,
mile
you have
up
the
the road.
telegraph ring.
I pull it out of-
You
I
feel
pull-
a vibration.
I pull
coming
it out of
from
my cartridge belt, I put it on. B, I'm reading you.
There's somebody out east that needs to teleport this way. Barton.
Why can't he do it himself? Beep, 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 beep,
He doesn't have a destination circle. Things were pinging him.
Oh my goodness. Nancy.
I'll make sure he has his stockings on his garter belt.
FYI, this man has literally lost limbs.
and he thinks a 9 in transpose is satisfactory.
Where do you think I started? I did all that at 9.
Baby steps.
So, after I,
Where is he?
scattered
Ask
the
him.
broken glass
He's
and
on his
nails.
way to my lab.
Yep.
You missed it. I scattered
I can't-
broken glass and nails over the warehouse.
Does the knucklehead know I can't teleport him from your lab?
Let's see.
And
How
then-
did he contact me last time? Oh, through Riker.
Riker.
I was
He
gonna
called
find-
Riker, and then Riker's. You can tell Riker's just holding the phone up to this device. He's like, "Let me connect you through this," and he shuffles some things around,
Am I
plays
still
it
in
up a little
contact
bit, and then he
with
just puts it next to the device.
So I would have gone to like the nearest public bathroom that had the handicap stall.
I don't even know what the
Handicap
handicap
stall.
stall.
No,
People
I
are
lied.
not
You can find
Yes.
one that has separate colors.
What's the nearest place to the warehouse that is like our group area or
Obduro, the Obduro building.
Yeah.
Okay, I would have gone to the Obduro lobby
Okay.
and laid out the.
You know that's probably destroyed,
And I-
right?
No, the office?
Our office. That's where we teleported in and it blew up.
No, that was the warehouse.
Oh, what's the warehouse?
There was one time when bad things happened where that Steely Stone
That's
used to
where
sit
I
in the Obduro.
did that.
Yep.
Twice we had bad things happen.
So I'm
Then it got later on moved back to the warehouse, and the warehouse is the one that imploded and
Bad
disappeared.
things follow that Steely Stone.
is there a
It's had
reception?
3 strikes.
Bad things follow our use of that steely stuff.
No, it's all.
You guys,
it's all
that's
been
how
other
you used to
people.
travel back in the day. You're like, here in Russia, awesome.
Exactly.
Before you get all jaded with your site-to-site personal transports rather than using the grid.
Exactly. And now it's anywhere I want.
So is there a receptionist at the Obduro?
Normally there would be, however, since as I described to him, since things have been kind of a little bit sketchy in New York City as of late, and Lisa Morton's works until about 5
Can I
p.m.
find anyone that could? No?
You have a key to there.
Okay, I'll go into like the farthest back room I can
What was on the cold cut?
and lay out the maps.
Like 2 or 3 cans
I've
of
already
meat.
sent Steely, so
can't
do I get a bonus for that?
I don't know if it was turkey or not. You have to ask.
You'd still know
I
the
think I
rough
had
location
turkey.
where B's object.
On my
They
sandwich.
had lettuce, tomato.
You might have
onion,
moved,
or
actually,
whatever kind of
so-
mustard you want, whatever kind of mayo you want.
I had like a.
You can go based on where she was prior.
Yeah, it was.
But you don't have a
they
counter
turkey,
symbol there.
tomato, mozzarella, marinara,
My research, I mean,
and then they just grilled it.
search
Chili
again.
burger.
There we go.
Is that good?
I got it. What you're
You
saying.
had the what?
All right. Eat a chili burger.
So
Yeah, they
that's
do
what I
that.
want.
Far one is burgers.
You don't think you sent it out quite far enough, at least off the
Again?
region.
They also have appetizers and stuff like that.
So 17. So pass by 7. Or 8. So it's better than the original.
All right. You think you can find out where B is currently sitting.
Nuggets.
The only thing is you don't know what the area looks like. She could be in a molten volcano or sitting on a patio. You don't have any physical.
Sour cream.
Oh, there's a phone at a girl, right?
They had a
Can
good
I'll
chili.
call Riker again
like
and be like,
Cornell.
can you connect me
Average.
to B again? Sorry
Yep.
to
You just know that's
connect you
fine.
this way. So I'll be like, where are you? Can I try to...
I believe we have no means of talking to each other, correct?
No, I'm connecting
He
through
calls
Riker.
from Obduro to Riker. Riker's like, let me patch you in.
Riker, the overqualified.
So now you're talking to B, I guess, and then B's
B's
like...
got to relay through the phone.
Or when he talks to B, doesn't it come through on my phone too, since they're all on the
No,
same...
he's actually used a separate piece.
Okay.
To
just have a person.
Voice to voice between he and I.
Okay.
So I relay to you that I finally got a hold of Bart.
Okay, so
I'm
where
on the line with him. Where are you at?
I am at the Obduro
Office.
Obduro, Brooklyn.
Obduro Brooklyn lobby.
lobby.
Okay. And where am I standing when I'm having this conversation?
You're at the bus station.
Okay. Do they have like a bathroom stall area?
Yeah, they do.
You could put a sigil down there. That's
So
just
I'll go into the bathroom stall, and if they, why don't you stand at the front, just tell people it's closed, and then I'll draw one on the floor and mark it.
Okay, you can give me a simple drawing.
I do relay through you to you. So does he need me to mark it for him? I can cut his food for his lunch too if he needs me.
Well, I've already found him, so I could find something new appearing around him, right?
Do you need him to mark it for you?
You would need to search for this new sigil.
Okay, but I could do a search around him as soon as he said it.
You don't know where he is. You know where B is because of that object.
Wait, so where are they compared to you?
I'm walking through the streets still.
And they don't even know this.
Yeah, they do.
He's relaying it by another device here.
Oh, okay.
Riker will tell you. He said he's willing to try something. He's done a few demos before, but he has limited access to the relay system, and he can use your ring as a positioning device if you get Branton, or he'll say Barton. Branton, is it Barton?
It's Barton.
Barton. He says because I remember he has photographic memory, but he's heard it 5 different ways.
Yes. It is Barton, as far as I know.
He says he could try to use the relay, like what is it? The other people here that have been using it for is a site-to-site transport.
Oh.
But he'd have to be here, and the only place I could send it right now would be towards your ring.
Do it.
You'd still have to get here.
There. All right.
So I've got it in on my symbol.
Let's try our mundane means first.
And so I'm asking you, so did you need me to mark it for him too?
He's asking if you need him to mark it.
And I do put across then, so does he want me to cut up his dinner for him too?
Yes.
Apparently, yes.
Hot dogs and spaghetti.
He needs things all mushed up. If you can spin him in this mouth, because he can't make his own spin.
All right. Tell him he's going to have to teleport himself, but I'll mark it.
Everybody's little spooked since we watched you shred yourself in the London Museum.
That was Paradox. It had nothing to do with teleportation.
Yeah. Tell us all about it.
It could be Paradox.
From a lot of things.
Let's see. So that's 11. So success by 6 on the marking.
Okay. It seems to be pretty solidly marked here.
All right.
Yeah, it should be marked.
Tell him that I've got it up and running.
Okay.
It's up and running.
Should I search?
Give me a Steely.
I do step out of the way, so I kind of go back to where he's at.
And how large of a diameter sigil did it make?
Make it like 3 feet in diameter.
That's my...
I make it 6 inches.
So is this inside of a stall?
Well, if I can't fit in a stall because 3 feet's not big enough, probably not. Then I just do it out in the middle of the floor.
You'll occasionally, I mean, this is a bus station, so there'll be people that come in and out. And
I try to do it off to the side so nobody's going to walk there. And I'll stand there and I won't let people walk over it.
There's a little bit of, there's a fair amount of yuppies kind of coming through the area. And they kind of give you the eye as you're drawing on the floor, but...
This place is clear, closed down for cleaning. Turn around.
Can you give me a fast talk?
Actually, I'm using intimidation.
Okay, sure. Get out!
Yeah, fearsome stare. Just look at him.
I don't have
This
to.
is just going to go over great with the police guy.
Yep. There's somebody scaring away the people.
There's a ruffian outside harassing people. We can't even use the restroom.
Well, I thought we already got
He's drawing things all over the wall.
Are they at the police department?
No, they are not, thank goodness.
Success by 9.
Decide, you know what?
Yeah. You're like, this place is closed. And they're gone.
Yeah. I come up to you and I was like, don't let anybody in.
All right.
That's a good distinction because you might have intimidated the hell out of that guy, but there's new people arriving
Exactly.
all
I'm
the time.
like, do your job, Thomas.
So you've marked the location. What was your son Stevie by?
It was by 8.
8? You found the location with it marked. It's very easy to pick up passively.
So where are you at, B?
So,
about 7
okay.
blocks from the bus
Transpose.
station.
Oh,
I'm on my way there.
I'm at an 11 with this.
I'm on my way there.
You will get a plus 3 because of his spatial location as well, but there's a difficulty based on you not ever being there before.
I agree. He gave me a ride here tonight.
Nice. That's me too.
It was a little bit shaky. It takes you a little bit longer than normal, but Yeah. You see some red sparks. There's a little bit of shakiness as he comes through. He's a bit disoriented.
I thought sense.
Just go kick him.
I'm aware.
And then Jimmy,
Bam! Snap out of it. Whack. Nope. When he comes in, I tell him step off the deal, and basically I'll get like a rag or something, kind of smear up the symbol.
Right. There's a strong residue of you marking the region, but the counter sigil is no longer here.
Yeah.
So I'll inform you that I have an actual sigil in the Obduro office for emergency teleports right now. It's just one of the Urquhart's regs.
Okay. Sounds good. See, I wasn't so scary, was it?
Passed by 2.
I thought you were about. I was like, oh,
So
He's going to be here and just 7 blocks away.
I say, what's happening?
I give you the full
Speed
on
inform. Okay.
As we walk out of the bus depot, I do say I want to get away from the bus depot in case these people report the cops.
We'll be flying soon.
I ask what direction you're going. I know it's only going to frustrate me, but try to tell me, I'm going to use a compass direction or something.
I've marked it on my gauntlet. So you should be able to use it on yours. I'm 5 blocks away.
I don't have a gauntlet.
I'm east of you, 5 blocks. Due east.
So we start walking in her direction.
Yeah, you guys can follow each other.
That road's closed.
Luckily, you guys stand out in a crowd, so it's easy to be like, yeah, that's her over there.
Okay.
Can't get them from here.
All right. Once we meet up, I do say, okay, let's not walk down this one. I just start walking away from the bus station.
Okay.
Yep.
We're heading towards the docks, I believe, because we're pretty sure our friend is on the cruise ship. The cruise ship.
So do we want to go to the cruise ship directly? Jeb wanted us to still investigate the basement. He thought there was something might be down there to be an additional clue.
So what happened?
There's something about the
You tell me about the police station.
As we were walking to get to her, I bring you up to speed. The professor got abducted. This is what we've learned.
So I'm kind of going to be like,
Mind you, Jeb is not here at the moment.
He's in jail.
he's not?
Problem is, it's not going to do us much good.
Why is he still
Pudding
in
was the
jail?
one who was able to track all the scents and identify them, and he's the only one who can speak to Pudding.
No, you mean
All right,
Scarlet.
And so
I
we,
can try to talk to Scarlet.
okay, if you,
I'm an initiate bastite.
hey, the professor isn't any good at it. She says that
I don't understand.
Don't be bad talking my bastite, people.
I mean, he's gotten good at it. I mean,
You understand that's going to be part of my tribe. I take a lot of, possession.
See if they have
I'm very
your
possessive of
culvert.
my tribe. So even if we can't necessarily talk to Scarlet, there could be things that we could still discern.
The bolt's been reserved by these people, I'm pretty sure. I'm not going to be able to get on mundanely.
Okay.
Our friend is on there
Do we know is it departing anytime soon?
tonight, I believe, or was it tomorrow morning?
It looks like it would probably take all night to load. You never got the definitive
Okay.
when it leaves.
We don't know exactly when it leaves. Let's go over there and investigate.
So that's what I was thinking. I think we've got time, right?
we could
Maybe it's open for everybody.
plant a sigil or two on a couple of the boarding passengers now.
Yeah.
Plant some of the bullet sigils on these boarding passengers.
They don't help with teleportation, apparently.
To help him track.
Yeah, they help me track it, but I can't teleport to it.
Well, no, but that way we can track it if it leaves. Again, it's privately done. Maybe they're just gonna boom, they're gone. So
Well, what time of day is it?
Right now, after shenaniganery, I'd probably say closer to about... Shit, it's probably actually getting close to about 7 p.m., I think. These guys got here around noon.
So where are these?
So I
people
would
I'm
probably say
supposed to
4.
act
I would say
with?
4:30.
down at the dock, they're loading slowly, kind of striding.
I have this much skill with.
They put you in a cell.
filtering
There's
and
nobody else
copy
really
and
in
everything
here.
like that. Do you have that skill?
Yeah, there's nobody else in here. They checked in your gear. There is an
So anybody
individual
who's a
that
thief that
is
could plant them.
probably just around
This
the
is what I
corner
see is
away
we're
from
gonna go
you.
do that,
And
we're going to get arrested for tampering with
he's
people's
aware that
ideas.
you're there. He occasionally checks on you. He asks if you want water or
So
anything.
it's filch or
No, the guard is.
Sleight of hand, I think.
What's the
Is
bed
it
made
pocket
of?
filch?
sleight of hand.
Fairly, I suppose, high end for a jail cell for this particular area. It's just a simple mat.
I doubt it. Jim's the only person I can think of that would have it.
Okay. He's got some skills.
They left me with everything on my person,
He's
right?
got sleight of hand.
For the most part.
They would have done a check.
I think that's where
Any kind of knives or
So they got my knives, my gloves.
They would not have taken your gloves. After checking it out, they probably wouldn't have taken your amulet. They kind of looked at it, see if something pried off of it, otherwise they're like, all right.
I do kind of look at Scarlet and I said, if you sense that Jeb's in danger, you'll scratch me or something so I can go help him.
You should put a paw on your leg.
Is he in danger right now? Do you want food? I pull out some pickled herring. Heart attack.
She turns away from you.
Okay. Well, if he's in danger, let me know. I'll go help him. Do you sense the professor in danger at this point?
She'll tap her paw twice.
Okay. I think we've got some time.
I'm gonna head to the boat and see if it's been chartered or what.
I'm not fond of going back to the house because there's people there. And
Well, how many people are there?
there's a gardener. Now, he may be gone for the evening. It's getting late. There's a housekeeper. But, again, if they get another call...
So why haven't you subdued them?
They're innocents. They have no idea what's going on.
I understand that, but you can still point a gun at them. It doesn't mean you have to pull the trigger.
I managed to get
Honesty, you'd have to make a roll because you are doing something illegal. Regardless of, like, you're pretty sure that they did it, you don't have that definitively.
Okay, but they could do it.
I would roll if you're suggesting ideas for them to do it.
Okay.
How intricate can I make Foxfire? And how?
Fairly intricate depending on your roll.
I'm going to go read the book because I question whether or not honesty makes me have to follow laws. It would make me have to confess to the officer when I was speeding that I would say, yes, I was going 110 miles an hour over 55, but I question whether or not I have to follow the speed limit, because that's what you're telling me I have to do.
What I'm telling you is I believe there's a roll involved.
Okay. I know, and I just want to verify.
You must obey the law and do your best to get others to do so as well. First sentence! You're shut down by the first sentence!
I'm still going to read it for myself.
It has italicized must.
But he doesn't.
I didn't put these disads on your character sheet. You opted for them.
No, you put them there.
That was from Garan Torel. You decided to keep whatever you wanted to.
I didn't have any choice about keeping it.
The cauldron? They didn't have the cauldron?
But I won't be now if that's the case.
It's shallow, but it's just raised up.
Yeah, because he's
Like, it's not on zero. It's like here, and then you kind of see a rise.
so he's good all the time.
I want to get back to the game.
He's probably, I would say, about...
Can I use Foxfire to make? Can I see the guy where he's sitting that I know is around?
You can see his desk. You occasionally can see him, yeah.
Do I see his figure?
When he leans back, yeah.
That's the reason most people are on.
When
So
I do
basically, I
Foxfire,
tell
I
you
think
guys, I'm going to take
right?
myself out of the
We have
investigation.
like the
Why are you?
Foxfire is a gesture, yeah.
the dash is sweet.
It's between Graves' distance and...
She has disadvantage. She has to teleportation.
So the reality is that if you want to get onto that cruise ship, you're going to have to be doing it by
You
some
can actually go right.
means other than an honest means, breaking the law. I cannot tolerate you guys to do that.
Now, if you want to change that disad to something else, you can. I'm just making you aware that you would have to make a roll.
Slow eater. Apparently, 2 other people have that too.
I'll make. Well, you got my 5 points of honesty. I guess I can get control rolls at 15.
Well, you need to be straight
So,
I'm just saying there's a roll involved.
okay.
No one is as bad as Niddle. Well, no.
16, 17, 18.
Can I do challenge in here?
Currently at the boat. Debating getting on the
You
boat.
guys are walking down to the harbor.
So here's my roll to see if I can. I don't have. Can I just do 3 dice for these control rolls, or is it just regular
The
dice?
control roll is straight up.
It's just regular dice, though, right? So basically, I do suggest to you guys this is what we could do.
Which is what?
We go there, if there's people, you pull a gun out on them, you tell them to freeze,
a little underwhelming.
then you tie them up with handcuffs. I pull out handcuffs. But don't hurt them. You just detain them so we can do what we want to do.
You might want to change that disad in the future.
I will. Garan Torel is crimping my style.
Well, no. Before you point to that,
Maybe just go cut the phone
throw your
line.
knee with your W.
Go cut the phone line.
Sure.
It throws out the little star,
So where do we want to take the investigation?
and it doesn't consume the mark.
You guys want to go back to the house and investigate the
Is now
basement.
movement-based item.
That was Jeb's suggestion.
I don't
You guys
know what's
think-
I don't know what's
you guys
there.
think-
There was this chemical trail in the basement, and then track back to the boat.
Yep, I know things are pointing us to the boat. My concern is we don't really know who we're going after. And it would be nice if we could identify better who actually initiated this. I'm having a hard time believing that Amberdeen did this.
Well,
I think
to
there's
throw some more information at
Given your angle, you just kind of see the frame of the chair.
3 friends
upper back
of the homeowner came to town. The names are Dr. Jerome Osborne, Tony Weber, and Leonard Riley.
Like if he gets up and I hear
The maid was there until like 7 p.m. and then she left, and all those 3 men were there.
Give me a Foxfire roll.
When he's not
I
around.
suspect they're the people that came in.
You still want me to give you the roll?
Yep.
We don't know this. We don't know that they're from the cult of Amberdeen.
No, we do know that they're from the
Establish
church.
the effect.
It's not called a cult here.
Give me a new sigil.
So we know that definitively.
Yes, the maid fingers them as being Mr. Stone's friends from the Church of Amberdeen.
Oh yeah, Chris was our juggler.
Yeah. For a long time, I'm fine with it. I wasn't complaining, except he's being positive, but...
Well, let's hurry up and do something, I guess. My thought is I don't think we really know who we're going after.
What did you make your...
So you want to do the boat. We'll find out what else there is to know about the boat.
He was level 6.
That's my thought, is that if we go into back to the house, we might determine more
I make the
who's
sigil
behind
just on the
this.
small little part.
Going to the boat, we'll have a
Well, it's
better idea.
7, so
Chair
perhaps
disintegrates.
everybody's left.
So when he comes
They
back,
could have left for the day. Locked up.
Actually, I get this.
He asked
I
where
get
the
this
chair
quirky
is
idea.
and what the hell is this pile of dust.
As long as we don't
I've
go
been
in
here
the
all
house,
night.
and we stay out of the basement, because we've already been in the
Well, since you
basement.
locked me up at least.
We've been in.
Since I wasn't even asking you. Why are you talking?
We searched,
Give me a fast
searched the basement. There wasn't anything there, but we got those cleaning smells there. By one.
What did you have to do with this?
They came from the
Get out of here.
back and forth.
Rang on the door.
We have this tie back. To the
You're in
boat.
here because you're a deviant and you're breaking into people's homes. Waiting to hear back from Mr. Stone.
That's why. Since everything's kind of above board, we're just going to kind of like peek into a boat a little bit, maybe go on board it, look around.
He goes
So you still
back.
want to go to the boat
You hear him
first?
talking a little bit. He's like, keep an eye on that guy in there.
It'd be okay with it. So, look, we don't want to break it. We have some tracking control.
If I didn't specify this thing,
It's tracking by scent and training. Tracking the scents go here.
Yep. Nonchalant.
I know, it's
Right.
like this.
A normal person's not going to believe it.
It did.
So
I suppose that's one
So then
issue I'm
let's
running
go.
into
Let's
is the
just go.
volume in here is very
Go.
variable.
Why don't we steal a car so we move quicker?
we can move quicker just by renting a taxi. I don't have to steal
Oh,
anything.
okay.
So the question is, do we want to go back and investigate the house, or
Sure.
all right? I hail a taxi. I pay him extra so I can drive.
That's a bit odd, but he doesn't
You can
question
sit
it
right
too much.
alongside of me. I'm going to obey the speed limits and everything. I have to.
No, you don't.
I'm pretty sure I did
You
not.
should roll at every stop sign, too.
I'm pretty sure I did not force that dissent on you.
Yeah, you did.
When Garan, what is it? When you got rid of the Garan Torel, you decided that you wanted to switch some of your disads.
No, those are. I can go back to the email. I had to pick those up.
I think that those were possible ones you could pick up from Garan.
I'll see.
I don't think I forced you to take honesty. However,
Anyways, I'll save that for later. So we drive within a block of the old house.
yep.
I pay the man his money, thank you. I'll pay double the fare.
We have Wayne.
Is there other taxis that come through this area? Or?
It's a resident.
After 5 p.m., not much, no.
I ask him if he can keep the thing running.
Keep it on.
I pay him for like another hour. And then we go walking off in the direction opposite of where we want to go, and then we circle back and
He's also one of the best.
Watch the house, see if the lights are on.
Doesn't seem like any of the lights are on.
Once you let me go up first, I'll knock.
Alright.
And if there is somebody there, do I BS my way in, or do I just pull a gun
I
on
did
and
that too
tell
with
me
the other
to
guy
go?
to play Lucian on it.
Why don't you do this? We're going to walk out on a site so you can DDD
I
right
just need you to
And
once.
when you get there, if there's someone there trying to BS your way in, once that you're in there and the door is closed, then pull your gun. And then signal us and we'll come back.
What you're gonna do about it now is
Sounds
you're
awesome.
going back and forth in the bush. Like, I want
Don't
to
hurt
press my
anyone.
other award, but I only have one left.
Yeah, I can't harm a distance, I tell you.
Hold up, guess what? He wasn't uncool though.
This is going to work great, I tell you.
Probably not.
I like this plan. I go up to the door, I listen first.
We walk out of sight of the building. We walk around the block.
Yeah, in the email, I said you can redistribute no more than 5% of your character points to.
Yeah.
You picked honesty. Congratulations, Dusty. Yeah, crippled your Batman.
I'm gonna go find it.
All right, so for the most part, it doesn't seem like anyone's here. It does look like somebody had spent a little bit of time and put up some rope around the area of the back shed, but it looks like it's open. It looks like the lock is still dangling there. You haven't seen any other police officers in the region.
I listen at the house. Do I hear anybody?
No, I mean, there could be somebody inside. You don't see a car outside. There's no lights on.
Was there a car here earlier?
I'd probably say there was a truck out front that wasn't in the lot, but it was parked out in front of the access to here. But yeah,
I go into the broken basement door.
for the most part, you can kind of come down there. There,
And I should have just been leaving him.
it smells clean.
Then he would have been dead.
Okay.
But that's how he got to killing me. Luckily it wasn't.
He's replaced current disads, and that was the list.
Yeah, but if you look at the top, it says you can redistribute 5% of your character to.
Right, so I could have bought him off.
Hit level 2.
That's what you're saying.
Those are things that you could have picked up from Garan. 5%. You didn't have to pick everything on
He
there.
hits level 2 while they're level 1.
Okay, what I interpreted is that I had 5% to buy skills and spells,
Yep.
right? But that I had to take all the disads.
Nope. You had the option of changing your disads too.
Okay. So then that was my misunderstanding, because the way I read this, it's these replace all your disads.
Nope. You had the option to redistribute 5% of your character points in those options. So you could change 5% of your character point total, including disads that you wanted to change out.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, I wouldn't replace any of my disads.
Nice.
Anyways,
All right. I'll let you know the house is empty. Come on up.
So instead of breaking into, no, we still need full space to work that way.
It's unlocked. I don't think they'd mind if we looked.
That room is unlocked.
Oh, wait.
I'm walking in there.
Coming down into the area, as I said before, it seems to be an area for storage. It looks like there are some chemical cleaners, but there also is a boiler down here along with a, I'd probably say a pump system. What else have you? Looks like they're all old tablecloths, tables, barrels, buckets, but all of it seems to be clean and empty.
I'll ask
No, if you lived.
the professor's cat. Can you tell where in this house the professor was brought?
Finally got to made it
Slept overnight or anything?
okay, my damage starts falling off, but my
She taps twice.
Does that mean yes?
She taps twice.
Okay, so show me where the professor's been in this house, please.
It was like random.
I'll follow you.
Yeah, random wins seems better. Like,
Or does that mean no?
She taps once.
Random wins just seems like the much better.
All right.
And she kind of looks at you like,
I am so sorry. I've never been a member of the
Like kitty and
cat
pet her on the
order.
head.
you understand, but you get the feeling of contempt even though it's a cat.
I'm gonna be like,
What do you
pet
ask
it
the
on the
cat?
head.
If I can tell where the professor's been, and I can't tell where the professor's been.
Right, Jeff already told us that.
All right, well then we gotta look around. Right, we start looking around mundanely.
You guys give me a, what do you mean mundanely?
Mundane, looking with my eyes, my
You can use
goggles.
forensics.
My passive, like, here's some stuff.
Looking for secret stuff. Can we make search rolls on if we got it? Or?
Yep.
Rest by 6 for forensics.
Are we inside?
Yeah, by 6 sets.
Chisholm Bob.
The Chisholm Bob?
So this is 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Could have been better.
I don't know.
That's how I'm going to start signifying mine.
Okay.
Okay? So this isn't 2, this is 6.
I think we've got a universal code. I made it by 6. I failed by 6. I made it by more than 10.
I've got search by 7.
By 4.
So was that forensics or search? Search. With forensics, if you make it by, what did you make it by? 6. With 6, it does look like this is a fairly professional clean room. There's a drain here. Ultimately, taking out a pliers and looking in the drain, it doesn't seem like there's any kind of blood or anything else like that. I mean, there is what might be a little bit of human hair or even cat hair. It's hard to tell. You're not sure if it's related to the professors or not. It does look like it is even primal flare.
It is passed by 1.
Like I said before, with the goggles, it looks a little bit higher than normal, but there's nothing that pops out from the background.
Looking for like alchemy stuff, though, specifically. Like a resonance of torture or something.
I got to the point with showing
Not particularly. It's fairly sterile in here.
I had
No
four,
dark resonance or
Like,
anything?
they basically. I got
There's some resonances in here, but nothing that you wouldn't expect from a basement.
And came after us.
There's nothing like dark or...
Okay, so it's not like someone was held.
No, you don't get a resonance that this place has been cleaned up, but a snuff film was made in here. Nothing like that.
I look behind and I have 4 on it.
So we got no
And I
clues,
still
right?
go like,
So continue with your forensics. It looks like there is hair down here.
someone else before
It looks like it's fairly well done. Consider the chemical concoctions down here could be used to dissolve a body, but they also could be used for various other things. They're well labeled.
I read all the labels, and I pop a random 4 or 5 to see if that's what they contain.
With the search, it seems like some of the tables in here are fairly sturdy. There are tools about of kind of various natures. You even find what looks to be a doctor's medical bag that's fairly clean down here. But I suppose you get a strong sense that everything's packed away in its place and everything's clean. It's not necessarily that they've cleaned everything, but from your current observations, without taking some time and going through every little bit and scrap.
Alright, let's
Yeah,
go check out.
I don't know what's up with this Church of Amberdeen, but they either did something to try and mask their scent or clean it, or this is some kind of shaving / purification. Does anybody know? I don't. I got nothing. I've never heard of these people before. So.
They put her stuff in the locker.
There's not too much to go on. I mean, there could be various things that happen like that, but you don't have any evidence that it's
They're taking steps to throw us off the trail. So let's just go to the bowl. This proved to be a dead end. Let's just go to the bowl.
Not really. I mean, you can wait around.
Say, if actually is the Church of Aberdeen that's behind this, and we declare them as no longer innocent or good, and then hunt them as our
Obviously,
Sleep upstairs and like try to look for the bedroom.
Exactly. This seems to be separate from the normal basement, so you would have to go back into the house. You saw like an entrance on the back, though.
So I'll tell you guys, I'm going to check out the bedroom. You can tell a lot about people by their bedroom.
Let's all go together.
I'll say it's probably not best if we all go upstairs because the gardener and the maid might be in here. You mentioned those earlier.
They could be here. I don't think they're here.
It's gonna be so sad if you hear, "You're not supposed to be in here." Gyro pistol, gyro pistol.
That will be sad.
See, this is why you need shadow rights. They're out.
That's all right. You may come back to the firehouse. Was it the fire? It was the police department on fire.
There's no way into the main house from the cellar.
Strangely enough, from this area, no. It has the boiler in it, it has a pump in it, but it's separate from the rest of the house.
All right.
So I'm okay with not checking out the bedroom, but I think you can tell us more about
I think we
these
should
people.
too.
Let's go check it
You
out.
can see the other cell doors. You can get a peek of the service door if you kind of look out in that direction, yeah.
His life, Hal.
But you kind of have to smash your face up against the bars a little bit to see that.
The hinges on the inside and the outside.
For this bar, I wouldn't say it's
No,
like a hinge.
not for the door. I mean, for the door that goes out to the main lobby.
I would say the hinges are on this side.
Okay. I'll do the same thing. I just want the lower hinge.
Did you order yourself some food yet? Well,
Upper hinge. I want to knock out the upper hinge.
Do 2 packs.
What's that?
Give me 2 rolls on that.
Usually
Black fire in that.
Yep.
Yep.
Where's that not a 14 thing?
What's that?
Is that not a 14 thing?
Just haven't felt the need.
By 5. Watch fire. I do it really small, just to cover up on the middle.
Yeah, perfect.
By 5.
By 5? Yep, the bottom lock seems to disintegrate.
So when they open it, it just goes.
Well, no, if you're just doing the bottom one, and when
The
they
top
open
one.
it...
So when they open it to come.
Okay.
So when they're going into the lobby or the main area.
All right.
Okay.
So table 5 is Josh.
Oh man, racking up those good rolls on this one.
We head upstairs into the main house. Back door if we can.
Man, I'm so excited.
You find the back door is locked,
So I'll try to unlock it.
you can be lock picking.
Look around first before I start lock picking to see if there's
Well, even if they don't want to do anything else.
kind of hidden from the other houses nearby.
It is fairly, you do have your own seclusion to this area. It's unlikely. If somebody were on the bay, they might be able to kind of see with a spyglass or a telescope over here,
I'll
but
lock pick it.
Hey, I will say that the shed had a hypertech door, and when we jarred it, well, we didn't even go through it. I mean, Jeb disintegrated the lock, but we could see a light trigger in the upstairs
Of the house.
of the house.
Oh, so they had like an alarm. Did you go in at all?
Yes, we went in because while you were out front talking to them,
And what's in there?
a car that is hypertech to the max.
That's
Didn't you mention
fine.
that we
Teleports. All right.
and some hypertech, mundane tools, hypertech.
Very cool.
I have them. I have 7 of them.
You weren't sharing.
Yeah, I'll share. I just got them.
No, it's okay. I don't mind.
We also placed one of the sigil bullets lodged into the inner frame of the car, so we can track it.
Oh, very good
The
idea.
sigil.
Nice. Let's go see where the alarm went
We
off.
also brought the.
I'm trying to pick the lock.
Go up to the attic.
so was your lock picking?
13. I got a 15, so I did by 2.
Yep. Was it the lock? It's a sturdy lock, but you can get it open.
So I'll say we should probably only have like 1 or 2 of us go up there because this big of a group, we're going to be hurt if there's
Yeah,
anyone
whatever.
there.
So I'm super.
We're just pulling guns on it, people anyway.
I wasn't planning on it.
All right.
I was planning on folding space out of there.
I don't
I don't know how you're doing that. You're inside of a room.
I pull a gun out. I
As
start
long as
walking
the
into
doors are
house.
open, I'm good.
Front
I'm
door's
pretty quiet.
closed.
I try to make stealth rolls.
Yeah, close the front door behind us.
As long as there's
You're
one
pretty
way
stealthy.
out.
The problem you've had in the past is when you have like a
I hear you.
a group of people.
They'll
Somebody's
decide if
like,
they're coming in or not.
yeah.
So I'm also going to go in. I'm going to say we should leave the doors open as we go.
Sure.
Quick exit.
Not the front door, though.
Well,
We're at the back door.
We're at the back door. And I'm guessing.
If
that
you want, you
two
can
are-
leave a window open.
Yeah. Are you two going to stand guard them?
No?
They search.
Yeah. Are we concerned that there's going to be someone else who's going to show up?
Gardner, the.
No. Just so everybody knows, this is the house of Mr. and Mrs. Stone, I believe.
That's what you understood.
Love to know.
And he is somehow associated with the Church of Amberdeen. And the car that apparently abducted the professor is in his warehouse, or his shed. So,
If you guys want a guard, I'll go watch the front of the house.
Just no, we don't. No, just stay right here or follow us in. Either way, I don't care.
Yep, let's go check it out.
We start checking it out. Heading up to where they saw this light, where he saw the light.
Heading up to the interior, there's another locked door as you kind of come up to what most likely is an office space near the back.
Pick it.
You looking for alarm systems or anything?
Sure.
They walk into the building. From what
I
I
made it by
understand.
8 on the lockpick. I'll look for alarm systems, security expert or whatever. Security, right? Electronics.
yeah, the speaker's right there. We have to turn it down.
Oh, we shut off that speaker.
What's that?
The bathrooms are a heck of a lot cleaner.
Well, that's
Jolene
not
would
setting
like
the
it.
that's not setting the
saying
bar
much.
high.
I've seen barns cleaner than the ones that
No, it's like, there's no soap in here. And like, good luck, everyone.
Yeah,
I'm fairly cleanly, but then I don't want to touch anything in
Did
there.
you notice?
I don't know that.
Did you notice the kind of cop-out response? Although I understand it.
Yeah,
well,
they're like
the
the
Yu-Gi-Oh
Yu-Gi-Oh
kids,
players.
they empty them. Well, maybe
They get a
you could-
freaking IR sensor on it, damn it.
or and then take the batteries out of it when Yu-Gi-Oh kids come.
They even have reading material in there for it too.
I don't want to touch that.
It's got pretty pictures.
Yep.
No, it's like catalogs for games.
Yeah, I understand.
I was giving him. I assumed they would not have that. Yes.
All right.
Oh, damn.
Oh no, no.
So
You gotta learn
Heading
something.
upstairs, you said you had security experts, or what?
I
what's going
don't
on?
have sensors, so I'll use my sensors.
Coming into the
All
door-
of them, they choose one effect? Like, one of my favorites is Ancient of War. Or
The
Ancient of
doorknob
War.
is fairly thick and hefty. Beyond that, without taking like some sort of drill bit to it, it's hard to be able to determine. The door seems to be a solid
Nobody's the
wood.
gap underneath.
There's another ancient that's 8 mana. He's an 8 mana, 8/8.
Probably about a centimeter. It's fairly well.
5 HP at times.
I go
or,
through.
plus 5 attack.
All right, the lock picks open. You get into the office.
Start looking around now for security on the other side.
You haven't seen anything that looks obvious.
It's magnets, yo.
It could be magnets. You don't see anything. There's nothing flush with the doorknob itself. Looking through the office space, you can give me a search.
Yes.
I will have search.
Search if you have search, boys.
I have search. We're hoping you're doing it individually.
Individually. I did my salad.
Wow. Straight up.
6.
6. 1.
5.
5. See, that's confusing.
Yeah.
Thumb. You only
No.
have one thumb, it's your 5.
That's nice. No one else is doing that. How about we stay with
Why don't you
consistency?
pick a...
5.
Geez, why don't you pick an obscure system nobody else is following? Why doesn't anybody
No,
get it?
Morse code. Wait, that's no wait. Fail.
You're
Nope.
new.
There
You
we
just
go.
have to do what we do.
Or just go one of those little flips with numbers and be like 7.
We get
It's
a
a 6, and you
scoreboard.
made by what, Steve?
7.
7. Looking through the establishment, looking through paperwork, it probably takes you, I'd probably say 2 hours. You don't see anything initially strange. I probably would say within the first 15 minutes there does seem to be a strange, almost that looks a little bit like a, it looks like a tiny radio that could fit in your hand, and there's a light on it, but it isn't currently on right now, and it's sitting next to kind of some, what is it? Some registers,
monitor up and my speaker.
various journals and books and things like
So
that.
my two are in.
Flip the journals and books to see if it says anything. I've been following the professor. Especially the date that she disappeared.
Yep.
He disappeared.
Looking through that, the paperwork does seem fairly clean. I mean, you could go back through this with a fine-tooth comb.
I just want the date where Professor disappeared.
There's no real notes on it. There's nothing mentioning him having his friends over. He does seem to be a very scientific-minded individual. Does seem to be an engineer at a local coal plant in the region. It seems like letters and those of his friends seem to be extremely high caliber. Everything kind of screams high society from this individual, and his colleagues seem to be equally, if not more so, capable than him. Like when he has correspondence with various other, I mean, they're talking on a whole nother level, but nothing seems obviously.
Hypertech?
You haven't seen what he was talking about that small device? There must be a small radio transmitter, and obviously there's, yeah, it's not what you would expect from the timeline. And it looks like somebody took pieces of a part of a radio and upgraded it to a point where it became hypertech. So not even high-end materials. It looks like he walked into an Axeman or a Radio Shack and then just constructed this.
I'll try to figure out what it does.
You'll have to get out tools if you have tools on you.
Do I have tools on me? I have a field tool Mark 1. I have
That'll give you an adequate light source to look
machinist tools, small arms tools,
at. Do you have those in your trunk or
electrician
something? or-
tools. Yeah, they're in my 20-pound thing that holds.
Okay, then you'd have to go into that and pull them out. The rest of you kind of looking over things, nothing overtly pops out that you can tell. The individual seems to have all of his books in order. There might be some sort of discrepancy here, nothing that you see within 2 hours. You haven't found any hidden compartments, but he had mentioned what seemed to be strange consistencies in the workspace back in the yard.
Maybe have speed reading. You can start
Give me an
looking
engineer electronics.
Nope.
I got speed reading.
Look through his journals, see if he's doing anything weird. Engineer electronics, 17. I made it by 9.
I made speed reading by 4.
Probably takes you about 20 minutes. I'll get back to you in a second here. It does seem to be a small radio transmitter, but what have you, it actually probably has a transmit range close to about 5 miles. Easily enough to cover the city. It must have got a signal from somewhere at some point in time. There's a small battery pack inside of it, which seems to be almost as though somebody drilled out normal camera batteries for the time period and modified them in some way. This doesn't look like the technology that MI5 uses. Oh, actually, no. This doesn't have similarities to the technology that the Dusk people use or what Walter Riker uses. It has some similarities to certain stuff that MI5 has used, but it does seem distinct.
Like it's its own beast?
Potentially, and there's some crossover.
Take this device. If I can turn it off, I'll turn it off.
You can't identify any other power source. If you remove the battery, you can't think of how it would operate.
Does it only transmit, or does it appear to receive?
No, it receives.
Does it appear to transmit?
Yeah, within 5 miles.
Can I just shut off the transmitter part?
You'd have to give me, I'd say electronics repair, or was it communications?
Winning.
Okay, so is there a where going?
Electronics, repair, communications, 15.
You want blue or red?
On the nose.
Right next to mine, so give me a short.
You think so?
I do it. Attempt to do it then. If nothing else, I'll take some putty and put it over the microphone.
You're pretty sure it shouldn't be able to transmit.
Yeah. I tell you guys what I found. They could have been listening to us the whole time we were in their house, but there's no cops here, so I suspect not.
Okay.
And you didn't get, other than, other than kind of being browbeat a little bit, you didn't get any strange body language from the cops. They didn't kind of give you a feeling as though there's some sort of like weird
cult. Like they're tied in, right? They're just cops doing their job. And
you honestly look like some weirdo running around.
And they don't like people breaking laws.
Jeb's story, like, oh, lost my cat. I had to run across town, break in someplace.
Like, yeah, I'm gonna beat you. You get the rubber hose.
With your research looking it over, they do mention you would get a feeling, looking over the paperwork, they do document the cruise. He talks about he on average probably meets up with these people fairly frequently, every 2 to 3 weeks. It seems more of like a intellectual society rather than a church, because they never talk about the Bible or any Christian references from whatever you can find. There is a lot of kind of esoteric things like the eating habits of some sort of New Guinea tribe and yada yada yada. And it seems like he is a senior engineer over at the coal plant, but it seems like he has a lot of free time in which apparently that's not really pressing.
Yeah. It looks like what it is what it is. So
do we have any idea why the professor and them are at odds?
The professor has told you in the past that at one point in time she worked with or was otherwise inside the Church of Amberdeen, and she decided to leave, and she had never really elaborated why specifically they had issues in the past.
She started gameplay with
Dissent, I remember that, but I was asking what's the story behind the dissent?
Yep.
So.
No, you know.
She told you something about a cult in, the Cult of Amberdeen, which is also known as the Church of Amberdeen. She calls it the Cult of Amberdeen. And she was associated, and apparently so were her parents, and she left them, and she's had issues with them following her around. But so far, nothing to the point of
abduction.
Abduction, yeah.
All right, well, let's go get our taxi.
Ultimately, somebody will come in, and the door will kind of go off its hinge. You'll get kind of a browbeat from the officer. They don't know how you did it, but he's pretty goddamn confident that you did this somehow. So he's going to have 2 people just sitting here watching you all night. Congratulations, tells you. Put up a chair and they're just going to watch you. They're going to take shifts. We're gonna put a damn nail in that hinge that's somehow gone missing. Put the door up on the side. It's gonna be a long night.
Not for me. I can sleep just fine.
That's good.
Stan, did you hang on my side? I haven't been in there yet.
I gotta make the best of a bad situation. Suppose. Do they park the cruiser closer now?
I'm so excited.
From your window, you can occasionally you can see a patrol cruiser. It's not necessarily the one you came in, but if you watch long enough. How's the mozzarella sticks? Okay. Yeah. Oh, what is it? You weren't here for the food. The food's pretty good for a gaming store. It's not as good as Scoops, I think. But it's decent.
What do we find in the bed?
So you guys are checking.
I want to check the
Checking more of the house.
Mozzarella sticks.
How do you know the difference?
Come on, we're
I guess we're walking to the
Cisco's like
dogs.
just up the road.
I want to check the bedroom.
All the bedrooms, I apologize. We're checking the bedrooms.
Otherwise, checking out the house, you won't find any secret compartments or anything else like that. But you get a strong sense that this individual does blatantly know certain hyper technology. It seems he has advanced knowledges about even was it sociology, physics. Apparently that seems to be some sort of theme within the Church of Amberdeen itself, because you'll find a cruise brochure regarding this week's events, and they seem odd.
Do you want to smuggle roll? See if there's any
Cruise brochure.
That was a
We've got
search
a brochure. We're
for.
practically
Smuggling is hiding it.
Well, that I thought it was also like
I,
detecting
being the
where
representative
Could help
of
you.
Riker Industries and my
Entourage.
entourage.
There definitely is some sort of strong.
Aren't we honoring
I think
our
almost think of kind of like a Mensa society. There's definitely a strong opposition to actually get in to this society.
Like
But-
they don't let people in.
No, they don't. It doesn't seem like they just let people in. But there's definitely. They definitely have people apply. It gives you much more elitist kind of numometric society. There's a lot of eccentrics. They do seem a bit, like I said, eccentric and insular. So they're.
Does it on the brochure? Does it say we've hired this boat exclusively?
So you'll find out that the Symphony actually is one of their own vessels. So apparently they have money sitting around somewhere. But if all the people are engineers and doctors and psychiatrists and writers, then yeah, you're getting that Scientology money right there.
You know,
So-
what would be awesome is if Jeb wasn't in jail, he could dive into the bay, grab the rudder, make it disappear. We can't sail a ship. We're missing the rudder. Don't know how it happened. And now, get on their boat.
Did
you wanted
that
to save
brother
the
just
boat.
teleport?
Well, he could just do a full space and start dumping water
However,
into their barrels.
for the 2 weeks, you will find out what the hell is it in the brochure that they talk about this
The
particular
boat's
one. They go on
fucking
about every
sinking,
3 months or
gravity
so,
got everywhere.
and apparently some of the activities of this Heidi T. Campbell, the activities director, is ancient Egyptian and Atlantean dance seminars, advanced lacrosse, small arms workshops, water polo, martial arts, kabuki theater, small unit simulated warfare, coastal fishing techniques. There's apparently a 3-day.
That's what I said.
There's a 3-day
Let's take it away
murder.
from you.
There's a 3-day murder
I
mystery.
know this is.
But the other things that
A
obviously
murder mystery, I said.
there's other things that
Does that
the skills that they're like brochuring over. I mean, it gives you kind of a Splinter Cell almost feel. Like these people could, if they wanted to, take over a town or something. But the other strange things that tip you off
can take over a
about
town.
the Josie K. Copeland, apparently the chef on board, is providing meals of different regions and racial backgrounds, and it includes Chinese, Nordic, Deep, Egyptian, Kayon, American Indian, Russian, Serpent, Chocho, British, Brazilian, and Iraqi.
It says serpent and deep.
It says Serpent,
And it
Deep,
says
and
deep,
Kayon. Yes. That's day 3. Apparently when they start getting up to Canada water.
Let's go to the boat.
What are we doing with the boat?
Are you satisfied that this is bad?
I already knew it was bad. I was
Hold
trying
it,
to.
though.
I wanted to see if we
We
could
are
look
satisfied there's something mystical going on here. Or
I would also say that it does seem as though it leaves at about 8 p.m., which you guys will be around 7:20 right now.
The money gets returned to you at the end of the beta.
We gotta get Jeb, too.
Have you been to the boat yet?
In the game, in this game.
No.
Why do you give me that look? I can be there right now if I want to be there.
Well,
You can teleport a boat to the boat.
They go, I could bring them here.
I'm gonna go get on the phone. I need a taxi here. Pronto.
You guys have the taxi waiting outside.
All right, we run to the taxi.
Yeah. Let's see if he waited. I only paid him an hour. We spent a couple hours, so maybe he drove away. But
Given how much you paid him, how much originally?
double his original fare to drive, and then I paid him, I just whatever it is to keep the clock
After
running.
about an hour and a half, he would come up and ring the front doorbell.
He didn't know
He
where
didn't know where we were there. We
got-
purposely parked a block away, went the opposite direction, then circled around.
No, unfortunately, the taxi would not be
So I
there.
can make the call like I intended to.
Yeah.
All right, I make the call like I intended to. I tell him an address across the street.
Yep.
Hurry.
They will.
So
We hurry up, get outside, wait across the street, get in the cab, take us to the waterfront. We're almost late for
Probably
Idaho.
takes 15
I
minutes
have
to
him
get.
scooch over so I can drive. So I pay you double.
I would say a similar. Like the same guy came along once he heard that there was a fair, and he's like, "Oh no, I'll take this one."
So, while
He's already
we're
sliding
getting
over.
closer,
Exactly. That's why you pay people
still
double.
moving,
They let you do
can
things
I
like
start doing
this.
sensibilities and
Like, I need money.
You make a map like here's where they generally are, and if one of
can
the
try
areas,
to.
like the professor's drew one. So that's
Otherwise, it takes 15 minutes for the cab to get here. You can give me a urban survival or a land nav.
I have that. Oh my god!
Well, Dusty is driving here.
I won the lottery.
So maybe a nav land.
Passed by 4.
For
Or shit, that's not
Since
supposed to be
Steely, or-
on Since Steely. Passed by 5.
I think it's by 5.
you can notice the location.
I succeeded by 5. I don't listen to them.
It takes you probably about another 15 minutes to get to the dock.
Okay.
You can see that they're kind of there's steam coming out of the top of one of the stacks on here. Looks like everyone's loaded up. It does seem like they have the loading ramps still down. There is an individual out front that you can see, and probably like 15 people or so, just kind of
I wish I had haughty
dilly-dallying.
sneers. I don't think I do, though.
high society.
Haughty sneers, but I don't have it.
That'd be nice because you're getting in there for that.
Survival by 6.
So how are we getting on the boat, B?
You guys can
I'm
get up
going to
there.
bluff my way on. You're my entourage.
what was urban
I'm from
survival?
Riker Industries.
Urban
I have
survival or
high-tech
land nav is
things
for
I
him
want
to get to the
present
dock.
To
I just fall in line behind B.
I'm from Winfield.
I go on holding the crumpled up.
I
shirt.
grab your bag that you're.
Yep, my heavy 20
Your
pound
heavy
bag.
20-pound bag. I'm carrying it.
All right. So as I said before, it's still probably 20 minutes before they're expected to leave, but they might pull up.
Actually,
prior
I
to
get
them.
all things out of that case so you can all have stuff to carry. So I've got tool kits and
There's a toolkit for you, a toolkit for
and
you.
a doctor's bag that I'll carry.
You shouldn't carry anything. I carry that too.
All right,
You should be like,
I walk out. If nobody stops, guys.
So walking up, no.
so before we get there though, can I do another sense stealing because I'm guessing some time elapsed over our drive.
Yep.
So that is a pass by.
Just as a reminder, I'm always running.
6 that time.
So far, you've noticed the one that he teleported into. There's still the one that's sitting. There's a mark on what would match up with his description of putting a marked bullet on that car. There's the ones that are on the PC's person. I assume you collected the gear from the locker at the bus station.
Yeah.
Other than that, no, there's nothing else in the area that you can tell.
Okay, so I've done twice. I had a 5 and a 6 now,
Yep.
so I have a pretty good sense of what's around us.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's
So
anything
there's
else
nothing
there.
on the boat then?
You're not sure specifically. You try to find out the boat specifically. Initially, you're just kind of checking around the region.
Well, I was trying to do like the docks.
Okay, that's more specific. You can. Strangely enough, nothing with the 6. Nothing seems like to pick up at the docks. Doesn't seem like there's anything there.
Okay. So even though, as we get, 'cause I'm doing the second one as we're getting closer. So I don't even feel the things in our pockets.
Huh?
So I did the second one like as we're walking to the docks, but not quite there while she's digging the stuff out. Do I feel the ones in our pockets?
Yep, that's what I said. The ones that the PCs are carrying.
I was just curious if like the docks were murky, so I couldn't even get the ones that we had. Was my
As you get to the docks, this would be. I'm assuming you checked along the way. When you guys get to the docks, you notice that your effect starts to evaporate as you start to get near the docks.
Okay.
It's not that something's counteracting you. It's just when you're holding on to it, your rope's turning into kind of liquid vapor, and it just.
I'll tell you guys.
You think
we're
you could
probably
try
going
to.
into
You
a
might
dead
be able to
zone.
force it, but
Or there's at least a dampening field, something like that.
as you get closer, you would notice that your goggles seem to work somewhat, but they do flicker on and off. He's in jail.
How about Scarlett? She's walking alongside of me.
She doesn't seem to change anything. She does give you... She continues to walk towards the boat ramp. There's a young man, probably about 6'1". He's wearing the designation for a merchant rank of kind of a lieutenant first mate on the ship. He's fairly attractive. He has a very good build to him. He seems like he's checking in the remainder of the individuals.
Beatrice Riker, Riker Industries. I kind of lean over the
I'm
list.
assuming you kind of get in a queue with some of the other people that are kind of finishing up.
Yep.
You can definitely feel that these people have a high society, and you're getting a feeling that the people that are going on board probably don't have an IQ lower than 14.
Yeah, he's terrible.
All right.
Most of them are probably higher than that. So, other than that, when you end up approaching, he says, "I've heard of Riker's Industry. I don't have you." He doesn't check his list, but he tells you that I don't have you on the list. Are you looking to seek membership?
Yes.
Kind of looks. You obviously see he already eyes, and he's already like casting stones. Like, no.
Yep. I'm just
Actually,
looking.
probably just him.
Okay.
He's like, you know what? I think you're fairly. I don't like that guy. But he doesn't say that. That's immediately the body language that you get from him. So it seems as though it doesn't seem like that doesn't seem what he's looking for. However, strangely enough, this individual seems to have a keen eye and immediately kind of, for whatever reason, picks Hunter out from the rest.
It's a slack jaw, isn't it? It's a slack jaw.
It's the protruding obsidian bun.
He says, "We have time before the ship's leaving. I can contact Dr. Vernon Nelson. He's the cruise director, and I can talk about getting some additional spaces for you three and a guest."
Fairly confident.
Thank you.
Which one of us will live? If we
I'd appreciate that.
He's not trying to hide the fact that he is specifically like you three and then guest.
Yep, that's fine.
So otherwise, he'll ask you about currently. He's only heard recently rumors that apparently, Riker Industries has been buying up and selling off a lot of their patents. Is this because of some of the instabilities in the stock market as of now?
Yeah, so say stock market, yes.
Okay, you can give me a fast talk.
Oh, it is.
I'm not popping evil, so 14 by 2.
He kind of gives you a knowing nod. He says, "I understand. There's could be other things that you're looking into. There's all sorts of things happening in China, I understand."
Exactly, I say.
Otherwise, he's not familiar with your two guests. What are your names? Or your two accomplices
I
here?
introduced them as
Captain Thomas Winfield.
Captain Thomas Winfield, Winfield Industries, a new subsidiary.
He says that just flat out he hasn't heard of it.
Never heard of it. It's okay.
Nor would you have. We're currently still in development.
And this is Barton Litchford.
He hasn't heard of that name either.
You wouldn't have.
He says, "I bet."
They have projects that Riker Industries is interested in, and this is my
You don't have to
bodyguard.
bother with my name.
This is my bodyguard, I say.
He knows. So you can give me a fast talk.
Yeah, so like 87%
Bodyguard. I should pick that one up, but I will.
0 seconds.
14, 13, fast
That's cool.
3.
For most part, he, he says, "Of course, your bodyguard," but he seems to be very keen on the uptake. And I suppose, depending on whether or not... I wouldn't say that, it's just, you feel as though he's at least as capable of some of these things, or at least based on what you're rolling.
Yep.
So a lot of things are telling you, he's like, yeah, I understand. Sure.
I'll be like, and who are you?
He tells you that his name is, he's first mate Roderick Keller. He's the first mate on the symphony.
I'll be like, nice to meet your acquaintance.
He says yes.
Yes.
He doesn't shake your hand, but he kind of nods at you. He says, "Do you have any things that you might need to bring on board?"
My cases. That'll be about it.
The bodyguard can handle those.
Ultimately, he had called up on deck. There was a few people. I'd probably say there's like 4 or 5 people that are watching just the dock area right now. Occasionally, there now is an individual that looks like he's probably 45, but his gray hair seems to indicate that he might be older, or at least stressed. He's in fairly good shape. Think of a, is it Jack LaLanne
Yes.
type?
Jack the Lane, but he was like 76 and still doing push-ups.
Yeah, this individual that comes down that identifies himself as Dr. Vernon Nelson does have a Jack LaLanne look where he looks very fit, but from the face up, you're like, you're older than your physique indicates. He says he approaches you. He most likely speaks to you in French, I believe. You know French?
I don't think I do.
What's he
The
saying?
language that
I'll be like, I'm not a linguist.
Arabic.
I do.
he
Latin. I know a lot of languages.
Yep.
But not a
He
lot of
initially
good
say in
ones.
French. He tells her that she's very beautiful, and he would love to have someone of her renown. He does.
I lean over and tell you in English what he's saying.
Thank you.
As you say that, he does switch over to probably English.
Okay.
He says, "My apologies."
I usually speak dead languages, I tell him.
He'll talk to you in Roman Latin.
I speak Roman Latin.
Okay. He tells you that he's willing to take on your two, what is it, research associates and your bodyguard here, which he kind of doesn't believe that story either. But he says, how did you hear of us?
I tell him that there's talk amongst the Pneumometric Society, some of the members of another group, and I ran across this brochure.
Give me a fast talk.
Busted.
I did run across this brochure. I rolled 8, I made it by 8.
You're not sure. He might believe you.
That's okay, I don't care.
He says that's interesting. He's aware of the Pneumometric Society.
Yes.
Otherwise, he tells you he'll go through and you can take a tour of the vessel with him. He'll have people grab your bags and your friends' associates' bags, and he'll start to tell you about the Church of Amberdeen. He tells you it's more of a intellectual society, but for tax reasons, it's a church.
I like it.
They primarily deal with, I suppose, the advancement of society and human nature. He'll tell you. He'll talk about their various activities and their seminars and what I had mentioned before on their activities list. But primarily, they're trying to seek a higher point of consciousness, just in a general sense. He does mention things about hypertech, about advanced psychology. He'll tell you that his doctorates are in medicine, psychology, biochemistry, and sociology. He'll tell you that a lot of their members are very, I suppose they like to emphasize a physical strength and health in addition to a mental strength. What is it? It's a complete kind of whole body thing. And of course, he describes it much more eloquently than I ever could.
That's fine. You're doing a good job making me hate these people.
What do you mean? You don't like talking to con?
They do give you kind of a snubby feeling, but you feel as if you're part of the crew, then you'll be like, the plebeians over here.
Yeah.
I sip my wine. They only make this in one country.
So, what kind
he does inform you that there's also a multilingual Scrabble that's going to be coming up.
What?
Do either of you
Everyone white.
I have the Egyptian word for cat.
Not everyone is white.
I don't know where you're going to attach it, where I'm going to put it. But
I will say this is odd, is not everyone, as he had mentioned, when you start to kind of meet and mingle with some of the people here, everyone seems to be intellectual, has kind of almost a, what the hell is it, not depressing, but what's the term I'm thinking of here?
Academic?
They have such a staggering background that you're like, well, you feel okay because you own like an industry, but everyone else is a writer, a playwright, a psychologist, a neurosurgeon, and so you're like, well, yeah, I have my own company and I do this, and then you guys are like, yeah, I run this company, and people don't seem to recognize. They're like, I don't know of you.
I live in
what
my
you've
mom's
done.
basement.
Yeah, exactly. So, what have you? From here, do you guys speak Latin?
Nope.
No.
All right. He would switch back to English for the time being.
Canadian, I'm all there. You know?
Canadian? You speak Canadian? You spend points for it?
Yes. I like to spend a point on Canadian.
You're special.
Otherwise, he can set up personal rooms from each of you in C deck from C70. Was it 37 to 42?
okay. Very nice. That's 6 rooms for 4 of us. That'll be perfect.
Well, those are the ones available depending if you need a room for your thing.
Yeah, we do.
So on and so forth.
We have a guest join us
He
later.
will tell you that two of the people that you may want to talk to on the cruise is Dr. Karl P. Saar. He's a nuclear physicist and infrastructure developer. And Dr. Bruce J. Phillips, who's a neurosurgeon, psychologist, and psychiatric.
If I can leave the boat and come back.
When will the boat be leaving?
He says if you need anything, they can, for somebody of your stature, they can delay up to an hour, but he says you really must insist they leave after that.
Oh, so the boat is leaving pronto.
He said normally it would be leaving in 20 minutes. However, they're always looking for new talent and potential here at, he'll say, the Church of Aberdeen.
I'll just be like, can I go to get a little more luggage with our
Is
bodyguard?
Mr. Stone aboard? Dr. Stone?
He would say, he
Mr. Stone.
kind of looks off to the corner. He said, yes, Mr. Stone and Mrs. Stone are here.
I'll need to speak with them.
I understand.
Can you tell me where they
need to
are?
do that now, or?
I need to do that now. They need to make a phone call.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask if I can go get a little more luggage.
Are we getting on the boat and going?
He would tell you, he says,
Okay, then I need to leave so I can go get Jim.
Alright.
I need to leave the Benjamin's Avenue area to go get Jim.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's
what you would hear is when you ask for luggage, he says, what is it? That should be fine. Just check the luggage with his first mate. And he says, do be careful out there. He's been hearing word of hooligans as he smiles at you.
You two go and make it
So
happen.
do we have clearance to get back on board?
Yes.
yeah.
Did you tell him that we'll be
Do we need anything special to get back on board? Or
He says, no. The first mate now knows your name and face.
When I interact with you intellectually, where are you at compared to me?
I will
Significantly
ask
lower,
him-
a little bit lower, about the same
About what?
IQ.
Oh, with my IQ?
I need
Oh,
to
it's
know
low.
if you're...
He's got a 9. He sold that point off.
Alright.
He's like,
So-
that was worth 15
average.
points.
can I ask? I'll just be like,
I'm about
how
the
do
same as
your
Hunter.
mental barriers extend?
Okay.
He says, we don't have any mental barriers.
Alright. I
He
tell
says, can you elaborate? That's a little very generic.
What are you talking about?
I'll just kind of be like, I'll be back. I gotta go get our luggage.
Your whole cupboard's about to be blown.
I have one
Cover.
more. I have one more bodyguard that needs to come aboard. They're gonna
He
go
says he understands.
find them.
He's trying to make. If you'd like, if your trip here, he'll give you the itinerary of them going up the Alaskan coast for the week and then coming back to this location. He can arrange for you to leave early if you must.
As far as I know, I'll be here the whole time. We'll see.
Otherwise, what is it? He says none of the rooms are locked, so it's an honorary system here. He can assure you that no one here will dive into your privacy.
Okay.
So we're going.
He understands. He'll wait for up to an hour.
Okay. Turn that back. It's you and I solve this adventure.
So can we resolve this situation?
Can you resolve it? Or are you going? What are you doing?
I'll leave the boat.
I
do it!
GM.
I don't roll dice if I
We
just
leave
do
the
it.
boat. I have
Because
one
it's
more
done.
rod gun.
So what are you doing? I know you leave the.
I'll leave the
No,
boat.
I don't need the rod. Do I?
What are you trying to do here, Bart?
Yeah.
He has a bullet on him, right? Near him.
Do I have a bullet?
I don't know if he does.
No, I don't have a bullet on me.
Near him.
I think what he's
You're in jail.
saying is he wants somebody to teleport him out of jail.
We're teleporting him out of jail, right? Or,
That was the plan, yeah.
okay.
So
So
how do you want to do that? I was just gonna.
Yeah,
you know where the jail is, right? So
Shush
can
you.
hold
Yeah,
space.
I'm gonna go over behind the cab or that
Bring the cat
warehouse.
with you too.
Yeah, the cat came with me. I'm assuming. I asked Scarlett to come with me. I'm
Yep, you will.
gonna go over behind the warehouse. I'm gonna draw a signal. I'm gonna fold space. I'm gonna spy on Jeb. I'm gonna ask him if he wants me to take him out of there, and if he says no, I'll leave him. And if he wants to come, then I'm gonna take him.
You should have him crawl under bed, and then you should teleport in a dummy at the same time as you teleport him out.
I'm pretty sure he's going to use fairy fire, so that's
I know.
I really don't care about it. Exactly. There'll be like two cops in there, like.
I'm half expecting you guys to have like a small tank here, like, get in the car!
Spontaneous combustion, that's what I'm going to say.
So,
I'll let you guys have your
I walk up. I try to find like a warehouse or something immediately off the dock that we can go to. I try to bring my son Steely up so
It probably takes you about, at a jogging pace, it probably takes you about 10 minutes to get outside of that area where...
Okay, and I jog or run.
once we're out, can I do another sense stealing?
You can.
In our area. Oh, that one's not going to do me.
And then I'm going to try to, if I recall on the police station, did they have any windows that were open? Or
Failed by
I mean,
one.
it's not.
There were a couple small windows that you wouldn't say are open, but they were...
You could see through them, I
You
think.
could see through them.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll just hold space near there, like into the back alley. Okay. And then you and I, we can just walk there.
Oh, we're actually going there.
Well, I got to get inside the police station, so I'm going to have to walk in to talk to. Right?
So,
There's a parking lot out back. There's probably about 4, patrol cruisers.
Try to make it so it's like a dumpster or something. Before we go there, I'll draw a sigil on the concrete here.
The police department is fairly out in the open. Like, you could go a block or 2 down.
Okay, that's fine. So I draw a sigil first.
Okay. Give me a symbol drawing.
Let's see, so that's 10, 12. So success by 3.
Okay. You get a +1 on your transpose roll.
And then I'll try to fold space so I can, look a block away in an alley, nobody's there, that sort of thing.
where are we right now?
You guys are just outside of the docks.
Can I do another?
So I got my 4.
Okay.
Success by 4.
It takes you another 15 minutes to kind of find a location. There's a few people in town, but otherwise, yeah, you can find a location that looks to be good where nobody should see you coming in.
Okay. So then I'll just make it so it's big enough for us to step through.
Okay.
And then, we step through to that spot.
So you give me fairy fire. Or are you trying to pull space?
I'm just a folding space, so I'm just using the window I already had and make it big enough, and then we'll just walk through when I find a spot that nobody's around.
You'll be aware that somebody might see a streak across, like, hey, what's that?
Right, and I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Fold space or sense stealing by 2.
Okay.
I'm assuming
you're pretty confident that, you thought that there was nothing on the ship, but you just don't think the effect's getting near the ship.
they've got some kind of dampener or something, so we don't need to play with it until later, okay?
Look for your bubbling cauldrons. I paid for 3. They're commons.
All right, so
And then we'll jog over to the police station.
You just go through the box to look at it.
You just gotta find.
what was your fold space by again?
4.
4? Yeah, you guys can get there.
Okay. So I'll jog up to the police station.
Still open.
Okay, I go up to the front desk.
You'll see the person at the front kind of gives you a little bit of a scowl, but how can I help you?
We haven't. I'm here to see my friend that's locked up, Jeb.
Visiting
Can I
hours.
see him?
He says visiting hours are normally from 9 to 5.
Okay. So does that mean no? I'm not trying to antagonize you, but you didn't tell
He
me.
says, let me
definitive
talk
yes
to
or
the
no.
chief.
Okay.
Get out of his seat.
I
head
understand
back.
it's unusual and whatnot. So have you had any other calls from New York?
He says, not so far.
Can I borrow
He
your
understands that some of you are on investigation, but you can't just kind of highball your way through a small town like this.
phone? My friend's very sad what he did.
Yeah, well, he's been damaging equipment. We don't know how the hell he's doing it, but the
he doing?
chair missing and then a table, or he says a door fell off its hinges, and he's up to something. He's not a good liar.
It's not a good lie.
Well, that's true. He's not a good liar. I agree with you there.
He says, well, just hold on a minute. He'll
He's
get the
probably
chief.
worth more of the hassle. Can I borrow your phone?
He says that there's a phone in the next room. He'll allow you to use it.
Okay. I try to get a hold of Dweller.
Okay.
Well, I'm waiting for the chief. I'm like, hey, Dweller, have you talked to these people to Spring Jeb? We're like, we need to go now.
He's been... He said he'd probably have a better bet if he called in the morning, but if he needs you to get him out today...
I need him on a boat in 15 minutes.
He'll have to give, He'll have to give, what's her face, Margaret Thane a call. So he'll try to get back to you.
Okay.
He says that he has some loose connections, but it's not every small police department across the country.
I'm just asking if you can take care of it. Otherwise, I'm going to have to take care of it
He
myself.
says you're going to have to give him a little bit of time. He'll call you back in 5.
Okay. I do tell him that if you can't take care of it, let me know, because then I will take care of it.
He'll try to see what he can get done.
All right. I'm not trying to threaten you with the additional mess I'll create, but I'm just letting you know.
He understands.
I haven't seen him yet.
All right. Take care. Have a good night.
All right.
He said they'd have more in the back if we need to look, or need him to look.
Looks like this is their color list.
I went through it. Didn't see any. No.
Yes, we had about Table number 6 against the door will be Sean Heineck.
Otherwise, what is it? The police chief will come out. He'll ask you, so what is this regarding? I'm aware that you're on an investigation, but you just can't keep going around town like this. You understand that, right?
I understand that.
Especially people don't like big New York City types just barging in.
I was hoping that we could be able to take my friend off your hands. We're actually leaving town to get out of your hair entirely.
You can give me a fast talk on that?
But I am leaving town.
Or that doesn't mean like 5 minutes from now you're going to be back in town doing shit.
Well, no, I tell him we're getting on a cruise that's leaving the boat. I'm trying to be honest with you. Like, literally, there's a boat we're trying to get on.
You see that his eyes do widen. He says, you're not messing around with those Amberdeen people, right?
No, we've got an invitation. You can call.
Do you legitimately have an invitation?
If you called onto the boat, you can verify that we have clearance. If
That's
that's your
Martin
concern.
Litchford.
He'll get on the... So
And his bodyguard.
he kind of ignores you. But he says
Just don't listen to him.
It's odd because it seems as though he gets a little bit of like a worried look.
Yeah.
And he calls down, and apparently he talks to somebody down there. He says, I understand. He seems a little bit... How do I put it? It seems like he was talking to somebody he felt deemed important. He said, all right, everything's been cleared up with Dr. Nelson, so if you need to just stay out of his hair, don't cause any trouble.
We're not trying to cause trouble.
He says, yeah, you say that, and then he'll kind of lead you to the back, and they put a door up on its side because it's broken. It looks like there's a pile of metal dust on the floor, which you've seen before, and the hinge is gone. There's a chair, there's a carbon ash and sulfur in a rough formation where a chair was sitting, and there's two guards just sitting in a chair, wide stance, looking at him in a cell sleeping.
I do kind of chuckle a little bit when I walk past the dust. I'm like, yeah.
They strain to attention when the chief comes in. He says, unlock the cell, and they're like, really? He says, yes, just unlock the cell. So they kind of tap the, loudly tap with like a cup on the thing. Hey, wake up, Sleeping Beauty!
Jeb,
I'll wake up.
Your ride's here.
I'll wake up like it's a choice.
Alright.
They unlock it.
Did anything else happen while I was sleeping? I just wanted to make sure.
20 minutes probably passed, so probably
No,
not see
I
anything.
talked to the guards. I'd be like, well, did anything else break? I just want to make sure.
He says, we didn't give you enough time or enough leash on your, was it enough
As he leans
length
over and
on your
grabs the
leash?
bed and gets up as a crash.
Alright, so we're gonna leave the police department.
So the
whole thing's gonna
it seems like the police chief is, all right, get the hell out of my jail.
all right.
It was a fine establishment.
I don't care, go.
Come back one day.
Can I make one?
You're talking, just go.
Can I make one phone call? They'll avoid you a headache later.
Yes, it's fine.
All right, I call up Dole and I say, we got it done. Thanks for the help.
All right, he'll call back Margaret Thane so she doesn't call the department.
Do I hear you talking to Dweller?
Yeah.
I'm like, how did you clear this up without Dweller?
That one's fake.
We're on
Told
the
him to
boat.
get out of town.
What? No, what? No.
Yeah, we're getting on the boat. That's why we're here.
Otherwise, the person at the front desk kind of gives you the same look of disdain as he sits down. He says, good luck with your investigation.
Yeah.
What's on his desk?
Paper, pencils.
He's just an innocent guy just sleeping alone.
Gravity ripple on his desk.
Oh my god.
I'm just gonna lift it a little and then let it fall.
All right.
Can I interfere with him?
I leave.
It's a,
Like
is that the sigil one or the
this is a very slight gesture.
slight gesture?
You can slap his hand.
You could try to slap his hands with a parry.
You might not want to do that.
Yep, sure do. I'm out of here. As soon as I leave that door, it's not my problem anymore.
So I have 6. So that's a pass by
I walk
7.
away.
7?
So I just wanted to lift the papers
Just
off
walking
and
away.
like let them fall back down.
I'm walking away.
All right. Ultimately, he's making some gestures as this
You hear me
occurs.
say as I walk out, I hope you get hit by a car.
As he is leaving, it does look like the papers do fly
You have a
up.
hope wish on. He was waiting for those exact words.
With a 7, there is a creak from the desk.
Well, I feel like I targeted him properly.
Yep, I'm aware. But There's a creak from the desk. He kind of reaches over towards the paper and then kind of looks at his hand strangely. And he kind of has this like glazed look, and he looks around. And he looks at all of you kind of. He looks at the back of your head and then looks at you two.
I'm walking out the door as I do.
He seems to be a little bit creeped out, and it seems like he's getting up from his desk. But
Okay.
Also,
you guys are
Impression
outside.
left.
aneurysm.
That's my friend Nate.
So, Jeff, I bring you up to speed. What's going on?
Okay.
It's like you have your sister's kids for the weekend.
I'm just ignoring him now.
Let's start to do the full
If you want to
space
take anything
back
out of
to
your-
the place we just came from.
You'd have to get back to that alleyway, or unless you want to do it here.
We're gonna go. I'm going over to that alley.
Yeah, alley. And then, do I need?
If you want to take anything out of your
like a full
ice space,
space,
I
and
suggest
I
you do it
kind of like look
because
through it
there's some kind of
to
magical
guide it.
dampening field.
Could.
That's how I'm imagining it, what I'm doing is.
The thing is, you describe it to me, and in that instance, somebody might see you setting up the fold space.
Alright, I just take out my
that
knife,
is a
and
pass.
I'll take out my compass from the umbrella.
Pass by 4.
And they would have given you your stuff back. They would have just tossed your junk in there.
Yeah, I figured.
You haven't checked it, but it doesn't.
I'm not worried about it. I'll get it back. I know where they are.
You guys have a fold space back to roughly the dock area that you left to.
I did take Gertie out, so I got the map case over my shoulder. Take out like a couple other things, put it in a backpack. Figure that with me, and then I'll fold space back.
I'll put the both knives around.
Now we're doing lighting mods.
All 3 knives on me.
Forgot
about the third one, but I have to read.
And I'm assuming it's getting later at night, so is it getting dark where maybe people?
It's already past
Said he
8.
looked in the back.
I would probably say it's 8:40 right now. There's 20 minutes before the boat leaves.
So is there? Can people? I'm just wondering if the illumination
Bubbling
is
cauldron,
It's
right?
unlikely.
dim enough. Okay.
But, I mean, the buildings are close enough. Like, if somebody was looking out a window, there's no way you
Just
can
at the
account.
perfect angle or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no way you can account for everything, but it's unlikely.
That's all. That's what I assumed, and so that's why I'm doing it this way.
We'll draw more.
Well, there's a 17, so this might be a bad ride for us.
Pretty much correct.
So I failed by 1.
Okay.
Well, actually, I would succeed because it goes to a 16, but it's a 17. So I succeeded on the nose.
Yep, you're pretty sure it's locked in.
Okay.
Can I sit shallows as we get closer?
Both of you guys can give me, all 3 of you can give me acrobatics rolls.
Splash, splash.
Acrobatics!
What?
It's a skill. Starts with
You
an
walked
A.
through the fold space.
Can I do a swimming?
You technically have to make a body sense prior to this, though.
Body sense.
Body sense first? Or?
Yep, and then the acrobatics. Because if you fail body sense, you don't get an
I
acrobatics.
succeeded on body sense by 2.
I don't have body sense.
Pass by 4.
Then it's acrobatics now?
Yep.
Does catfall work in this? Combat reflexes?
Catfall,
triple
not for
four.
this one.
That's not too bad. So I think I failed by 2.
Ultimately, you kind of he set up an initial fold space effect, and you kind of dialed it in. However, as you guys kind of come in afterwards, you must have been kind of looking at like an odd angle because you thought you had like 4 or 5 feet on the edge of kind of a dock surface, when in actuality you only had about 1 feet. So you two plow straight. You're like, and there we go, and then you're like, and water.
Okay.
So you plow forward and fall off to the dock. You're on the dock still. You're like, oh shit, and then 2 people fall into the water like kerplunk, and you're
I
like,
can't try and catch him or anything.
potentially, but you barely managed to.
How far is the wall? How far do you
You're teetering on the edge.
You only fell like maybe 2-3 feet off the dock into the water. It's just you weren't expecting it.
Thank you very much. There you go, buddy.
Do you want me to pay it back?
Nope, 30 cents. I'm good with
Can we fish ourselves out?
Seriously?
It's only a mild
I'll do the
inconvenience.
water
12
manipulation to get all my
for
stuff
that
done.
much. For the commons, non-commons,
Magic.
they don't value.
I love magic.
Does it work at this on this edge? Well, yeah, it would be.
They have by
Yeah, we're outside of
The
it.
location that you're at, yes.
Yeah.
By 1.
Yeah, you kind of silently, what the hell is it? Dehydrate your various pieces of equipment, or
It's just my trench coat, because the snake armor, pretty much.
you have in your backpack you have on you, and
Yep, so I suck all the water off that.
yep, and you have shoes on, and yada yada yada.
Yep. I just
Right.
go walking in my soggy state.
Whenever you're ready.
Otherwise, the first mate seems to see you guys kind of get on. He does seem to note that
Yep, I'm all wet.
you're very wet.
I don't
This
say
is-
anything. I just go walking on.
All right.
Just
Carrying your stuff?
Scarlet with us?
yeah.
Okay.
She would have reunited.
Scarlet
with
would
me
have
back.
came back with you to location, so you would have met up with her at the police building.
This is my ring to Riker work on this ship.
checking it out. It appears to work.
Okay, I'll let him know where I'm at. Ask if he's heard of any of these types. I'll give him some names and stuff.
He's familiar with the name Dr. Karpisar.
Why the hell are we going on at this?
He said that he was working with the U.S. military in various power projects. He was one time as a consultant on a project. On a project he was working on in Exide. And he talked to him a little bit, and he seemed to kind of be interested in him, but he did comment on Riker's weight back in the day.
All right. Nuclear power plant would have more or less energy than our current power plant.
Yeah, it would have more power.
All right. Do you think anyone's built one?
Given what you've seen from MI5, well, you know that you, at your facility, had recreated a muon-catalyzed fusion reactor.
Okay.
So obviously it can be built. The technology exists out there. Whether or not these people have one, you don't know.
Okay.
But given your understanding of hypertech, there's got to be a few individuals that know how to do shit like this.
Okay.
And you got that feeling from some of the objects and some of the, like when he described the car, like that sounds odd.
All right.
Do deep ones have high technology?
No.
With you guys can give me mythos.
Don't worry about it. I'll ask Scarlett if she smells pudding near the professor.
She does have a faint signature from, what is it? She would say both. She can tell they're in the region.
There's other chairs you could try right over there.
Four?
These ones aren't even bad.
From your understanding, the deep ones don't really use advanced technology, but the purebloods are very powerful sorcerers, so they might not need to.
Okay.
But no, from your understanding, they don't have high advanced technology.
I sort of walk the direction where she smells their trail.
It's on the ship.
Yeah, I saw that.
Is it pointed direction? Does it go to a certain direction?
She would say on the ship. I mean, it leads up the gangway to the ship. Otherwise, after probably the last of you end up pulling up, they will stop you and you, Trevor. They'll stop you two, your characters. Huh?
I'm dry.
I'm aware, but he says, "Is this your following bodyguard?"
Yes.
Then he'll let you on.
Okay.
Otherwise, they seem to pull up the runway to the dock from here, and they start to get ready. You guys hear kind of a rumble from the ship decks below. You can be a perception-based hypertech.
Great, I just took responsibility for him.
You did.
Don't worry, it's gonna fail on you.
Don't worry, that won't backfire.
You have Hunter.
You'll ruin your good reputations.
11.
By two.
What are we rolling?
By 2.
What are we rolling?
Really rolling stuff.
Perception-based hypertech. Perception-based hypertech. Perception-based hypertech.
So 11, you made it by what?
2.
2. 2, it sounds clean, efficient. That's all you can kind of really tell. With an 11, it didn't almost sound like steam boilers were going up. It almost was like capacitors were clicking over. And there was a hum coming from below deck, but
Electric power. Capacitor.
you're not sure what the steam is coming up, but
We'll make our way into the cabins. I'm assuming that's where we left them.
Some nuclear steam.
I'll throw off cat's grease just to keep that on hand.
We know how your magic works.
By 5, huh?
Does your magic work?
I don't know. Find out.
as you turn the effect on, it just seems to evaporate. You think that you're not sure if you can get something to stick. You might be able to by pushing it, but that didn't do anything.
So are we in our rooms or where are we?
You're on deck right now. A lot of people are socializing. For the most part, people are talking about various projects, their background, things that they've happened. A lot of people would come up and talk to B, and they would start to talk to all three of you, but you see that you two get shunned fairly quickly.
I don't even really try.
Some of the capacitors coming online. I wonder what's making
I'll put on the
steam.
gloves, the matter manipulation gloves. I'll find a plate of food to see if I can just make it vanish.
Playing around, they don't seem to activate.
Given my last experience,
I'll try to etch with the use symbol, disintegrate, something to see if that is strong enough to actually overwhelm the...
This time we invited
Give me a
ourselves.
usage roll.
I know.
Yeah, we can't
So
invite ourselves on
technically
the
you
last
sent
time.
in invitation.
Yeah,
Fine.
but he plays by the rules. I gotta play by the rules here. So.
Technically, you sent the invitation to yourself to attend.
For my cabin,
You're
I'll
like,
find
okay,
a.
so
That's important.
And I'll
Just
let
saying,
you
let's
know.
go get this thing rolling.
right,
Let's
yep.
start killing people or intimidating them.
I'm going to try to find Vernon Nelson.
By 5.
So,
Nothing went off this time.
I know you're not gonna
Does
like
my
it, but I
sword
think we should
nullify
split up
my
so we're
career?
not seen as-
I
mean,
It's
pop it
not,
open.
it's not glowing.
No.
If
But
you did
it doesn't.
intimidate,
It usually
I'm not
doesn't
going
glow.
to.
I'll ask Scarlett
So,
if she has any
I don't
connections.
know
Should
if
I find the people that we think kidnapped the professor?
Are we
or should
in
we
a
find
dead
the
zone?
people that he referred me to? I think we should
doesn't
find the
know
people we
anything
think
about
kidnapped the
Does any of your
professor.
spells work?
That's what I.
She didn't
this is
try.
who I seem to
Try.
go talk to.
Okay.
She's not able to
we
get
have-
anything working.
We have the 6 rooms, right?
She can jump off the side of the ship.
Let's pick like the first room. That's our meeting area. We leave notes there for each other. If we can't get.
If he doesn't want to associate.
Otherwise,
with us, let him go
Scarlet will pick up a trail for the professor and Puddin.
I want to try a different
Alright,
approach.
I'll let you guys know. I got
Let's
a trip.
take it.
Alright, let's go.
What are we
I think
doing?
if we stay here too long,
One
we're gonna
question.
fall in.
Exactly, we're gonna get screwed.
Yeah, I don't want to get
question.
screwed again. I'm already
Is
done.
there lifeboats on the ship?
You said that there are lifeboats
That's
on the
all I
ship.
need to know. That way,
That's not a guarantee.
How far?
There was exits at the
How far?
playhouse.
How long would it take to go down?
I'm
to
just
the cabin
thinking
and
that
come back up?
if we can find our friend, we can get on a lifeboat, we can get off this ship, and let it sail 100 yards away or whatever.
If you
it takes.
remember, Dr. Nelson said that he could arrange people to leave the ship earlier than that, so it might be via lifeboat or communicating to some coastal tower.
Right, except for if somebody's involved in kidnapping, I don't think we go to them and say, well, we've got our kidnapped friend, it's time for us to leave.
Punch him. Just
He was kidnapped by
throw
your
punches
cult.
all the way. Just keep going until your
That's
arm's
exactly
sore.
it.
How long would
Tell
it
your
take to
arm
go
is
down
sore.
to
Like
our
it,
room
then use the
and
other
come
one.
back to certain
Work them
levels?
both. Work them both.
Like 10 minutes?
10, 15
So
minutes.
it's a
Can I
monetary
say,
gain,
will you guys
but
wait
it's
10 or
free
15
game.
minutes? I'm going
No,
to go check and
no,
see if our magic works.
It doesn't work. Why are you leaving us? That's the whole reason that we had to wait for you.
So we know the magic doesn't work?
He's already tried.
Yeah.
It.
Some of the people that were talking to you earlier do kind of give you like a breath like,
Let's get this.
these guys are now arguing
Get
amongst
ready
the
to-
populace. The only thing odd is you would see that people are talking about advanced mechanics, engineering, psychologies, things of that nature. Then there's probably hundreds of people on board that are openly talking about hyper-tech that you only know a handful of people that talk about, talking about advanced kind of psychology, new drugs coming out
If I
onto
could,
the
I'd blow the whole
market.
boat off.
I have to leave this area, I tell you.
I'll follow Scarlet and the trail. Like
Following Jeff.
Nope, not gonna fall into
starting
the
to
trap.
care
I'm
less
not
of
gonna
people.
fall into the trap.
I'm starting to care less.
I'm trying to go with you. I'm trying to go with you.
Otherwise, strangely enough, I mean, you do a double take when you first come across it, but it appears on the main deck, sitting in a lounge chair, appears to be the professor, along with not Scarlet, but Puddin.
Okay.
Some sort of brainwashing?
Does Scarlet pick up that scent and
Do you
they
think
go,
with all
she
the
goes to
advanced
it?
That's the scent that
psychology
Scarlet's been picking up here.
We'll get close and check it out.
Clean room? Yeah.
Checking it out, the professor does seem a little bit hazy, but does kind of point over to you and like, Jab!
Hey, come with us to the top deck. I need some air. It's hot in here.
Sure.
Okay.
So far, so good.
Okay. How you been, Professor?
I think good.
Where have you been the last day?
I took a cruise here when we were doing other stuff, but it'll only take like 2 weeks. Like, actually, I don't know why. Really,
The interesting thing is you're due for a physical with Doctor, and I say the doctor's name, Obduro, and you went missing, and you were actually most likely
We think it
taken
has something
against
to do
your
with
will.
fraud.
I'm afraid.
I go to the lifeboat.
We think it has something to do with fraud.
It could have something to
Taking the cover off right now.
I'm not
I'm
sure.
helping Jeff.
do. They're doing things DM
Put the canvas in the bottom. We might want it later.
The lifeboat cover is coming off at this point in time.
Okay.
Like, hey guys, look at
Have we
that foul.
left?
Let's pretend we're in the shit.
There'll be a lot of people that just kind of look over at you. No one that's overtly surprised, but they just kind of do give you a look of contempt.
Crazy Dave wants
Look at this, I'm a pirate. Where's your sword at, Hunter?
You will see Dr. Nelson does approach you.
best like game of the year story.
He said, "Am I to assume that you'll be leaving?"
We found the person that we came here from.
He says, "That's good. That's good."
So
Pirate
Did
ship.
you do this to him?
From my understanding, the professor is on the register. I can make a formal inquiry.
When did he arrive? If it's okay.
According to records,
I am a pirate,
sometime
ready to
around
go.
3 p.m. yesterday, or you'd probably say sometime around
The more we
11
talk to
a.m.
these people,
yesterday.
the more they surround us right now. So get on this boat. Let's get out of town.
Get in from the boat, Professor.
You can arrange for more professional accommodations back to the shore, or you can take
I'll
one
take
of the
my chances with the
lifeboats.
deep one right now.
I think we'll just take the lifeboat.
He understands. It's too bad you won't stay here for the various. He'll talk about their small arms training, their hypertech research, some other various things of that nature.
Could I just be
He
like-
said,
Barton, you can say then. Let's go.
No,
he said,
exactly.
Ardric G. Ivanov is doing a seminar on his martial arts Do Chic. Very interesting.
I understand, however.
I feel like that was.
I'm going to wait for a more formal invitation from the society, from the church.
Can he send something to your facility in northern New York?
Yes.
We'll do that.
Why do you want anything to do with these
They're letting you go.
slimy people?
Otherwise, as you guys, a few of the hands will end up getting the lifeboat ready. They'll even prepare a sandwich tray that has various things attached
you.
to it. He'll describe some of the items, including one of the items he says is a type of snail that deep ones grow in certain regions. It's very sweet, but becomes sour as you let
we
it
pirates don't
ruminate
eat
in your
this.
mouth.
Exactly, I'm throwing it over the side. As soon as I hand it, I'm throwing it over the side.
Okay.
Oh, we
He wasn't handing it to you. He's most likely handing it to
I
David.
take it from me.
We need to travel. We need to travel light. We all know this.
That's okay. I'm okay wrestling with it. I just go.
We got plenty of seawater to drink.
You're
Let's
hitting
go.
yourself with the tray.
Could
Hitting
I
yourself with the
talk
tray.
to the guy and be like, I apologize for my associates.
Why are we touching anything?
Finished with
Let's
the
get out of
rather
here.
tricky project
Because if
that
you're
resulted
kind,
in some
you're like,
interesting
oh, yeah,
difficulties.
He says he understands when having to deal with
Leave us
people
alone.
like,
If we're crazy, leave us alone.
and he would
We're crazy right now.
want to hear about your future research regarding your, what is it, you mentioned a little bit about,
I'll just be like another time, but we really need to see the professor.
he tells you,
screwing with our
he gives you a little bit of demonstration. He says it's an electric motor.
We're
It
lowering
comes out
the
of the,
boat. You're inside?
no, as I was stating before, the hands are getting
Okay.
the
They're
various
getting ready.
things ready. They're unattaching it from the boat, so you're not like cutting fucking things and dropping 50 feet into the water.
You don't understand.
One end goes down.
That close
He tells
to
you it's an
saying
electric
we're
motor.
dropping 50 feet.
He'll tell you the basics of the controls, and he wishes you luck.
Thank you.
All right. Otherwise, you seem to get loaded down slowly into the water. The ropes start to retract.
Trying electric motors to driving.
The professor says, "I don't remember signing up for this
Can I like call back?
seminar.
No,
Did
we're
I?"
a lifeboat.
We should be making signals on this, so as soon as that big boat's far enough away, we can teleport. Can we still see the lights from shore?
You can still see the lights from shore.
Start heading towards
As the boat moves away, it does seem to have like odd, large bubbles that are coming out the back. Like there's no propeller.
Deep ones.
A team of deep ones on what is it on a
It's got
rain?
a screw drive.
Otherwise, it seems to head off, and you guys head back. There's no noise that comes. There's a soft kind of a slight.
Can we hit that?
There's a slight hum of this particular. What the hell is it?
How close can I get to it?
I would say the ones on here just seem to compress air and shoot it out the back.
Nullified.
So there's kind of a bubbling, but there's no noise from the engine itself other than kind of a warm hum.
Off the ship.
You guys can give me, I suppose, an IQ default for boating, or if you have boating.
We just gotta teleport off this. We don't have to vote.
I think
I rolled a 6, so I made my
Let them
IQ by
vote.
9. But it's a default.
7.
I'll grab my flask and I dip it into the salt water.
IQ
My
also
IQ
by
by
9.
6.
I'll be like, salt water.
IQ by 9 as well.
You see me drinking a lot of salt water now out of my
You
flask.
guys can it's probably around 9 o'clock right now, but you guys can make it back. There's lights up at the dock. You guys come in.
I was very tempted to stay on that boat. I'm glad I didn't, but what they did to the professor is wrong. We gotta get him back.
You know, when I was a kid, they used to tell a story about this witch that fed kids a bunch of candy and they loved it. And then the witch ate them.
Yep.
Crawl in the oven, said the witch to Hansel and Gretel.
Yep.
Just follow the bubbles if you want to go back to the ship.
Seems more like they would view her as, or him as an asset and just want him back.
I think I would rather deal with some of those individuals.
What's the
as
professor doing?
individuals.
The professor like, let's go back.
No, I liked your
Outside of the
team
organization.
presence.
Outside of the organization, I'd like to have
Here's some sandwich tray, B. No sandwich tray for B.
And have the corresponding one
what?
at the bottom of the
Oh, I
ocean.
said here. I said, I like how you dealt with them as a group. I said, here's some sandwiches, B. And you're like, no sandwiches for
So
B.
the bottom of the ocean had opened a full space portal that then terminates above their ship. So if the water pressure's a mile down, shoot this huge beam into the boat.
I'm okay with what they are.
It'd be outside of their magical. So just be like.
Just for magic.
You know, they've
So,
got
okay, we're on a boat.
they've got
We made it shore.
into the wild.
You have made it to shore.
Try to tie up a little
How's the
dinghy
professor?
where their ship would be tied
The
up.
professor's cogent. He says that he, what is it? He was on ship around noon. He doesn't remember too much. He says that he's dealt with these people before.
How do you feel about them?
She, or was it he? Jolene never described the full background with them, so I elaborate a little bit. I believe she currently has a contract that her parents signed off on when he was 16 that dealt with them paying for his education, contacts, and getting him into various organizations for a future internship with them for 15 years. At some point in time, she felt that the things that they were doing was odd, and they seemed to kind of work above society in certain regions and just kind of look down at other people. And she wanted to get out before she got stuck there. And she says, legally speaking, she does owe them quite a bit of money, but she says that they're very intelligent and they're social manipulators. So she says that she didn't know of a good way to handle it because she doesn't think that she would win legally.
So she ran away from the Hellfire Club.
Yes.
Well, depending on how much money you owe them, you should just declare bankruptcy. Have those debts forgiven. Legally.
She's worried because they have some
take
of
a new-
the brightest. Well, bankruptcy laws are different in this time period. Also, she says that she was worried that they have some of the brightest legal minds around, where if she throws up something that might get shot down, now she's stuck in having the paperwork. She thought the best thing she could do was just get out of there.
Well, apparently they found you.
long-distance weapons.
So she told her that, or he told us all that, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll have Scarlet look at Puddin to see if she has any effects or.
Puddin seems to be a bit occasionally kind of slots at something that isn't there.
They've both been drugged.
They're both a little bit flaky. I mean, they can carry a conversation with you, but if you do something quick, like, how many fingers are you holding up? And they're like, wait.
From the chemicals I saw in the basement, is there anything that they could have concocted that would do this to somebody?
Maybe, but the stuff in the basement,
Can I do a poisons roll?
maybe it poisons.
I'll put up my monocle to see how they look.
Puddin is fairly bright. The professor is bright as normal.
Poisons by 5.
You could have done this in the boat, and that would have worked. Okay. Your magical effects didn't seem to work.
Was I blinded by the lights coming out of there on the boat?
The boat? Inside the field, no. The boat, you can see that there's back ends that seem to be more defined than normal. You've seen that on a few pieces of hypertech, but otherwise there's nothing blatant about it. At sea, you wouldn't notice any difference with the ship. You'd have to get within physical, within touching distance to notice strange oddities. Like, that's not a propeller.
Poisons by 5.
There could be some crude things that I could have thrown together. It seems as though whatever they have is really mild, and it seems like they're fully cogent other than they're just a little bit frazzled. So you don't know anything that would do it. A little bit. I don't know, this seems to be some sort of advanced drug if they're on some sort of drug.
So can I ask the rest of them, why were you staying on the boat?
She doesn't know. She was starting to question that when the boat was leaving, but she didn't really... She was aware that she didn't remember getting on the boat. He was also aware that he had ran away from these people before, and he was aware that he didn't necessarily want to be here, but he just didn't really care about it too much, not as much as he should.
Do you remember Dr. Jerome Osborne, Tony Weber, or Leonard Riley?
She remembers a Dr. Osborne from probably about 5 or 6 years back. He's a psychiatrist.
All right. I let him know that it's possible they've try to hypnotize you or something similar to that.
She understands. She'll try to stick near you guys while whatever's happening here.
Can we get back to New York and turn the doctor over to our team psychiatrist?
The chantry, I'm thinking, first.
Oh, yeah, chantry would be a good idea. I don't think they monk with magic, though.
I understand that, but
They still might be able to put it together with magic.
We do a
yeah,
purge.
that's what I was
Or a
thinking.
filter.
I feel like that's more important than a psychologist first.
All right, I agree. Let's try it.
Because maybe
Was
the
there a
other-
chantry in Seattle?
No, San
There was
Francisco.
one in San Francisco.
I've been there. I know
How
how to
about
get
we
there.
just teleport
Fast
back
tracking
to
it for the
New York,
most
so
part.
we're in hometown, and
How are you guys
do
getting
that.
back from here?
How about I put the mat out in Obduro HQ? Why don't you just teleport us there, and then we home turf, take her to the chantry.
It's fine, we can do that. Don't put a mat, let's just draw it.
He's
No,
already
I
left.
already
over
have
there.
the mat. in
He didn't pick it
Obduro.
up when he left. Is that a problem?
I can't pick it up when I leave.
Actually, you've done that before, but he hasn't necessarily seen you do that before. I believe you guys got stuck in a cave inside of somewhere like Kazakhstan.
India or something. We don't know because we were buried alive.
You never followed that out. There was a few more gate destinations.
Well, B, if you're also wondering, sort of marked one of their pieces of equipment with the sigil.
So maybe there'll be payback at a future day.
It's actually the machine that took the professor and put
The car.
From the body language, it did seem.
Do you want to go steal the car?
it's marked.
I feel like it's better.
Kind of cool. Just because I don't know what it does.
Just take it because that's what the ass did.
Well,
Take it as payment for pain and suffering.
To be honest with
I
you,
feel
was
like
just gonna
he
destroy
could
it.
track
yeah,
it.
to be honest with you,
Destroy it?
legally
Yeah.
there is a contract
Huh?
there.
Vehicle?
Yeah, just
You
gonna,
know, it's I'm
Why
not
not
into
give it to these guys?
From what-
Let 'em-
humans.
There's a difference. Was it from the body language that you guys felt? Is you three felt as though they generally wanted you to be there. They seemed like they were a little bit more upfront with you, but you could obviously see there was somewhat of a contempt for kind of both of these individuals.
Because we're knucklebergers.
But
Maybe you're magic users, although
I'm a
it's 'cause
magic
we're
user. He's a
knucklebergers.
magic user. I mean,
We're knucklebergers.
you're right.
but otherwise,
That's pretty much all I have. So magic and alchemy.
you and I are also best eggs.
No, we're knucklebergers.
I know it just kind of gave you a weird feeling.
well,
Like some of the people there were easily capable of like planning advanced tactics, but you've also seen some of their people use pretty poor tactics in the past. So
Okay. They respected our IQ, and I think they disrespected your lack of it.
Oh well.
I don't need their flying car. Right
no,
now,
initially, both of you are fairly in shape, and it's only after they started asking you pointed kind of psychological questions. You might have not picked up on that if you don't have psychology, but at a certain point they made a determination, and they just didn't like you after that point.
I would
There was like a 25-point system which you were not necessarily aware of,
Right.
and they're like, he's in good shape. He seems to be in good. What is it?
physically
Good
it looks
health.
good. Let's see what's
And
on
then, yeah.
upstairs. No, there's no lights on upstairs. So it probably didn't help that I just tended to answer no, yes.
Yeah.
Why are you still talking to me?
If possible, if you opened up a little bit more, and possibly a lot of their there was a lot of posturing and talking about their accomplishments. So under the right circumstances with high society, you think you might have been able to fit in better, but you made no attempt to do so.
By blowing my smoke into their faces, they were talking to me. Obvious signs that they should
Somebody
just
can
leave
give
me
me a
alone.
transpose roll if you want to teleport back to the Obduro.
Can I do reciprocal magic with them?
How reciprocal magic works is, had that been described to you?
Yeah. I had my successes or failures to his.
Depending if your reciprocal magic is higher than your skill, which your
It
transpose it is. You would add your full successes to him.
Do you want help? Can we do help to practice this reciprocal stuff?
I really don't want your help, but I'll.
Why don't we practice this?
In fairness, in retrospect, you think you might have dicked up that fold space on your own.
Well, no, I totally did, but it's just more of his. I want to be on my own attitude and stuff. I'm just ready to be like, all right, fine. I'm cutting the strings. You can be on your own, do whatever you want.
Why did we learn this then?
There are a few times. I mean,
That's because I thought we could
there-
work together.
there
but I'm
is-
starting to rethink that.
there is
Well, you
Well,
want to
you
fucked
should
up my fold
You should at
space.
least-
with the sense of duty of humanity,
Yeah.
which I think you'd
let's,
have
let's
regardless.
work together.
It does strike you as odd as what is it? You know what when you use magic, for the most part, like teleporting, there's some inherent danger. So just like randomly doing it onto somebody on the street, like I'm going to make your pen. That could go wrong, and that guy could have been crushed into his own
Yep,
desk.
I totally understand that.
So you get uncomfortable feeling when it's like, yeah, I'm going to mess with this guy.
Right.
He has no qualms. It's just like he's like, I'm 5 years from retirement, kind of die-hard-esque individual. And you're like, oh, that's going to be sad when it happens.
Right.
However, then again, you killed a guy for a ballot vote in Numermetric Society.
Yep, and I live with my pain and my scars.
So, you have reciprocal too, right?
It makes you feel better. There's probably a
Did
deep
you
one
get
out there like, how about this guy out
You
here?
don't have transpose, though.
He doesn't
No,
have
I
transpose.
don't. But I
Neither
don't
one of
remember
them.
if I don't remember if I did the reciprocal or not.
No.
I'm willing to do it. I'm just telling you that you're getting closer to that edge where I'm no longer going to... You're going to be replacing Frock on my list of people that I like least of the world.
Really? Because he's dead.
Well, but he's actually back on my list because he stood up to a god. So I want to try to rescue him. It's just I can't get time to heal up.
So he's accepting your reciprocal match check. I'm kind
are
of pushing
you-
you guys closer.
I don't have transpose.
He doesn't have transpose. It only works if
Why
you
do I-
get transpose.
He doesn't.
Well,
There's
I
3
don't-
people.
The
who do
professor will
transpose.
say that she is
We should.
cogent, but she would prefer not to right
I
now.
think there's something wrong with you.
So I don't need to
we'll
do
do
it to reciprocal. I'm just going to fire my transpose.
I try to ask her a question. Yeah, a question that only he would know the answer
Roll your
to.
reciprocal.
You
You
can give me a
remember
psych.
when you missed the stimulation?
I'll do a psychology here.
Holy crap.
3.
Okay, so you succeeded with your reciprocal. So basically, you can now roll your transpose. And what's your reciprocal level?
Super reciprocal.
So were you
I'm accepting his help.
okay?
So reciprocal.
Now you do accept his help before he rolled, or
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I said.
So by 7.
so you get your full +7 from him.
But that's not his roll for his transpose. That's his reciprocal magic. Doesn't he have to now make
No,
a
no, no.
transpose roll?
So this is your. So this is by. Yep, this is 7 with your transpose. His reciprocal and his transpose are both 10. So he made the transpose by 7.
So you don't have to make the reciprocal roll.
You don't ever have to roll on
It's just a
reciprocal
limiter.
except for certain rituals.
Okay.
It's just a limiter.
It's just a limiter. Okay. We've already got the sigils set up and all that type of stuff.
Yep, I'm fast tracking it.
Okay.
You guys can take your time with the symbol. I'm only looking for critical failures during a teleport, which are always bad.
I've got it by 5, so I made it by 11 plus his.
You guys easily arrive in your destination. Everything seems to be peachy keen. You're at Obduro. The lights are off. I mean, the place is still clean. Somebody does come by, but you guys haven't been here for a while, and Nathan Dweller removed Lisa Morton's. You guys are still getting your paycheck, but you haven't actually been doing really any investigation work.
Still responding.
Let's get out of here.
You're still responding to stuff, and apparently
Roll it
Nathan
up,
Dweller
give me back
is
your
still
map.
paying you for you continue your operations in the mythos.
Drive to Boston.
Yeah, to the chantry.
I'll
Drive
sleep on
to
the way
Boston.
there.
Have my man come.
Takes you about 3 hours to get there. Once again, those of you making the trek to Massachusetts could swear that this takes longer. Like, you're aware that every time you've driven this way, it has taken longer.
He's quicker.
Yeah, he's quicker.
So I don't argue
Same-
with him.
Driving the speed limit.
Yep.
Somehow he's quicker. There's lots of weird ass shit going on and nobody talks, so I just, yeah,
How do you do
whatever.
it quicker?
I try to explain to you how distance works, and I get into the explanation for about maybe like 5 minutes, and I get so frustrated with you that I'm just like, screw it. You're incapable of understanding this. I can't help
He's
but
talking about space loops and like gully ways. He's talking about space sinkholes. and you're like,
where was this
what is a
attitude
space
on the
sinkhole? And you're like, just deal with it. There's a space sinkhole and it's here, and I'm driving down it and we're swirling down. Now we're moving
I
faster.
have astrophysics and astronomy.
You can give me a roll on that.
All right, maybe I'm not getting frustrated with you.
Do you want to understand this? Because your next roll is going to be a fright check.
I don't mind. Maybe Roll of Cthulhu days. Rolled 11. I made it astrophysics by 3.
What he's talking about could be plausible, but he doesn't have a scientific background to describe these things to you.
No, it makes
It's
it
like a
even more
sinkhole, and
frightening.
you're like, a wormhole? And he's like, no, a fucking sinkhole.
Don't you hear my words?
Then you hear the words coming out of my mouth.
So you can like sense this and drive in side realities in the Umbra or something?
Yes, we are going up to get there now.
All right.
Now we're out of it.
How
Okay.
come the reality for me doesn't seem to shift that much?
Because your
Are you
brain
a
is so
dimensional
limited, you
shambler?
can't process this. I don't know how to explain it to you.
You already everything you've explained to me
retarded.
thus far.
There's
I
nothing at all.
understood.
I'm not convinced that you have because I'm using words and you keep saying, no, I mean
popped my
something
head
else.
up
It's like, no, I mean exactly what the fuck
She's
I'm
trying to
saying.
apply labels to things that she doesn't quite know. And you're like, is that
Exactly.
purple? And you're like, no, it's not fucking purple.
Right.
Hunter,
Can
you
I
see
do
the-
a
the
check
shop
those
floor?
to see if it's because of the dimensional
I
shambler
understand
following
number
him?
2. Yeah, I see
Because
the
this,
shop.
Apparently
what
he's been
described
doing-
sounds like what a dimensional
Then why are you
shambler is.
asking
It
me?
might be possible.
Because I didn't know that you could drive all of us in a car and do this. How long have you been able to do that?
So-
I have a feeling that after you're able to flay your skin via spreading it like
I
marmalade
think we
over
need
the
to address the fact
multiverse,
that
then
he
you
has a
learn these
dimensional
things.
shambler following him, and he suddenly gained dimensional shambler abilities.
It's been probably.
I've done it before
It's
that.
been ever since the what have you, the British Museum, where he's been just really anal about anyone but him driving.
All right.
Well, we don't know when he picked up the shambler. We think it was Earth.
However, with Edict Memory, it has been told to your characters. Some people had mentioned that they seem to drive slower when he's in the passenger seat, but he's adamantly denied that. From your understanding, that's completely bullshit.
All right. I'm glad we let you drive. Should we get a bus? That way we can enter it in Indianapolis 500. You and the Chicago Bears can win with my Kitka.
You'd enter into the death race, and they're like, how the fuck is he getting over there?
How come nobody can catch up to him to hit him? He's got the slowest vehicle.
He's like that Jason Voorhees. He's just walking, but how does he get there first?
Exactly. Try not to understand it. You only hurt yourself.
All right.
See, I'm just
You guys are
waiting-
now
I'm
at the
just waiting for
Chantry
you to-
in Massachusetts.
I'm just waiting for you to pick up the sword like him and be like, how got you there? Tell
Walk
Covered
into
your
the Chantry.
psychology before we kind of skipped over. She seems to be cogent. Her full intelligence seems to be there. She's not limiting. Not acting in a limited capacity? However, what seems to be being affected is her inhibition or her nervousness, her uncomfortableness in the situation.
Okay.
So she almost has the point of like, oh, someone's kidnapped me. That's pretty bad. Yeah.
Badass.
So it's very specific. You're not sure if this is hypnosis or some sort of psychiatric medication, but it's very targeted.
All right.
Are we to the Chantry yet?
You are.
We are. We walked
So, can we
We have a problem.
Go through the
Our friend
brain
has a
scan.
problem.
can we just...
They'll take some time with you guys. You'll go into the Chantry. You're aware that it takes probably about 20 minutes now, as opposed to like a couple of minutes to get into the Chantry. And there's always just on the other side of the portal, there's an army of people that are waiting to primal blast anything into oblivion. Coming through the Chantry, you describe your situation. They'll have one of their people check it out. It probably takes another 2 hours. They did find what appeared to be some sort of strange material in her bloodstream, but when they started to detect it, it broke down readily. They say if you could get another sample, they can
Study it.
study it.
There's
But
another sample in that cat.
they had checked both of them at that point in time.
Well, there's a whole sample of people on a boat in the middle of freaking
I think
They drugged.
they're not drugged. This
And it's not going to affect
They
our
will say that it
intelligence.
seems odd because it seemed to be there until they started detecting it, and then it just started to break
Did
up.
they seriously not hold the cat back and use that as a test subject? Secondly,
Not particularly. They would have done.
I will let them know. There's probably
They
some
would have
in that
done
cat.
something akin to a primal flare on both of them initially, and that's when they detected something was there, and then it broke up.
Okay.
So it was magically
Keep in mind,
reactive.
Yes.
They want to
So
say it
we're
was
gonna
reactive
have to
to magic.
Yeah, it had a magical trigger for a
Can we ask?
disassembly.
We were just dealing with a group of high technology, not magical people, as far as we know.
They're
Is
aware
anything
that
like
serpents have similar type of crap where they, like you had heard before, they have advanced chemical combinations that can like literally block. They don't know if this is at all, but related. But they'll say that the technology is out there,
Do they
and they're
have
not
any-
really the people to ask about advanced
Do
biochemistry.
they have any wards against such things?
Unfortunately, no. This isn't a peanut butter in your chocolate situation. A
they
lot
know
of
it?
times
they have-
they need to develop advanced
Can we ask the
Church of the
techno magics to deal with it, and it's a very tricky and complicated process.
Do they
the
know
Church
about
of
the Church
Amberdeen.
of Amberdeen?
They're somewhat aware. They'll take more time to pull up their records. They're somewhat aware that there is an organization called the Church of Amberdeen, and there have been reports of them having high technology, but they don't have any. None of their members are members of this society.
I'll just start being like, do you want to have more intelligence on them, or are you not caring at this point?
They don't want to send you in anything.
No.
However, they're
Would you like to update your records? We can
yeah.
tell
They,
you
they would love to know more information. They're
I'll,
not
I'll
asking you to
spend
go
like
out.
10 minutes to explain what we encountered. Deep one serpents.
Does the professor remember anything more after the haze is gone?
She remembers that she was. She doesn't remember any. I say she or he.
Yep, I know.
He remembers. He woke up the next day, and then later on, maybe like 4 hours had passed, and he was getting ready for his trip, and he had some new clothing with him, but he didn't have the rest of his stuff, like his Abijah wand, or his symbols or wards.
We give him his stuff.
Yeah, and he says that he doesn't know. He just remembers.
Anything that looks new, set that aside and analyze it.
Okay. He doesn't see anything that looks new.
Okay. Well,
he remembers moving, but he doesn't remember hearing or feeling too much. There wasn't any vibrations from the car.
No, I suspect not. They had a pretty high-tech car. Not exactly sure if it's a dimensional hopper or just flies, but...
And the professor will say that they haven't ever tried to deliberately hurt him, but they obviously don't have any don't have any moral qualms about getting him back.
In my interactions with the professor, would I say that the professor is intellectually up there?
The professor lacks a little bit of confidence, but yeah, he's easily probably 16 intelligence.
Alright. So
and you do know that the professor has a PhD and has a lot of his background material. It sounds like a lot of how she got into some of this stuff, or at least got into high society, might have been through these people. But she's never really elaborated on her background with him.
Say, question. How many points in a skill would be considered a PhD level?
It depends on your relative skill, because you could be very talented, but I would say that, assuming average, generally you'd want an RSL of +3 for skill.
Stat +3?
And I would say that's equivalent to a low master's or PhD, so 3 to 4. If it's like a PhD of medicine, I'd probably say 5.
I'll ask them if they've heard anything else. From.
But you could have a PhD in like political sciences and then still be at like a 13 or something.
I've got 8 ranks in hypertech, to 15, and I'm a +0.
Hypertech is very hard. That's being like you're a renowned scientist in the most groundbreaking form of technology available. So don't feel bad that you're like, oh, I only got that. You're at a 0. You're probably Q from James Bond. So you're like, look what I made, a laser watch.
Alright.
So you get an RSL plus something in hypertech?
+2.
Cool.
I have 16 points in it, though.
Yeah.
And I would say that they definitely did seem to favor B. Not only that, but when you said your name the first time, the individual knew. It seemed like he knew who you were coming up. It seemed like a lot of the people had very good memories. And as soon as you were talking about your business and everything, they were hobnobbing you a little bit.
They've got a profile on you.
Yep.
They do. They're like, we want.
Yep. You're gonna be sitting there and just be like, did Frank from the grave shoot me in the neck with one of those damn blow darts?
Is this the arsenic one? Has he finally killed someone with this damn thing?
I still die with a flamethrower in my hand.
Come.
Alright, well, we got the professor fixed. Can you drive us back to New York City? What do we do next?
You need to stay at the chantry and just wait for anything to do.
You will find out in the chantry that inside of Britain, the cities of Dover, Ipswich, Stonehaven, Lowestoft, and Grimsby are currently, they would consider no-fly zone. They don't want anyone from the chantry going to those regions.
Why?
Apparently there's been a lot of infighting, and not infighting, but there's been a lot of attempts on the ports, and they know at least 3 of them have been compromised, and those are war fronts, and it's not publicly known that those are now beachheads for coming armies.
Not publicly known, or?
Obviously, people in the military, but the general populace might not be aware that there's fighting in Dover. No one's supposed to go to Dover, but they don't necessarily know why.
What about Nepal? Did they find anything about that?
They'll say the same situation in Nepal. They still have a They still have people requesting donations for any primal energy that you guys have loose, because like one or two from even like a couple hundred people that are members of the Chantry can go a long way to making it very elaborate wards covering in the area. They had equated to an oil spill, and they're just kind of containing it at the moment, but it's seeping through.
Is there anybody with a holy resonance or a strong Christian resonance?
In the Chantry itself?
Yeah.
There would be some people, yes.
Some people don't know.
We can give them a vial of St. Mongo's tears.
Every 15 minutes, that sort of thing.
They would gladly accept that after they check it out. There are people that they'll tell you from an order known as the Celestial Choir that do have very Christian backgrounds, but are part of the magical order.
If that would help with
They would greatly appreciate any donation, even if it's a half a unit. Because, I mean, you're not the only people donating, so a half a unit from 1,000 people here is still 500 freaking
My
units.
facility running, I will try to
And
respect
the Tears of St. Mongo, the resonance could be used in a much more powerful way than a standard quintessence could be. And you guys are aware of that, just you didn't really know what to do with it.
Do we have any resonance still? The resonance disc?
We have some of the decayed ones from all the ones we
The
extracted.
damn thing is just so pure it was eating out your filters. Your filters were meant for a thin
How many
biological
resonance?
resonance coming through.
I have a ton of the biological.
It's like, oh, look at that hydrochloric acid just eat right through that paper. It's like shit.
Hunter, I'm gonna.
And then you pay for people to.
Honestly, though, I think if we're going to donate it, we should donate it to like people we know.
Right.
Chantry is.
What do you got, Jim?
So they're asking
Ask
for.
the Chantries, like we told them about the snake man,
quintessence
where he
again in
was,
primal
and told
energy.
them to contact.
There is an
this
order
year.
here that's called the Celestial Choir
Can I
that
ask what
could
we do with
use a
that?
vial of St. Mongo's to help
What is
fortify.
it?
Okay.
Snake man,
We give them
Fisker,
volunteers. We have like.
Yith chamber.
Not all of them. I mean, we could use it for bargaining later. Give them a vial now.
They've taken some look of the Yith chamber, and they've taken a lot of notes from the
don't have my
location.
notes with me.
Unfortunately,
I
they
think
did
we
have
have
to
like
extract
five. We got 5 or 6
people
left.
probably about 8 to
Obduro.
12 hours ago because Stonehaven is
We got some stuff
nearby,
that's already
and
distilled,
essentially there's
but-
a deep one
Why don't we
city
just give it to
near
them?
that region.
Did they?
I mean, if the Chantry folds because they didn't have life
Lizard Man?
support, it's kind of meaningless whether or not we have it.
Right.
Give them to them
They
all.
probably would have took the whole thing in stasis.
Okay. So it's out of there.
Is there anything?
There's other things that they left
Do you want to
behind. They
bargain
left
for
the.
anything?
What else was in there?
They'll tell you that those two
whatever deal you
primordials they left there.
There was the frozen.
Do you want your staff attuned?
That'd be nice.
You mentioned like 6 other big beasties.
Yeah. They'll tell you that they came across some other few mythos creatures, like elder things, even what are
We're
dinosaurs.
gonna give them a dinosaurs. That's like gold. I mean, it's like more than gold. It's
They'll tell you that the
If you wanna-
compound
I
most
think
likely
give it to
was
them all. If you wanna try to
somewhere
get something
between
for it,
790 million
even if
years
it's
ago to
potions or
900
scrolls or
million
anything
years
that's gonna
ago.
help us. That's
Was it was originally established.
I
You're
know,
aware
you're
that
the
the
one that's
Yith
been hunting
aren't
down all
around
this
anymore.
magic shit.
But the site was incredibly
something
interesting.
Is there
and
anything
many
that you
knows
guys
as we
want?
could.
Anything that you will need to?
You owe me that staff stuff.
They had heard rumors about that, but they never confirmed anything.
It's coming. I'm waiting on it.
I hear you. So if I had an earring that would help, give me improved will, that would be
I'll
nice.
ask him if he knows any use for biological resonance.
The mental concentration earring.
Well, you'll point out the obvious ones. If
would
you were
be
to use
nice to
biological
have
resonances
something
in
to
your
hold
own
more
patches, or
contestants.
even destroy life, they could be more effective than normal.
They could teach us
Because
exercises to do that.
destroying life and you have a resonance of
Would you
biological
want your
destroying.
staff to be attuned to hold more quintessence?
Beyond
We
that,
can carry more quintessence within ourselves.
Less
If I
effective.
have to carry it in
I
something
think I might have
else,
said
then
that.
that's fine.
So I'll still go with that, but it's probably less effective.
But I'd rather just have
Things
it
like
on
your
me.
anti-aging cream,
You know what I mean?
your
So healing.
healing things, regenerating life. What is it, like halting aging or even aging regression. Certain magical alchemical
the other thing
compounds that are
is,
affecting
ultimately, I
somebody's
would like to
person,
go
like
back
say
to the
truth
plateau
serum,
of leng.
could be affected better by biological resonances.
So now the other thing I was thinking of
Otherwise, if you have enough of it, it does trade favorably.
move along geometric lines or something
You
like
could
that.
accumulate enough of the resonance to
So it'd be
sell it off
interesting to know
the
that
same way you'd
research.
sell off quintessence.
Since I already play with spatial things, if I couldn't use,
You make more money from the pure
could I
quintessence.
do
but
what they do?
It's not something you want to necessarily just throw in the trash can.
know what I mean?
It legitimately is.
All right.
It's like if you were somehow making it gold and
There's other
occasionally you get a
magics that are
silver flake in
transpose
there.
related.
It's like, well,
Maybe
yeah.
it's slightly louder here.
Yeah, it's quite loud here. I'll talk to you guys about what we feel about this particular venue in the future. I've been told that this is busier than normal, but yeah, it gets really quiet and really loud.
In between the sessions.
Magic orientated?
Yeah, certainly.
You looking for anything magic orientated?
My problem is I don't know what's out there. I mean,
So what are we
getting
doing?
my staff attuned.
Are we going to split up and go our own separate ways? We see what happened to the press, or
Is there anything you're looking for magical?
What?
Anything you're looking for magical?
Nothing
So-
I'm aware of.
I don't think we should
That
have
earring is awesome. If you can give me another one,
What's
so I
this
have
talk
two.
to the professor and be like, I don't think you should stay at your home for about a week.
The professor will most likely stay here with Althea Montrose for the next few days or until Jolene hops back in the saddle.
How many St. Mongo tiers do we have?
There were 5 left.
I thought it was 6, wasn't
Absolutely nothing.
it? I had written it down, but I don't have my notebook with me.
I believe it was 5 left.
One of them might have got used to...
Is there
5 or
anything
6, it doesn't matter.
Is there anything magical you're looking for?
What?
Is there anything magical you're looking for?
I don't know what there is.
Strangely enough, during the course of...
If there's something that
I got
releases paradox.
I'm listening.
Strangely enough, while you're at the chantry, you will get a signal from your radio. You've never got a telegraph here, or you would have got a no, you wouldn't have got a telegraph inside the chantry. However, you would have got a message from Walter Riker. He's just checking on you, see how things are going.
And let them know that we rescued the professor. We're in the chantry. His brain's being cleansed and poisoned.
He's glad to see that you're all right. He'll tell you that he's bouncing the signal through your ring through the near Umbra.
Very nice. I was wondering why I
He
was
says there's a little bit of static. There appears to be something breaking it, but he says if he sends it in the narrow bandwidth, it doesn't seem to have any issue. He says that you may not want to tell them that because they might get really bothersome about that from what he understands. However, he has some questions about how you think he should lay out the dark fluid arrays, because he's starting to get those back online. And he's setting up construction projects with housing on site for staff and family. And they're in the midst of that, but he says that he also has recently brought across this table designs for another warehouse containing multiple. He'll describe the tanks.
Yep.
And about 20 of those will fill up kind of a warehouse. They're kind of like bathtub-sized units, but then you have to have all the filtration systems, and unless you want somebody to kind of like shimmy between the tanks
I
and
need
what
it
have you.
ergonomically designed because I'm going to probably...
Yep, I'm assuming
Doubling, yeah.
spacious valve shut off, so you can just shut off tanks and things of that nature.
I'll bring you my engineers. I'm going to try to bring 2 guys back to help oversee the project. We'll be back in hours.
All right.
Can you guys come back with me?
I'm going to take those 5 St. Mongo tiers from you.
They're at the chantry. We stored them in. They gave us a box to store them in.
I'll talk to the person from the chantry. I go, we'll have 5 vials. If I would hate to do it, but in trade for the St. Mongo's tiers. If we can do something that could store quintessence on the person,
So what are you looking for?
either storing quintessence on a person,
I can already make those.
any more of these earrings, the mental.
You describe those to him. He'll try to find somebody that can do that, but it'll be a couple days before he hears out.
I'll just
He does know a lot of those items had been either requisitioned or otherwise repurposed for the efforts inside of China right now, just because that is kind of an item that's really helpful there.
or staff attuning. I'm just listing down things that we're probably
You could hire somebody to tune staffs to you. He says, do you not know how to do that, or?
No.
He says you can have that. Normally, you'd be taught how to do that first.
We are homeschooled orphans.
He understands. There's a lot of younger folk that have been going through training that's a little bit beyond what they would normally go through at the time frame, and it's just understandable given that they're in kind of wartime conditions.
Any
Actually,
type of
we've had like
magic.
0 formal training. Zero formal.
They've never heard of it before.
It's all self-taught.
It's like you can use a staff. It helps.
Any type of magic that helps with transpose.
I list through the magics that I know. Is there any other transpose-related or spatial-related magics?
Lightning bolt.
Yeah, from what you'd find out, there are. I have to double check my list.
Is it telekinesis?
You might want to ask him about the
Yeah,
houses and dollars.
it's not a portion; it's apportation.
Thought that was the.
A portion it's a Latin root meaning to move, and one of them is to move slightly to the point of breaking it apart, and the other one's just to move it. So it's a portion and
If I
apportation.
write that skill, it is telekinesis.
You can write a hyphen telekinesis.
So they do have that. I'll ask them. How long do you think that would take to learn?
Apportation is a basic cantrip.
It's an average.
What?
It's an average.
But it's one that they usually teach initiates right away. A few days.
I can teach it to you if you want to know.
You know it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Would you be willing to teach it?
No, you need to go take that cat slumber.
I do. True.
So I mean,
So,
you need to focus on getting
Honestly,
back to 100%.
I think I'll
or
just
at least
lump it in
maybe
with my
80.
lightning bolt training next
There you
week.
go.
So, and we had a question about how the Dallas
I was just
operate.
thinking if you had two things you could learn, I'd learn the thing I can't teach you because I can teach you the thing you have
Oh,
at a
true.
later time. If you can learn both of them at the same time, then okay, fine.
Now,
Actually, it sounds
this
like
doesn't
you
necessarily mean
probably
you have a
sit in
teacher for it, but the people here are aware of certain effects that some people do have access to.
No, I understand. I just want to be aware of them.
Yep. What do we have here? Gate, entanglement,
So,
rending
I currently have
fold,
12 normal with life force.
collapsing
Oh,
fold,
what?
Blocks at my disposal. There's another 8 at B's
Create
lab,
space.
but I'm just
Keep
leaving
those.
those.
We'll hold those. We'll give them because if there's a
spatial
celestial
distortion,
I also have Hague water, 2 of those. I have no idea. I haven't checked the resonance on them.
what do we have here?
You know, the
But
Zyads.
spatial pathing.
There might be spatial pathing. I'll have to double check the listing.
Oh. 6 pure quintessence also.
to catch my axis, not
So basically, if that's gold, like he said,
And there's also
I just have it
some-
laying around the warehouse.
There's also some cross-disciplinary skills that tie into this, like
Temporal spatial connectivity.
or matter-spatial reconstruction. Not reconstruction, but matter-spatial rearrangement. Essentially, there's ways of bending matter so it takes up a smaller space than it would normally.
Isn't that what blanket does?
It was stupid.
The objects are the same size, essentially. It's a fold space, so as they kind of go through that region,
So you tell me the thing I learned wasn't the thing I tried to learn.
you're sending these objects into a folded space, which is kind of... The objects themselves pass through a fold space in which actually they're not changing shape, but physically they're passing through like a point that's like less than a needle.
I was told
And then-
that we could make the tablecloths with full space.
You can. It's just they're not small where they are. They're in a separate portion of space at their normal size. It's just the path to get through there is incredibly small. This is physically, I have a gun that's in normal space, it's just half the size. It's your, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids as opposed to your magical holding bag.
I'll ask him, can you do that to biological things, or does it have consequences?
He says, I mean, when you use any kind of advanced magics on people, it's up to your own discretion, but he's aware of people that have shrunk people for particular usages, like a mouse hole or things of that nature.
Can I just get a 10-second description of what these are?
What now?
Can I just get a 10-second description of what these things do?
So where are we at here? Spatial pathing allows you to, once you've found 2 locations, from what you understand, it's a more direct, active method that you kind of use where it's navigating between 2 points and somehow getting there before you should be able to. And it's not actually folding the space, you're just observing the space of...
That's kind of what he's doing when he's driving now, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. And you are aware that those platypoid creatures in the near Umbra they didn't fold space from what you saw, but they would walk down alleyways and somehow make great time. So where are we from there? Gate is a type of transpose effect but it literally opens up. Usually will draw it on a wall as opposed to sitting on it, and it literally connects the points in active real-time connection. So it is a doorway to another location, and it stays open.
Superfold space? With transpose as an intermediate?
It's an elaborate, it's a more complex version of transpose.
If you want to make permanent passageways, you use gates.
Is that a very hard?
I think...
Well, he's got
that
the list.
one-
I'll look
yeah, I
those
got
up
the list
later.
You should have the list.
I want to
too.
say gates hard.
I do, but it offset everything, so I have no idea what...
Entanglement can connect spatially in a significant way to objects, permanently or temporarily. It's a little bit more elaborate version of spatial link. Or in some instances with other matter creation, you can literally split an object into 2 or more locations,
So I
even
could
though it's the
create
same
the
object.
thing from a ring.
Potentially, yes.
Gotcha.
Now, to physically make something like that for a long time, you'd need to enchant it, but these are temporary effects. And hers will work in areas that apparently don't work with magic.
Yeah. Years to
So,
work in
can I
areas
ask,
that shut
is
down
the
hypertech.
shrinking thing, like, can it gradually shrink? Like, can you connect something that's normal
both
size
in one
and
item.
it shrinks down to something small?
almost
Like,
impossible.
So it's double
say you want to put
redundant?
something huge
Yeah,
in a
double
watch.
redundant.
Could you have your
Yes.
normal components? And is
But-
it a
Be cool
field
with our
effect,
suits.
or is it...
It could vary depending on how you cast it.
magic.
However, you could enchant the object. Other later on, you would have like a giant gear that just rips apart your watch.
And how would that...
But there's
like,
a magical
would we
like
have
a
the
gull
fold spaces?
in there,
We're
and
ripping
then
those
you move
with
it if it tries to
transpose
follow your
difficult
motions.
situations? Would that rip? Or would that be...
So you
It's
could- I
another
was thinking
magical
if we
effect.
kind
It
of
could go
incorporated
haywire.
the two.
And the thing to note about what is
it-
it, matter spatial rearrangement is it doesn't change the mass of the object.
Yeah.
So you could be like, you could be like, yeah, pick up that small ball in the back of my bed truck, and you're like, sure. What the hell's? What is this? What?
It's dark magic.
Yeah.
You can't pick up dark matter?
Exactly. So if you put in like a 500-pound gear in a watch,
Is it a more transpose-proof fold space alternative?
are you talking about gate or what?
Or the shrink?
Shrink?
Say,
Shrink
so
just
that's,
it doesn't change where the individual
drive
is. It just rearranges how much space they actually physically take up.
The little research I've done in the
So
dark
I'm talking
fluid,
about like doing that on gear.
it tells me that it will,
If we're going through the
like an electric
transposes
motor,
where
it will
a
super
full
Oh,
space would
energize.
it is a
Would that
spatial
rip?
effect, and it could be affected by other spatial
But I've gotta
spells. So
get it
yes,
in close
theoretically.
So
proximity.
it's no safer than
And so
fold
I'm-
space for that purpose.
I want to drop
Well,
by you
fold
and
space,
your,
you're not messing around with your person, you're creating a tunnel. So generally fold space is
I'm quite away. I'm
simpler
a
than
ways away from
transpose.
needing this.
Transpose has an elaborate...
But if it can be made into a
Space to like storing things to shrinking them, storing things.
Oh,
Which is safer for
an epoxy.
transpose?
both could be damaged.
Okay, so neither's
hardening
any better. Yeah.
bond the black matter to
Fold space
some
might be a little
other
bit safer
matter
because it's a
that we
separate
could
zone.
actually use and
If you had like
actually-
500 pounds worth of equipment that you somehow change the mass on, and that
in
re-emerge,
my
normally
case,
you
I
could
gotta
be
go
crushed
think
under
of
its
it,
weight.
make a-
As opposed to the other one where it might
container,
either
shove the black matter
shoot out somewhere,
dark
or you just
container
lose
and
access to
seal
where
it
it
off and
is.
wrap it around the motor.
So what's the rending fold?
I'd rather turn it into some
Rending
kind of
fold is a symbol-based, very similar to apportation.
squeeze in there and then it hardens.
The symbol itself creates almost a field or
We can work on it together. I'll give you my time.
more like
It'll take
a general area effect of bent space. So apportation
with ya,
is
but I won't do it
gesture-based
without ya.
and a little bit more fine. Well, rending fold is something that you might take out a car with.
Okay.
But theoretically, the difference between them are somewhat cosmetic,
Okay.
other than the means in which you activate them.
Okay. How about collapsing fold?
I have to check my. I have to double check my notes on collapsing fold. Create space is you can literally using theoretically quintessence. Sometimes some regions have such a strong weave where you don't need quintessence, but you can create more space. You can create a space that did not exist prior, and usually it's temporary unless you end up permanently making it in some fashion.
And then spatial distortion.
Spatial distortion, his description of it is pretty poor. He doesn't have very much understanding of it. From what he understands, that is a prerequisite for people becoming masters in spatial magics, and he says it's a combination of from his understanding, you could rend space deliberately in any kind of manner, meaning a gun barrel could literally be pointed forward, and it could also shoot you in the head at the same time, or you could change the locations permanently of multiple locations, or otherwise horribly rip up the weave in any spatial magical way that you wanted
That
to.
is something I need to know how to do.
He doesn't know much of it. He says most adepts don't know anything like that, or there's restricted access to it. He says that you could talk to, one of the He says you theoretically could read one of the materials from the tribunal members, or try to gain an audience with some master that knows it.
Is there a master or the tribunal member for spatial things?
There is. There's essentially, I want to say there's 13 tribunal members.
G.U.R.P. back and killer.
And then the only last question I have, and then I'm done with your time, is do the tattoos boost any of these as well?
The tattoo theoretically would help. He can't confirm it for spatial distortion.
Is telekinesis spatial?
No, it is not a spatial spell.
So he's already responding to telekinesis. We're good.
I gotta see what that picture's about.
So Dan, I like how I'm trying this. So now I'm registering for one humanities class, but I don't know what classes this is, and on my schedule it's labeled as humanities. I have one humanities class,
Where is he?
and it's on my schedule right now.
The quote, his name is Keith Johnson. The quote is, "Science isn't about why, it's about why not."
It's over there
Oh, the
too.
humanities.
Employee of the month.
Dan, who knows the magic?
Does it not have him on here?
No, it's a great secret. Why'd you do that? Why not?
So, I'm guessing you want me to follow you and help you set up your thing. I think I
Yep,
heard you
I'd like
mention
to borrow some of your time on the ergonomic layout for the tanks, et cetera, et cetera.
that. So can we go do that then?
Do which?
Drive
Go-
back to New York.
I'll get you the information. I'm trying to find it here.
That's fine.
You will in fact get a name. They say that the tribunal member is not here at the moment. Your best bet might be talking to either Michael Larson or one of the currently active tribunal members, which would be Daros and Vincent Hall, I want to say.
Yep.
There you go.
Oh yeah, those pictures. It's my Deep One hybrid stock. The hybrids are thick individuals.
The three of us drive back.
So what are you doing, Jeff?
I'm gonna look to see if I can find anything that we can deal with the quintessence.
If you need any more, ask me whatever means. I have quite a bit. If you feel that our group needs something,
They can put out a bulletin for anyone part of your group is currently looking for objects to ward people's minds, but he says if you do find something like that, he imagines that the price is going to be artificially increased. But
Same thing with the quintessence.
he says, yeah, the same thing. It's because of the situation that's been happening where it's become more valuable than money. People are a little bit fearful of gold and standard currency, so they've been kind of defaulting to what they know. At least they can burn quintessence to fire at somebody's face.
I feel the same way.
See, you got your own printing press.
Yep. I'm gonna try to make my own printing press bigger and bigger and bigger. We'll see.
I will ask if I can have the.
Can you show me how
back
to-
my warehouse once we're done, like the original three?
Is there any
You mean
way
in
I
100
can use
years?
deflect arm?
I mean, once you have your setup, you're probably not going to
Well,
build them
like
exactly the
discussed
same. So
Can somebody show me how to attune the
have
snap
them in
to,
two different
to either
places.
increase
We'll
deflect
see.
arm
I'm making no promises this time.
or
Okay.
enhance
I don't know
any type
if
of
there's the
symbols
world's
like
gonna end in a week.
They can schedule something with you for probably the next day. They say at 8 a.m. tomorrow. There's going to be another trial of initiates, and they can put you as a +1 in the
at this point,
group.
I'm seeing that as like our stash. of
I would like
daggers.
that.
Yep, I hear you. Yep.
So
And when can we go back to the Sleep of Ages?
I'll ask. How many do you need?
I'm still down 4. So we do it one more time. I'd be back.
It's a week, right? No.
4 days.
4 days.
That's what I did last time. Okay, so I need to
Do you want to get your staff attuned? Do we want to take a week off, get our staff attuned for 3 days, and then 4 days go back to the Dreamland and go in?
It looks like so.
Yeah, as long as I don't have I'm losing track of my weeks, so I can't. I gotta have a week.
That happens during the sleep of ages.
Right. So I need to have.
What year is it?
I need to have a week between my doses of poison. Right?
He would recommend that because he said some people don't seem to have odd effects, but he is aware that some people develop permanent requirements for more additional sleep because of taking the medication.
Right.
And
So
it's an alchemical solution. It's not like here's your what the hell have you there's a medication that deals with that. I guess
sleeping pill.
Well, let's do this. Let's go
So
down.
I just want to ensure there's enough time between these. So if you want to go attune stabs, that's
You
fine.
know what?
Let's do it.
Sure.
Let's attune stabs, and then I can go do the sleep.
stuff at your place, so when I'm not needed, I'm gonna.
Because while you're sleeping, I'm going to try to figure a way to get us back there
Absolutely,
without going to
yes.
sleep.
We're all out.
Okay, that'd be
For
cool.
the
too.
next, time someone
Well,
says
it's probably going
wrong.
to fall back on you.
I want to know how to make them.
I think those were actually really easy.
Why? Okay, I'm just saying I want to know how to make
Actually,
them.
I'm
so
actually
that I
learning
can
it so
start
I can
turning
do
my
it.
quintessence
So I
into
can
something I
create,
can use.
portals
Same
and
with your
gateways
bullets. I want to know how to make
to the
them.
Dreamland.
Told you how to make
So you have
those
an gate
because
at,
you helped me develop those.
Something like that.
Getting gates, or you just learn like dreaming spells.
It's going to take a while for me to get the gate, but
So you're learning dreaming magics.
Of course, you talk about using
Spiritual?
a metal tip instead with some of those weird.
a lot more
Materials,
spiritual magic.
premium and iridonium.
So do you think we should go to the New York
Enough
Do you have a
Yeah,
metal that was
Tigers
easily
there,
enchantable or something?
ocelots?
Or easily imbued
can ask.
with
Quintessence.
quintessence?
Not that I think.
Just saying, have teleport free cats.
Yeah.
I thought we had something that. Or was it like a move on fineness? So,
We get back to my lab.
Yep.
I'm overseeing it, talking to Riker about making it more ergonomically friendly. And does he have any basis?
This is
in
his
alchemy? I think he
understanding.
has alchemy, doesn't he?
He understands a little bit about thaumatology, but not at the level that you're looking at.
Okay.
So he doesn't understand alchemy too much. He has a strong background in chemistry, so he can help you with regarding equipment and other things of that nature. But no,
So basically, without educating him, I let him know what I'm trying to do is to make quintessence. Quintessence is used in a lot of alchemy things. It's going to be important in the world. And it's going to be important to my friends. It's going to be important to us.
he says that you don't have to explain that to him. That's actually what he had developed a while back with his dark fluid reactor. Was it the dark fluid array? Was to bring in more that he could use in his technology. So he understands completely where you're coming from with that. It's just it's not operational now, and he has to get it up and running.
All right.
You would see that he's using strange, gauntlets that allow him to reject certain holograms that are physically moving objects and other things like that. There's pieces of technology that you've seen in the lab where some of the other people are just kind of they're trying to use it, and then he'll try to coach them through it. But this is some weird shit.
Okay.
So occasionally you'll see what looks to be some sort of like wedge shape as it seems to form out of solid light and flips over like 4 tons of metal. And he's like, now that we have this cut into a shape, and everyone else is like, all right, I've got this.
All right.
Going over, you guys can spend the day looking through. I'd probably say you guys are fairly tired right now, actually, and plus you're starving. You've not got to sit down for your 2 hours and eat.
Slow eater does not mean extremely hungry person. Just saying.
No, but you've not had a 2-hour sit-down period during
What
the
about
course
in the
of the
drive?
night.
Could he
Are you
eat in the
asleep
drive?
too?
Eating takes like 10 minutes, so it takes 40.
In the book, it takes 30, and you take
kidding?
4. Did you read the description on the disc you picked up?
Don't go toe to toe. I've already been slapped down. You don't want to go there.
The disc in the book,
Let me help.
you lose 4 hours a day from eating.
Lose.
I eat twice a day.
Yup, and 2 hours. What is it? Those 30 minutes become 2 hours apiece. I know it's worth 10 points. Don't tell me about it.
You don't get to say, oh no, I'm not.
Sense of
hungry.
duty is 5.
Why do you think it takes me 2 hours to eat?
Yeah.
You know what?
Change your disad.
If you want to change your disad, I'm fine with that. I'm just making you aware that
You spend a lot of
the
time
outfit.
eating. Each meal takes you
No,
about
it's just gonna
2
be-
hours.
Yes,
Each meal.
Each meal takes you
try to
2
have- If I eat
hours
twice
as
a day, does
opposed
that
to
mean
a
I lose
half
4
hour.
hours?
That's what he just said. Yeah.
But this
If you eat
reduces
2
the
times 2
time
is
available for studying
Unlike
long
him,
tasks
so I
and
should
travel
not
and
take
movement.
snacks.
So
So
don't take
Time
slow
around.
eater and needs extra consumption. That would be like the double whammy.
reason why I say
nothing to
4.5
do.
hours is that is
Yeah.
extra on top of what
There
your
is
normal
breakfast
30
now.
minutes everybody else. It's
Throw
like,
that in there.
Might as well.
because everybody spends 90 minutes
Totally
doing 3
time
meals.
bounces your disadvantages.
So you would spend.
So, you guys will have the most likely start tomorrow unless you want to get at
Let's
this
start
with
tomorrow.
decreased IQ.
Start tomorrow.
So, you know what you guys have on the agenda? What do you guys have?
Staff training.
We're going to do staff training for 3 days.
Everyone's sleeping right now, right?
What was the one with
Yeah.
Chuck Norris and Bruce
Next
Lee where
day.
they show up on the island and they're all Enter the Dragon or one of those? I think.
That was, yeah, what was that?
So what did I get when I this is a tune? Everybody's like, I've read the manuals, Master. I'm ready to study it. I'm like, so what are we doing here?
We were drawing stick
There
figures.
was pre-reading.
There was literature for this class?
You're like,
Pre-study?
are we ready? My staff is over there.
So, for the first, it's going to take some time, but you guys can save up points. They teach everyone's staff, because not only does it, the enhanced parry benefit of a staff also counts for magical parries. So deflect harm, a primal blast coming at you, things of that nature, which they consider to be your standard affairs. Somebody should know how to block a primal blast, otherwise you're not going to live to talk about it.
That's right. And it's out of the park.
So we have to learn staff.
I'm gonna get the arrow tattoo, and you can all
Yes.
call me Avatar.
However, as part of the process, they will attune the
Call
staff
you
to you.
Tart, all right.
The benefit from when you understand
Where's the tart?
The benefit from what you understand is while using the staff for symbol-based spells, you'll get a +1. This doesn't stack with the tattoos because there are specific. When you channel through the tattoos, you don't channel through a staff. The only difference is the staff works on a lot of the order spells, but you have to carry around an effing staff.
So, like Elder Signs.
You mean this tiny staff?
Theoretically,
It's a toothpick.
I'm not sure if I'll give you the parry bonus if you're like, Primal Blast! No!
That,
You see that, guys? It's pretty awesome.
Yoda had a shorter stick, but it still seemed to
It's just mine.
It's not the length of the stick that's how you use.
So, deflect harm, Elder Signs, counter magic.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
See, I'm just imagining you have your
Any
little
Mu symbol?
Staff!
Well, that's the thing is you could easily carry it. out
Not for the new
yourself. No one
sigils.
ever knows.
They are
You know,
symbol-based,
the
but they're,
quick
the power comes from the symbol itself, not through channeling something to draw the symbol.
Like a walking stick. That's still
Reciprocal
You guys can
magic.
all be a cool. You roll into buildings and staffs, like, welcome.
Would that work for reciprocal
Grow
magic?
out my beard.
Yes.
Well, if you all have the same top hat,
Well,
the same
the thing
staff,
is, you don't roll on reciprocal magic. So,
put
in
a
this
head on the
case,
top, it looks
I would
like
still,
horse.
yeah, you technically get the bonus for the level.
What would that be? If you get a post
All right,
boost to that, what would that be
but
considered?
yes, a cat would be
Reciprocal
good.
magic.
For Mew.
It's so misunderstood right now that you don't really know. I mean, theoretically, the ancient Mu people knew how to best use this. Right now, you guys are just playing catch-up. They're like, oh, we just found the Rosetta Stone. Now we know what the hell this means.
So the
Sandwich! This means sandwich, guys! Sandwich! I found a sandwich!
Oh, I got a sandwich. Oh, it tastes like They like to eat rotten meat.
That's what I was kind of saving my points for. I was waiting for to meet the Mew guy.
That's the way to die, with
Find
lots
him?
of points on your character sheet.
and then learn them all before he got away from us.
You have been told that they are decoding sigils, and they have a few of them, but you haven't heard more than that back. But of course, their not expertise isn't going to be
Here's
like.
the funny thing is, there's been like 40 guys that have gone in to decipher one of the ruins, and it's the ruin that erases you from existence. And you're like, we should really get somebody on that ruin. There's somebody in the room. We
like
should
that-
really get somebody on that ruin.
It's like that mom and dad save the universe light grenade. They're like, don't pick, or is it pick me up? Huh? Bam.
Alright, so it gives us +1 to symbol-based spells and parry, right?
It's an average skill for the staff, but the attunement is in part dealing with a primal conduit. It's a little bit tricky. You could attempt it yourself. It is its own skill, but they'll do that for you as part of the staff training.
If we learn attunement, what does that give you? I mean,
It allows you to attune certain objects to draw sigils with. Theoretically, you could do it with a short sword, but the standard top thing is the staff because of the parry ability.
So could I have done it with my Tremere knife?
And you touching somebody with a staff at 4 feet away still counts as difficulty as you're just touching them.
So would it have counted with my Tremere knife?
You could attempt to do it with the Tremere knife.
You do it with my hatchets?
They're not necessarily the best weapons, but you could try to attune them.
That would be kind of interesting.
The only thing is you'd have to have fucking hatchets in your hand at all times then.
No. The full
Bad
right
war
there.
skills with hatchets, though.
You know, I'm going to try to do it with the Tremere knife.
Okay.
Well, it's already a spirit base, so it's going to show me spirits, it's going to show me...
They're not teaching you attunement here. You'd have to learn that in a more advanced class.
Can they attune
I'm
the...
just doing staff work.
Attune the Tremere knife?
symbol base?
What's simple bludgeon?
Or would they find that more threatening if I would
Do I get a bonus for
less
magical
than
bludgeon?
Not that they're threatened by it. They would probably say no. It would take time to attune something like that, and with
It's easier with
they've
the
got a
staff.
quota if you're holding up the line.
We'll do the staff then.
However, that's going to take a few days for you guys. Are you working on the staff thing too? Or are you saving up points? Or what are you doing?
He's with us.
I think I'm going with them to
So
check. So
we're learning the staff skill, right?
Yep.
Okay.
That isn't necessarily. You'd be pretty gimped in its usage. You'd only occasionally get the bonus for drawing out things slowly and deliberately as a staff. With the staff skill, you can do it very rapidly.
Okay.
So a lot of the training is, well, your basic kind of parries, thrusts, so on and so forth with the staff, but it's also I thrust and I build up forearm strength so I can draw this rune like that really quickly and like, blow up.
Yep, totally into that, man.
So
I'm
you're in
doing
the
it.
class, and it's like, let's get down to business.
Exactly. I'm probably the guy that's getting over there, and someone's like, "Why you hit my hands? Why'd you hit me in the shoulder with that?" I was like, "You're supposed to
Nope.
block it."
A lot of the other people that are going through this, I mean, there's some older individuals too, but you're seeing a lot of like 16-year-olds. They're
Exactly.
like, I hit you in the knee. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. And you're like, no, it's all right. It's like, I hit you in the shoulder. And he's like, oh, it's okay. It's okay.
Yep, but I'm hitting them back too, and they're like, "Ugh."
So, over the course of the next day, you guys can give me an alchemy roll. Those are that involved with the process regarding setting up the batches.
I'm more a engineering materials or chemistry.
What would the melee weapon, is it?
What?
Melee weapon?
It should just be staff.
I rolled a 9 and did by 5.
Between the two of you, over the next probably, well, I'd say the day,
Materials by 8.
you get a little bit more time than him. But
Those are just basically how long.
But the materials will be coming in later on. For initial project planning, because as I said, you had a rough idea, but you didn't have anything drawn out on paper. The amount of floor space, you definitely want to expand upon that. Right now, you theoretically could put up metal drums outside and just kind of open air system.
Everything's done right. Nothing is done.
Well, see, you could have the open drums outside if they're covered, and like have the actual maintenance.
Nothing. Everything's done right.
So it'll take some time for, you know that Walter Riker has people out here pouring concrete, putting up metal thing. The only thing is it would take a while to set up the infrastructure. You're probably looking at a few weeks of construction to get a basic frame up and running.
Everything's done
For the
right.
purposes of resonance, if there's a resonance leak, it soaks into whatever matter is touching it. So you don't necessarily want that in the wind. You could set up something like that, but if there was a breach, you could be sending biological resonance miles away.
Everything's done right.
The only other thing that you, I suppose the main thing you come across is you think that under good conditions, some of these people could probably maintain about 12 to 15 tanks. But for setup, you're a little bit worried about that because everyone has to be familiar, and at least 3 of these people are a little bit green. The other 2 you think you can handle it. But the other people, you don't want him like, you not being there on a mission, he's like, should this be brown? Should this be brown? Let me check the men.
I'm making the tanks as though they're going to be competent someday. but we don't let them have access to their full capability until they're ready for it.
So can I make a teaching role as we're doing this to explain to the new?
This is day one. You guys are just drawing out.
Yep.
You're talking about what resources you have here, what kind of scale you're looking at, prices, where you're going to requisition the frames, the metal, everything like that. From what you can tell, in small batches, this is pretty efficient, but you're looking at 98%, 99% in some of these instances. You imagine on the scale that you're looking at, like if you're planning on making like more than 50, 98% is not good enough because you're going to start producing enough resonance in other non-biological resonances that are they're gonna seep into something. They're gonna either seep into the tank walls. Well, you know that you're killing off a lot of a lot of algae to do this, and there's a certain amount of death resonance, but it's so faint when you end up like if you make like 2-3 a week, it bleeds off by the time anything happens. But if you have a warehouse that's sitting here,
Now you're mass producing.
you think that you can somehow, if you can upgrade your filtration systems, improve upon the glass that you're holding the crap in, because the glass itself, in his basic one, doesn't have any kind of protection. It's not.
+1 to parry?
It's just basic glass.
So it's
+1 to parry, +1 to
No, +2 to parry.
non-enchantable metal would be like.
The same thing as if you're like making your own biodiesel.
And then
In a
+1
small
to
farm
silver.
or like a small garage, you're fine. But if you're like making enough for like a fleet, now you're like, oh, that
Now
amount.
we've got this problem.
Yep, now the amount seeping into the groundwater is significant.
2% of 100 gallons is nothing. 2% of 10 million gallons
Yeah,
is
exactly.
Can you do the plate
So
or whatever? The
with altogether, you think changing how you have the filtration set up, having a lot of redundancies, starting with a smaller yield to work out any kind of bugs.
Yep.
You don't want to turn on the whole system right away and you're like, oh, that's a massive flaw. That's horrible. There's going to be issues where he didn't have to run into too much, where you knew that the tanks, you would occasionally come back and you would need tweaking just because of the occasional leaks or something kind of went wrong. So you definitely need to train them in on that. But there is the potential that you're aware from looking at this that biological resonances that aren't properly stored, like he stores them most likely in kind of a metal cabinet or something like that, but theoretically a fly could get in there.
I made the little pouches to store them. Remember the like alchemically safe ones that you said were good for like a few months?
So I believe you have like 20 of those right now. So the cost up front is going to be relatively minor, but you'd imagine per.
So can we enchant like the glass for the tanks to be like unabsorbable, or would it just be better to make it?
You could do an enchantment. You could attempt some sort of foam tech, or you could go straight up alchemy while making the glass.
Well, there was the fancy metal that couldn't be
Enchanted?
Like,
Thaumium?
is that possible?
We'll go with Thom Tech.
Thaumium is naturally resistant.
Quarter or short?
You could build up. That would be very safe, but it would add a significant cost.
Doing everything right. It's Thom Tech.
Okay. You need to find. You'd have to talk to Atlas Industries. They're one of the main providers for Thaumium.
He had a way of making it though.
No, not Thaumium. I haven't tried. I've never researched Thaumium because it's not in my
Either way, you
narrow
think you
field.
could easily make this profitable, even when you're accounting for the people that are here.
We'll need to check
But
with Ian to see if
there's going to be
it's
some
okay.
infrastructure you're wanting to set up. Then once that's in place, you're going to want to do testing. But otherwise, no, this could be very viable. And while you do have expenses, you think that you could somewhat pay for this by selling some of this off to the Chantry, or even donating part of it and seeing if they help you out. Because you are aware that while Riker has built up a large cachet for selling off all of his future stuff, you now have no income coming in.
That's what I do then.
So
But no, with modifications, you think this could definitely work.
can I consult with him and like I guess this would be a group thing to build a better filter system because mine was just for the windy biological.
No.
But I feel like if we're here, you want like something that can handle the whole.
And for you had one
you might
tank.
not want to mass produce it. But
You had one tank up set up later, or was it first, and then you had like 3 later on. And the amounts that you're dealing with would usually bleed off in a week. And for the most part, I mean,
That's the reason I can right
it might inadvertently kill flies around the tank or other things of that nature, but it wasn't threatening to something of human size. But when you're dealing with, like, I have a warehouse, like Big Bob's barn of,
Barn of algae.
barn of, what is it?
I do like that scissors.
Biological quintessence.
Since the one big combat spell I have is
Yeah, I know. No, I mean,
Destroy life, yeah.
You could augment that with the biological stuff.
The stuff that is, the bad stuff, the negative stuff that's going up in the death, if we were able to harness that, could I use that to improve my destroy life?
The spell itself?
Yeah.
Actually, yes. It could be used in a manner, if you had it in some sort of container and you had a little bit of understanding of primal energies, which I think you have primal conduit.
Yes, I do.
You could burn that like quintessence, but it would give you a better... It would give you a better result.
He has
If I
the
placed
healing spells,
something
we should give him some biological
over the
cubes
tanks,
to,
like a piece of wood suspended from the ceiling.
From what you already stand, you already have to collect that death resonance, or else it's going to go somewhere.
Yeah.
So you're going to be collecting it. So if you're
kinda
talking
used for
about using it for
byproduct.
something in the future,
Yeah.
Can we put it in wax cubes?
you can store it like that. The only thing is you'll want to alchemically or some way with thom tech protect your storage, because as I said before, if a fly lands on one of those cubes and over time it's like, well, it's eaten part of the biological waste or runoff, you're like, there's a fucking 5-foot long fly. There's Walter Riker's trying to kill it with a piece of ore. Like, how the hell did this get in here? It's from the alchemy lab, damn it!
you can just be like, slice.
We'll make it a clean room with only pressure.
Okay. So far, you can put in a request to the contract people. You're looking at probably about a month and a half out for them to lay the framework and get the things up. You could do it before then.
Before then, the war's going to start. In a month and a half, it might be over.
Well, I'm just saying, if you raw deal, if you wanted a tank up and running, you could get something up and running.
You should look to hire equipment construction crew so you don't hinder your
Well,
husband.
I'm sure I've got my own construction crew. Month and a half will work fine. Do I think I can get more money at it to get it done in a month? Not really.
The construction work, they're laying frameworks for probably 2 times the warehouse space that you already have.
Okay.
It's just the amount of time, and Walter Riker's already paying people like 3-4 times, and it's not so much money. They would like more money, but they can't get it done. There's only so many people that can fit in a square amount of.
Okay. I'm happy with a month and a half.
Otherwise,
I do have
this
all
does,
my
Really not gonna be
plebes
using it
in
to
all the
parry that
meetings
much.
with me, so they know that
Just for that plus
this is
one.
going on. We're throwing a lot of money at this.
They can definitely help you design things like was it the plumbing systems, shut-off valves, emergency sensors, things like that. However, when it comes to resonance or anything else like that,
That's okay.
So, I guess between the three of us, we should be able to design a pretty nifty
think so?
filtration.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we get that on paper?
No, when it comes to residents, though, since we're not experts, we have what we have. We go to Chantry and say, this is what we're doing, but we need some help with managing the residents.
you are aware that this system is actually somewhat run from a system that Frank was aware of, and that somebody
We gotta get Frank here.
No.
Frank didn't come up with it initially, but
I bet you it wasn't
Stole
Frank.
it from
Passed-
Bruce.
Bruce probably had it. It was originally
He passed the
So
knowledge
aware,
on. Here's
you're
what
aware
we
that this
have.
is a third-generation knockoff system of somebody else, but with your backgrounds, you could easily improve upon the system. I'm just saying, it seems like there are other individuals that most likely could do this. If not, talk to whoever, like Bruce, if he's the man that built these to begin
I'll
with.
put in.
You should cut a business deal with Chantry and bring in resources. They can
already
handle
got it.
filtration, they can handle all kinds of things. Give you
Well, we already have. Well, we
I
already
contact Bruce, see if I can talk to him live, leave a message for him if he contacts me back.
He can contact you within the day. The only other thing I would say regarding the initial discussion is it does leave a few questions about the 3 you have running in open lab space right now. A year from now, you probably won't have an issue if that's running for 3 years. That could actually start to build up a decent, a not significant portion of bad residents.
We need to move it to a corner of the facility that's not here.
It's
put
in
it
a
back in my warehouse, though.
It's in a back area that's not used a lot, but is in fact in space. Somebody will occasionally go back into those rooms to grab something.
Can't
And it's
you
not
just shut it
used
down?
now.
shut it down, bring it back to his place.
And then we'll hook it back up.
You say we, but I'm going to bring my people there, and we're all going to be practicing on the.
I mean, you can use it in the short term, just don't run it after a month.
Yep, there you
So-
go. We're
You have to get the system set up and running
I'll be
again.
like,
Use
wait,
it-
don't come to
I
my
agree.
warehouse.
We run it for the month.
Use
We
it
run
in the
for the
short
month
term.
for a learning project.
As I said, you can make more of these things right now. I'm just
Yep.
Well, you can start if we like the design.
And I do ask Bruce, how do you solve these problems?
He tells you that he knows he uses warded glass. He has a strong background in chemistry. He will warn you that if you have that much quantity into a region, there are things in near dimensions that will now be able to pick that up. As in, you're aware that there's certain creatures that eat, like the primordial.
They might come here and eat.
Yeah, you don't show up normally on the radar, but they're like, what the hell is that over
You're
there?
in a freaking spatial bubble.
So
You're like in a hardened.
He doesn't know anything about that,
I
but...
described my spatial bubble. Will this protect me?
Talk to Riker.
He doesn't... From the sounds of it, he hasn't dealt with any kind of technology like that, so he's not aware.
I'll bring Riker in on the...
Otherwise, he will
maybe
give you...
think about building 3 smaller warehouses or something instead of one huge one.
I'm going to bring Riker into the discussion.
You're in a bunker. You don't need to do anything like that.
But Bruce will give you some pointers regarding, some helpful pointers regarding the systems, what type of materials would be cheapest and still effective to use the filtration systems without being overly complex. Because you can imagine, like, filtration systems that are so expensive, they're cost prohibitive. You're like, well, shit, I'm not making anything on this.
Right.
Does he think that the thaumium will help with the...
Yep, he says that warded glass would be a little bit cheaper, but you'd need somebody that would be able to maintain the wards.
So
thaumium would be better for dummy proofing.
Yep, dummy proof.
Would warding the thaumium have any bonus?
He said it'd be difficult to even ward thaumium, but it could be accomplished.
It's probably... Since you're using the thaumium because it just it ignores magic. It's
the only other recommendation he does tell you is spacing. He says that these in separate locations over larger area has a less likelihood to cause any interactions with the weave, just because you're dealing with such heavy magical effects. You don't want them all in, like, as compact as you can make them. You don't want to be efficient with space. You want shit spaced away from each other.
Okay.
Just so you don't store all the gasoline bottles in the same closet. We can fit one more in there.
All these people force they can truck all the way across your estate.
There'll be a moving walkway.
So he might even recommend units like 4 in a small kind of bunker warehouse, and then in lots away from each other.
I take all that into
It
advisement.
would require a little bit more footwork for the engineers, but everything's a little bit more modular.
But if you lose a module, you didn't lose the whole project. All right. I'm so glad I contacted him. And I asked him who the second generation was before Frank. Or was it Frank and then him?
He tells you that he has just basically started to talk to Frank about it before he died.
I got that.
He'll tell you that he will have time to take a look at the system, and he says he wouldn't mind acting as an outside contractor, which of course you could pay him in quintessence, and he can take a look at your entire system.
I like it. All right, well that means we can do modules of 4 instead of big, huge projects. It's going to make it. We can start bringing them.
The only other thing that's strange is when you start to get the system up and running the way you want it. This looks a lot like Legendre's stuff that you had sold off from his place. You're like what we need here is a double filter with a twist, so the resonance can. This looks familiar. Why does this look familiar?
Was Legendre the...
He's a bad guy. He was making zombies with a quintessence.
Sweet biological quintessence. He even had a weather machine.
Yep, he did.
So, that's probably like our first 2 days there, right? Because we had the sleep day and then this.
There was this. Well, you guys had gotten back late that evening, and then there was the sleep day.
So day 1 is we kind of hammered out what we want or what we think we want.
Does that improve the contractor's time? Because how long will it take them to get the first little bunker online?
Well, the thing is, now that you're talking to people, you can tell them that you don't need them until a month and a half in, at which point you'll start setting up tanks, so you don't have to pay them until then.
So, but
except now you do it, because you got a team.
Going online is
You got an extra keep
built,
it.
right?
Pour a slab.
That's still the plan?
Sure. Let it harden. 5 days later, they start.
The only reason
they guys are pouring the next slab.
The only reason this is even taking a month and a half is because they're building multiple new warehouses, and Walter Riker is also having people construct housing for. It looks like it's overly robust. You probably could house 120 people here, but right now you only have a crew with family of probably about 30.
Yep.
but it looks like there's going to be 120 at least housing. You could double or triple that if you needed to pack people in. He looks as though he's making a compound, a complete compound for...
How long until the first bunker?
So there's trucks driving in and out.
Okay.
Right now there's space for you guys to do something. There's probably a storehouse which could be repurposed temporarily, which you could move the floor there if you wanted to rather than your lab.
Wow.
There's also technically your your material engineering lab.
Some extra dimensional space. We're using the tank that we have here in the warehouse that we have as a learning project.
Okay.
So there's actually 4 tanks here. Just so everyone,
Yep.
There's my original, and then there's the 3 I had in my own.
Okay, that's fine. We're working on 4 tanks.
Another strange thing is that you guys will see, but it seems like it happens in coordination when people are on break or when, what the hell is it, the contractors are on off-farm projects. You have seen material, what is it, Riker's using a backpack-sized unit, and he'll end up moving materials and they just disappear. And then you'll see him later on at Warehouse B.
Okay.
You imagine he might be using a relay? If so, you know, what's his face? Tanith Mechlot was really finicky about that originally, but your husband might actually know how to properly use the relay. So it seems as though they've worked out some sort of process here. So they're legitimately teleporting things around using hyper technology.
Can we start making any exotic materials in my extra-dimensional space, like thaumium or unobtainium?
Right now, the problem is you don't know how to make it. You've worked on crystalline premium, which you had a lot of potential for energy storage.
Yep.
And you had talked to Riker about improving the efficiency because you believed as you continue to
I got
recharge,
up to
it would die off.
30%, yeah.
Yep. And even 30% of what the black box unit you have is really good. I mean, you're looking at enough capacity to fire a laser to burn a hole through a car, or power a radio for potentially months.
And do I use dark matter to charge these batteries that I make, or no?
Here's the thing. The one you have has the ability to run on dark fluid. You've been charging yours with just electricity. You wouldn't feel 100% safe with your current build. You could do testing with it, but you'd like to do that in controlled circumstances. You know, when you run this shit on dark fluid, it's often a little too hot for your technology, but with the proper adapters, it's far more energy dense than electricity and these particular batteries.
But it's not a gear. How can I make crystalline premium gears so I can douse them in energy? Is that what you want?
No, I'm talking about using, I'm looking at taking resistium with perhaps maybe a small percentage of premium and turning that into wires to wrap as the stators and the motors. And then, well, I will explain this. It's crystals. I'm working at XLR. They do that, they put it in the motor case, they put the stator in, which is the wrapping, the wire wrapping. And then they would pump in a black fluid called potting. It was done for thermal conductivity. So they pump it in, squirt it in, it was hot, and it would harden. Once it hardens, boom, it's in there. So it's like a thermal set.
Can I help him with this project? He wants to make dark matter gears. That's what I got.
Well, I want to turn dark matter into some
fluid.
Dark fluid. I want to bind it with something so that I can maintain the dark fluid qualities, but turn it into a liquid or a viscous, high viscosity liquid, or a hardening substance like an epoxy. Because if I turn it into something solid, I'll mold it into the shape I want. If it's a liquid, I can pour it into what I want.
You'll need access to an advanced materials lab.
Yep, I'll go in there with them.
Okay.
I'm learning things.
It'll take some time. You guys can give me an engineering materials roll.
Can I use the one I made? By 8?
By 8? Sure, I'll give you that.
Alright.
What are you looking for on the black market?
There's no black market anymore. Everything's just at my fingertips.
Yeah, it's kind of like the
I did it by 7.
It's not even really the French underground. It's pretty much like people are moving people
I
around.
want
I
this.
did it by
Okay,
7.
I'll go find it.
By 7? So far, I mean, you're looking into it. There's definitely some possibilities here. You'll know more probably in a week if you have time to spend on it. I will note that Walter Riker has been using your advanced materials lab, and occasionally you will see him working, and you could have sworn that he's bringing out premium. He's not bringing premium in, he's bringing it out.
I'll ask him, are you creating it here?
He'll tell you that off in kind of the corner, there's new pieces of equipment sitting everywhere. He tells you he's created a premium combine, and he tells you that premium is a type of highly charged zero-G alloy of silver and gold, along with carbon mesh and some other things of that nature. He says that it's often cheaper to just purchase it, but the prices are going up, so he's thinking about long-term.
All right.
So that device over there combines silver, gold, plus the
Carbon mesh?
Carbon mesh, and is creating premium.
I process it in cycles. It doesn't continually do it. It's not hooked up to anything. He says it is capable of making premium. He says it runs from the dark fluid arrays, which he's actually low on at the moment, but he's working on that too. He says there's a lot of things that he's working on right now, so yeah.
My research, which I haven't pursued, is I found out how to make an ounce of premium into 15 pounds of low-grade resistium or 3 pounds of high-quality resistium.
Okay.
My research into making more premium required basically a lightning collector or access to the reactor. That's kind of the reason I moved
Yep,
here.
he says it needs to be highly charged in a kind of a zero-G environment. He says you can make it without the zero-G environment, but he finds impurities in it.
How about thaumium? How do I make thaumium? Do we know?
Thaumium, he does not know too much about thaumium. He knows that Atlas Industries provides that, and he might be able to get a technical spreadsheet from them, but given that it's a proprietary compound, he's not sure. He might have to kind of push some buttons.
All right, how about you and I work on some thaumium project where we have some downtime? Do you know anything about material science?
Are you abandoning your current research on?
Oh no! I keep no.
What I'm saying is, based on your roles, you definitely see something coming up here. But the only thing you need to put in is time.
All right,
put
in
in
time.
the black fluid.
When they're online.
Here's the sad thing: is everything I'm working on is for these yahoos to have freaking energy so they can do their spells.
If it makes you feel better, it seems like everything your husband is working on will benefit you and him.
Oh, well, I like that.
So
That's how it works.
And he's smarter than me, so you guys get the B team.
when they're eating lunch,
Actually, this solid black fluid will help you in any motor you've got, and also if you need stable black fluid batteries, use a solid. Just pour it in, seal it up, let it.
You see kind of Riker winch every once in a while, and he says dark fluid, and then walks past you.
I can say dark matter. He doesn't mind.
He's never corrected you.
I go, hey, I'm the guy who's a walking, talking vessel of it. I'll call it.
He says that he's now getting all of those safety proofed. He's putting up labels.
so when these two are eating lunch, I'm going to ambush them and be like, "Hey, I drew up these
They're
designs."
Winfield locks on them.
Yep.
And because they both know about fold space, so they can kind of picture like,
Oh, sorry.
it's empty.
So he gives you some some concept draws of an object he's working on. Both of you can give me Tech if you have it.
Like rolling useless dice for 10. I did it by 4.
Only by 2.
Happy guys.
It seems as though this is the watch device that anti-gravity.
Yeah, and it's
It seems as
housing components in the fold space.
It seems to be house fairly. It houses certain parts of its operating, or was it certain parts of the mechanism in a subspace pocket, but it seems to intend to try to work as a gyro which has contragravity effects. Theoretically, this could cause somebody to be able to move through the air, but from what you see, the stabilizer, where he has the stabilizing elements, are a little bit shaky, and if this breaks down, you could easily just be... Well, not die. You'd fall upward until you died.
Huh.
So is this something?
Or it stops working, you just fall.
Is this what the Brits have been using to fly their
They've
ships?
been using something a little bit like tech for their main contragravity system, and his main gyre is actually sitting in a sub-pocket, as opposed to them having it physically there.
Yeah. I think theirs is, what, the size of a table?
Oh, no, theirs is pretty big in that.
Well, I don't. Are they actually using the magic though?
You've never seen the inside of one.
Mine was like
We've got a
completing
project.
sigils to activate
I'm willing
magic.
to
I'd assume
rifle
that-
off a month and a half.
Month and a half?
Whatever I need.
by week.
A week. 2 weeks, a month and
You
a
want
half.
to do a month and a half?
Is there any major events on the...
I just wanted to do it to get back, and I thought we were going to take a poke and get Frank back.
Okay, until we get Frank back then. Wait until he's got his...
I just wanted time to heal off.
So
Let Dusty heal. That's so much time.
I want to learn lightning bolt, and I learned that at the
I think
beginning of
this is
next
the
week,
fourth
which is
game
probably
week. I just
2
wanted
days
some time to
away.
heal.
Okay.
Fortunately, you haven't had the
I'm not
issues
telling
of-
you have to go on any adventures.
No, I understand that. It's
We
these
tried
guys
to-
that keep like,
we
"Oh,
tried to
we
give a
gotta
week
do this."
away. Can we get a week done?
I'll go through the team. You're primarily looking for those particular objects.
Well, during those training areas, I'm gonna try to get some of those objects. I'll try to also see if Casey still has. Did you come across the staff and the hat that I've been looking for?
The staff and the hat.
And I also looked at Scarlet out during those 3 days of staff training to see if she could find me the fetishes that will also increase power, transpose, and such.
No recycling.
The fetishes she can try to locate, but once again, I mean, they're going to be inside the city. She'll spend her time there. She won't be able to teach you during those times, though.
I'll be done in 3 days, and I'll be back in Greenland at the end of my 3 days.
Casey has not found anything more regarding the earrings. Neither has he's aware of their presence. Everyone's holding on to them. The ones that have gotten sold off have either been requisitioned by the order themselves, or have straight up been purchased by personal individuals at multitudes of their normal price. And he hasn't been able to get anything that he finds reasonable.
What qualifies as the normal price?
$24,000.
$24,000 is what I stated.
He's
He's finding them going
What's
for
quintessence going for these days?
about $650.
So about 4 quintessence would have bought one previously. Now everything's all multiplied up. All right.
No.
Well,
He says you're looking at close to about 13 to 15 now to purchase
well,
something.
but the
like that.
quintessence. Well, that's what the currently quintessence is going for, $650, right?
That was $12,000 for the earring. I bought 2, so it was 24.
So originally it was about 5 quintessence that some of those earrings were going for.
So, what about the staff? The earthen staff?
The individual is holding on to the staff for right now. The price, he says, that dealing with the hat of the Magi, he feels as though the value has been increased,
Yeah, I figured.
but it is on the market.
What is the head of the Magi?
A power increase. But there's a catch.
What's that?
You developed a lot of different quirks.
Casey provided you with the full background. If you need me to remind you,
It's
you can.
not a full hat of the Magi. It's a ripped hat of the Magi. It's not.
They don't build them anymore. They made them in the what the hell is it? The Great Age of Magic. There's a few floating around, but for the most part, they're heavily prized. The only reason this one's even up is because it's pretty damaged, but it's still operating. It's just they were known because the individual who made them, or at least the people that made them, would find out that it often had strange, the magic seeped into the head. Made you powerful, though.
The magic seeped into the head.
So, all right.
The resonance, what I would equate in thaumatology is the resonance of the hat was so powerful, it overlapped and whitewashed your own resonance, and often that of where your mind was physically located, since it being a hat. It would often induce strange quirks or even supernatural quirks to the individuals. Like he could remember numbers that are going to come up ahead of time, but he can't remember any number that somebody told him within the last 5 minutes. And other oddities like that.
Okay.
You got this?
Nobody
has it yet.
Seeking it to some extent.
So, but at the end of those 3 days of the staff training, we'll go to the dream.
And if you have 3 points, you guys can put into staff.
Yeah, we did. Oh, I did.
With that, you can write down that you will have a tuned staff. They are not interchangeable. If it breaks, for the most part, either you have to repair the one that you had, or you have to go through this process again of attunement.
Can we use a short staff?
You could use a short staff, yes.
Okay. No negatives or anything.
For the most part, no.
Does that make it a 5-foot staff? Or?
Say, like that.
So it comes up to about here.
And I would say they're probably using something, not like a full-on staff. They're probably using something that's less than their height.
It's kind of hard to get the big ones in the cars.
These staffs aren't designed to parry other like melee weapons. They theoretically could. Some of them are most likely enchanted, but the ones you guys have, if somebody had a Morning Star or something you parried, unless you did a deflect harm, which would be very powerful, not magically, you'd totally shatter.
Right.
Just a question
Get
of
me out
general
of glass.
code. If someone comes at me with, like, say, a bazooka,
Remember Rachel didn't
can I
have a
just be like,
glass?
You did.
no, I have nothing comparable, all out.
Yeah, you
right?
can do magic. However, as I said before, if somebody comes at you with a bazooka, then you feel free with your gentleman's code to do whatever you want. Use a bazooka. But if a guy comes at you with a shiv, a dirty shiv, you cannot.
Just be like,
It is dishonorable for you to use like G.U.R.P.S pistol.
Right.
no, just pull the knife in the face.
Well, depending. I mean, he's coming at you with a knife, assuming there's going to
You
be a
have to
fair
pull out
fight.
your rusty nail and fight rusty nail to rusty nail.
Well, yeah, I just throw mine.
The same thing. If he trips, you're not going to stab him in the back of the head. You're going to wait for him to get up so you can
No,
shake
front
him
of
in
the
his
face.
eyes.
Front of the face.
Yeah, shake him in his eyes.
Okay.
And then we'll go to Kenyon.
That's got to be the weirdest
And
spot.
then we'll do the 4 days of.
I like to
Go to sleep. I do ask the guy in Kenya if we send the lions, tigers, and ocelots, and bobcats, and whatever, back to their places that they belong to, from like the New York Zoo. So you see issues with that? Or, see, there's a lion at the New York Zoo.
He says that a lot
If
of
we
those
send it to
cats are not going to survive in the environment that they're currently released in, and even some of them being released back to the lands wouldn't be most helpful. He would say volunteering at the zoos, taking care of the animals, setting up your own animal sanctuaries, spending time with the cats, and even he'll say that a huge part of BAST was ritualistic parties, merriment, large celebrations. He's talking about like grand high poobah fests. There was, I believe, once a year there was a festive Poobastis where the entire city, thousands of people would have a celebration in honor, and those are things aligned with BAST.
Okay. When I decided to go party, the professor ended up missing. So it was a big fail there.
So it's not necessarily safeguard. It's realistically safeguarding. I mean, you releasing that line isn't going to do anything helpful for him, but
you might want to be wild.
you might want to be wild, yeah. And
Or he might
it
like
might be a
being
case-by-case basis,
Yeah.
but your average line is probably not going to do well if you just release him into the Manhattan. You're like, you're free now.
No.
We're on the...
I'd turn him back to the plains of Africa.
Even then, they might be too docile for that. They might not be able to adapt.
So the insects won't kick back in.
How late do you guys want to go? It's after 10:30.
I'm getting pretty tired.
Finish up our week.
Yep, I'll finish up the week. You two with your material sciences. It's pretty difficult to get the dark fluid to do exactly what you want, but there are, you would say, what are your emphasis? What do you want to work on first as part of this dark fluid?
Hold on, I want to work on my mushroom project where I'm making quintessence. That's what I'm doing, right?
He was this is the project regarding
Dark fluid.
dark fluid.
Okay. Can I really take time off from my other project to do this?
Building it.
Are you talking about your alchemy?
Yeah.
Right now, you're waiting for them to. They don't need to be here for when they're laying the concrete, when they're setting up the thing.
Okay.
It's going to be at least a couple weeks before you have to start to request the thaumium. That's your next major project, but that's some phone calls and other things like that.
All right.
It's not your
so I
limiting
can
factor
help
here.
him out with this project.
You
All
can
right.
start to build right now. The only thing is there's nothing sealing it away from the rest of the world.
Yep.
It's just like, I'm going to free air this this reactor over here. Just don't get near, guys. I'm going to put some red tape around here.
All right. So I help you with whatever you're doing.
All right. So what were your emphases on?
Turning the dark fluid into a basically a usable substance in machinery and devices. We have to make it stable to be handled. Is kind of what we're looking at. Pulling it into a solid or a near solid.
With your research, the thing that of the things that you're trying to kind of bind it to some other thing, because it's not really matter and it's not really energy, but mass and matter itself does somehow bind it. It does seem to react in particular manners to premium, so you follow along routes of that angle, and you are able to store a kind of a strangely absurd amount of dark fluid. And you're aware that these capacitors that, what is his face, Walter Riker had built in the past, are kind of near this similar process. And you're aware that they can store absurd amounts. And if you remember, as I said before, what was incredible and incredibly scary about this is the more dark fluid got stuck in the reactor, the more these capacitors, the more their theoretical yield, how much they could hold. Like initially you would say they only can hold 30, but if you put 30 in, you're like, well, this can hold 64. And somehow it's changing the bottom line of how much can fit in an object, which becomes at a certain point of some sort of strange theoretical singularity, and it's just scary.
Okay.
So the premium, you do believe that ultimately using quartz crystals and a few other compounds, you can kind of make a crystalline premium. It's different from the battery material that you're using, but it is kind of a crystalline metal. The only odd thing about this is it requires some engineering rules to manufacture units right now. You don't have a process to mass manufacture it. But in certain instances, you end up with more mass than you started with.
So I saw her go like.
It weighs more than it did prior. Except there's, from what you put in 5 ounces of premium, and then you get out 6 ounces of this material. And it seems like there's some reactions with dark fluid that literally cause matter into existence.
I don't think about it too much. That way I sleep at night. I invite you to think about it.
Well, as a scientist and a workaholic, you most likely have the viewpoint of like, this is incredible. Think of the yields of scientific understanding that we had. But there's always that sad guy in the corner like, you can make a bomb out of that. And you're like, shut up, nobody's going to use this energy matter equation to make a bomb.
If I bond it with premium, can I bond it into premium wire?
It shares the similarities of premium, so this material can be ground down and essentially you can make certain epoxies or kind of non-Newtonian liquids out of, kind of like cornstarchy stuff, and or try to bond it directly. It will melt down at very high temperatures, the same temperatures you'd be required to melt down quartz crystal, which normally you wouldn't be able to do, but with the reactor here and some of the lab equipment, you can melt down quartz crystal. So you can bond it to currently existing, like you can make a hard material out of it or a type of epoxy.
If I stay with my original concept of choosing the best mix between resistium and premium for the wires in the motor, and then coating it with this just to energize the whole thing, because that's what the dark fluid does, right? It
has a lot of potential. It doesn't necessarily do that. But in some of your instances, in the batteries, it somehow had some sort of voltage regulation system, which it changed dark fluid into electricity at a probably 10 times the normal capacity that would normally be able to hold within the battery. If you filled your black box one, you could theoretically alter your current ones in the next generation of prototype to try to take dark fluid. But your black box could run part of the facility, just the lights and basic equipment like lathes, power saws, things like that.
I've got one that's wrecked. Let's take it apart and learn. You and me.
Right. I think we'll go with the...
No.
Let's take this. You actually have to target. My first target will be the epoxy, because my idea is to kind of flush it around, so that's where I go.
Let's take this battery I got apart. It's made out of crystalline premium, and it's something that could, in theory, hold.
See, she did it again. She can have one like her own.
Let's take it apart. Let's figure out how it works. I've always been afraid to take a broken one apart. Let's do it.
Right.
So we're able to reach the epoxy level in the week.
So I was fighting.
You're pretty confident you can make an epoxy out of it at this stage. What you've accomplished over the week is you've somehow bound dark fluid to a real world matter, and at that point, you can start to do other things with it.
All right,
Hunter.
But they both they knew they couldn't fight me.
What are we doing?
4 days we'll be in Kenya.
So you're going to try to do another Sleep of Ages during that time period? Okay. So when was the last time that you took? Was it 4?
I intentionally wanted to have a week between us because I don't want to run the risk. So I thought we had 3 days, and then we had 3 days of training, and then I think there was another day thrown in there, so it should be 7 days apart.
So, over the 3 days,
I almost killed the Ezra.
you would get back.
And the fresh. And the blob dude.
Over the 3 days, I'll give you back 3 will during your sleep of ages.
Can I go in for 4?
We're 1 in for 4.
How to freeze the
That would be coming past the next week, and we would decide other things that are happening from that point.
Well, we did 3 days
You
of
could
staff
stay-
training and then 4 days of staff pages.
I mean, when I go into the sleep ages, I ask them, can I go in for 4 days?
Yep.
Okay.
You remember last time that you had slept for about 3 days, and obviously there are better preparations you could do, like drinking only liquids for a certain amount of time that make it difficult for you to do advanced training just because you're on a liquid diet, like they're doing some sort of surgery on you.
Greater than.
But he says that you're still alive here for the sleep of ages, and while your metabolism is slowed down very much so, I mean, there's still natural things that happen.
If he wants me on a liquid diet, I'll go liquid diet.
He would prefer you be on a liquid diet. He's going to help you out as much as he can, but it would help him.
Then I'll do the liquid diet thing when I'm doing the staff training. I can suck it up and be uncomfortable.
Okay.
And then I'd like to do 4 days.
No, then you'll get 3 definitely, depending on what the PCs do. Somebody might decide to wake you up prior to that. Like, the world's on fire, Hunter, wake up! And you're like, I don't have all my will.
Exactly.
So what did you want to do for the remaining days?
So for the first, it was 2 more until I had lightning bolt training because.
Yeah.
So.
So 3's better than
I guess
none.
Were those 2 completely busy?
Yep.
What are you up to now?
They want.
You could talk to them occasionally, but both of them are pretty busy. I mean, they're working on
Do you
projects.
have an
and-
extra guy at your lab who can help me make some little metal parts?
God, yes.
Yes.
So for the first.
Jason Eichholt and these 2, along with Riker, they're always in the midst of running somewhere or looking at something or testing something. Especially Riker, he's just like a blur across the field.
Well, I'd like someone to help me make the little metal parts for.
Somebody easily could
2
do that
of
at
those
these
little
lab.
watches. And
Now, they don't necessarily have any comm tech background, but they can make the physical mechanisms. They just don't understand how the magic works.
And it's kind of going to be like, wait, how does this fit in here?
Yep. If you give them the design, they can base it on that. But
And
if there's certain changes you make with comm tech.
So while they're doing that, then I have extra quintessence, so I'd like to make some more of those patches.
How are you getting extra quintessence?
I have a ton.
Oh, you said you had extra quintessence. I thought you said, can I have extra quintessence? I'm like, how?
No, I have a ton, and I'd like to make more of my wax patches. And
Yep, that's definitely possible. Do you want to give me how many are you attempting to convert over? And how powerful of a yield are you going?
How many experience points do we have?
I'll give you guys 3. So I'll update my list too.
So we're at 483 or 493.
Yep.
483 or 493 if you have the points for Swartleheim.
So I guess, how long would 6 take me?
You've been getting more comfortable at making them. You think you could make it in batches of 2 and then over the 3 days?
Do you want to wait a minute? We'll discuss next
How much
week.
days do you... Oh, so you want to stop prior to...
How many can I make in those 2 days along with the kind of laundry and metal piece making?
you can give me an alchemy roll.
Do you still want to have input in future menus?
Yes, that is.
Well, this place is supposed to be quieter.
Looking at
Future.
It wasn't that